अब तो चलेगा, इनका 6 हफ्ते चलेगा।
May I have your lordship's permission to commence the proceedings of the court?
Yes. My esteemed colleagues on the bench, Mr. R. Venkatramani, Attorney General for India, Mr. Tushar Mehta, Learned Solicitor General of India, all the law officers, Mr. Vikas Singh, President of the Supreme Court Bar Association, Mr. Pradeep Kumar Rai, Mr. Rahul Kaushik, Mr. Manoj Mishra, President of the Supreme Court Advocates on Record Association, members of the family of late Justice A.M. Ahmadi who are present here and those who have joined us virtually, learned senior members of the bar, ladies and gentlemen. In assembling together, we pay our homage and tribute to one of the finest minds and a true friend of our legal fraternity, Justice Aziz Mushabbar Ahmadi, former Chief Justice of India. He completed his mortal journey, having led a full and fulfilling life, on 2nd of March. Our country has lost a jurist of a historic stature. As a young adult, Justice Ahmadi wanted to join the Merchant Navy and was selected. However, the selection letter was opened by his father, who himself was a judge in the district judiciary under the erstwhile state of Bombay. His father disapproved of the idea, and as fate would have it, Justice Ahmadi ended up following his father's footsteps. He often said that he did not choose law, but rather the law chose him. Justice Ahmadi was a man of many parts. He played cricket with the noted cricketer Salim Durrani, who passed away exactly a month after him on 2nd of April 2023. Justice Ahmadi began his legal career in 1954 when he started his practice at the bar in Bombay and later enrolled as an advocate of the High Court of Gujarat after the reorganization of states in 1962. As a member of the bar, he was among the pioneers of the legal aid movement in Gujarat. His legal acumen and advocacy skills were recognized soon enough, and he came to be appointed as a judge in the City Civil and Sessions Court of Ahmedabad in 1964. Appointment to the City Civil Court in those days was a stepping stone to a call to the bench of the High Court. In an interview, Justice Ahmadi narrates that he had no inkling of his appointment, and when Chief Justice J.M. Shelat offered him judgeship, he took some time to consult his family and especially his wife. He wanted to know whether his wife would be willing to live the life of a judge's spouse. In the end, Mrs. Ahmadi agreed. His children Huzaifa and Tasneem told me that Justice Ahmadi had a poor sense of direction and would often rely on his wife to guide him to the destination. His wife, Amina, was truly his guiding light in life. With her support and partnership, Justice Ahmadi rose from the ranks and was elevated to be a judge of the Gujarat High Court in 1976, and thereafter a judge of this court in December 1998. Justice Ahmadi holds the distinct honor of handling the judicial process at all three levels of the judiciary. Justice Ahmadi served this institution with consummate dedication and a fierce devotion to fairness, equity, and justice for 9 long years. He assumed the mantle of the Chief Justice of India on 25 October 1994 and became the 26th Chief Justice of India. The records of the Supreme Court registry reflect that Justice Ahmadi was a member of the bench in 811 judgments, of which he himself had authored 232 judgments. Justice Ahmadi was at his inimitable best in the courtroom. As a judge of exceptional intellectual abilities, he made significant contributions to the development of law, advancing the cause of secularism, substantive equality, freedom, dignity, and liberty. Some of his notable judgments include S.R. Bommai, L. Chandrakumar, Indira Sawhney, and Keshab Mahindra, dealing with the Bhopal gas tragedy. In S.R. Bommai versus Union of India, Justice Ahmadi wrote a separate 37-page judgment in which he emphasized the importance of accommodation and tolerance towards vulnerable religious, social, and linguistic groups, and concluded that adequate provisions had been enshrined in the Constitution to keep, as he said, divisive forces in check. In L. Chandrakumar versus Union of India, writing for the bench, Justice Ahmadi held that the power of judicial review vested in the High Courts and in the Supreme Court, enabling legislative action to be subjected to the scrutiny of superior courts, was an integral and essential feature of the Constitution, constituting part of its basic structure. In Alauddin versus State of Bihar, he laid down the procedure to be followed by judges in the matter of sentencing in terms of Section 235(2) of the Code of Criminal Procedure, 1973. He said that this provision is salutary and must be strictly followed. He held, and I quote, "When the court is called upon to choose between the convict's cry, 'I want to live,' and the prosecutor's demand, 'he deserves to die,' it goes without saying that the court must show a high degree of concern and sensitiveness in the choice of sentence. It need hardly be mentioned that in many cases, a sentencing decision has far more serious consequences on the offender and his family members." Justice Ahmadi was not one to shy away from writing a dissent where he believed that it was essential. He, along with Justice S.P. Bharucha, dissented with the majority view in the acquisition of certain areas of Ayodhya Act, holding the act to be unconstitutional. Aside from being one of the finest jurists, Justice Ahmadi was a great administrator, for the case pendency dipped to an all-time low during his term as the Chief Justice of India. When Justice Ahmadi joined the Supreme Court, he noticed that the total use of computers in those days was hardly 3% of its optimum capacity, and they were merely being used as word processors. When he took over as a chief, he transformed the way the Supreme Court used technology. He introduced computerized cause lists and made formal and extensive use of computers in the routine functions of the law. He built on the skills and management principles which he had devised during his time in the trial court and developed a method of categorization and classification of cases. After the successful categorization of cases, he got the docket pendency analyzed and took the challenge head on. He often had the slogan, "Don't get scared by numbers." Lord Justice Harry Wolff, the then Chief Justice of England and Wales, who welcomed Justice Ahmadi as the honorary master bencher of the Middle Temple, London, referred to him as the case cracker due to his success in reducing pendency of cases in the Indian Supreme Court. Justice Ahmadi has set the bar really high for his successors to follow. Justice Ahmadi extended active support to young advocates and encouraged them to appear before him. He made digital copies of judgments available so that junior members of the bar, in particular, those who could not afford the high costs of procuring books, could access the floppies and the CDs prepared by the Supreme Court. In an interview, he said that the basic idea was to ensure that junior members will have the advantage of a well-equipped library for that matter. His first step in increasing access to the judgments of the Supreme Court aided in increasing access to justice. Justice Ahmadi firmly believed in promoting young talent. In 1995, he formally introduced the system of judicial clerkships at the Supreme Court by employing a then fresh graduate, Arun Kumar Tiruvengadam, now a professor of law, as a judicial clerk. Justice Ahmadi often relied on the judicial law clerks to assist him in research and was open to their ideas and opinions. His dedication and devotion towards law, coupled with the aim of imparting quality education and encouraging young law students, did not let him stop after his retirement. and he accepted the position of chancellorship at the Aligarh Muslim University. He was conferred with several international recognitions and honorary degrees. He was a member of the American Inns of Court and was conferred a degree of Doctor of Laws honoris causa by the University of Leicester, England. He was nominated to various international committees and led several delegations and missions to East Timor, Liberia, Bangladesh, and Zimbabwe. When I had been offered judgeship, I had the opportunity to seek the advice of Justice Ahmadi. He was one of the arbitrators of a 3-member arbitral tribunal where I was representing the Reserve Bank of India in a dispute with a Canadian banknote company. On the last date of the arbitration in Ottawa, Canada, I sought an appointment with Justice Ahmadi for a personal matter. With a heart ready to help, he readily gave me sage words of wisdom. As I was still contemplating on whether to continue with my decision to accept judgeship, I asked him whether, after having spent his entire career in service, he still thought it was all worth it. Without a moment of hesitation, Justice Ahmadi said, "Absolutely worth it. I have not regretted a moment." And he said to me, "Do not look back, for I have never looked back." The life so well lived by Justice Ahmadi shows that the value of a true leader lies in the next generation, which he inspires and mentors through his words and actions. Justice Ahmadi has influenced multiple generations of lawyers and judges, including me, with his exceptional life. Throughout his illustrious career, Justice Ahmadi was known for his tireless work ethic, sharp intellect, and unwavering fidelity to the highest constitutional ideals. He was a beacon of hope for those seeking redressal through the legal system and was respected by all for his integrity and impartiality. Justice Ahmadi shared an unbreakable bond with his wife, who predeceased him by 6 months. There is an abiding photograph of both of them sharing a tender coconut, a dab as we say in Bangla, or a shahada as we say in Marathi, and smiling contently and peacefully, 2 straws sipping a single tender coconut. About his wife, he once said, "She is an unsung hero who always believes in work and not credit. To me, she is a great life partner, friend, and guide, who also had a great sense of understanding and respect. She has indeed made my life easy and happy. I'm highly grateful to Allah for giving me such a nice life partner." As I said earlier, since she provided directions to him when he drove his Fiat car, he would joke that she is his guiding light. What my own elder sister said of my parents applies or describes the relationship of Justice Ahmadi and the spouse. They were truly a package deal. On a flight from Delhi to Mumbai, when I was a young lawyer, I happened to occupy the seat next to Justice Ahmadi while his wife was seated across the aisle. When I offered my seat for her to occupy, Justice Ahmadi waved me to sit by him and tell him something about the legal profession as a young lawyer saw it. The monsoon flight to Mumbai was bumpy, and Justice Ahmadi muffled to me, "Watch my wife," he said. "She will start praying soon." Soon thereafter, I saw Mrs. Ahmadi pull out a copy of the Quran as she started reading it for protection for her and everyone else on the flight. He knew her truly well. Justice Ahmadi had a sense of humor without being trenchant. The noted astrologer Bejan Daruwala was a college friend. When he asked young Ahmadi whether he could read his horoscope, he replied, "How much will you pay me if I allowed you to read it?" Justice Ahmadi is survived by his children, Mr. Huzaifa Ahmadi, a distinguished senior advocate at our bar, and Ms. Tasneem Ahmadi, a leading lawyer at the Supreme Court, his daughter-in-law Insia Ahmadi, and his beloved grandchildren Insia, Adnan, and Ali Asgar. In an article in the Indian Express on 11 March 2023, his granddaughter Insia Vanvati writes that Justice Ahmadi always took out time for his family, whether it was to play a game of table tennis after the 9 p.m. news or to engage in deep and meaningful conversations about life and law. His family and confidants had the unique pleasure of observing Justice Ahmadi and learning the essential lessons of integrity, conviction, and courage under fire while maintaining dignity. Insia Vanvati captures the great loss that the legal community and the entire country feels on the passing of Justice Ahmadi. She writes, and I quote, "Although he no longer walks amongst us, and the world feels like a light has gone out without him, his legacy and memory live on forever in the hearts of all those who had the privilege of knowing him. We extend our deepest condolences to his family, friends, and colleagues. When our parents are no longer with us, fond memories and their values provide sustenance to our lives. We pray to the Almighty to give strength to the members of his family and to bear the loss, as well as to have the wisdom to pursue his values. May we find the strength and courage to carry Justice Ahmadi's legacy forward." Attention.
Honorable the Chief Justice of India, Honorable Judges of the Supreme Court, Solicitor General of India, the Additional Solicitor General, President and Office Bearers of the Supreme Court Bar Association, President and Office Bearers of the Supreme Court Advocates and Record Association, esteemed members of the Justice Ahmadi family, members of the bar, ladies and gentlemen. We have gathered here today to pay tribute to the extraordinary life and legacy of Chief Justice A.M. Ahmadi, the 26th Chief Justice of India. When we gather to remember the life and times of great contributors to administration of justice, we are engulfed by a sublime environment. All minds become keen to gather the enriching memories about the life and contributions of such persona. I understand that these sublime feelings with themselves are a great persuasion to collectively stand by the noble values and goals passionately pursued by such contributors. Chief Justice Ahmadi, it can be well stated that he dedicated the entire life in the path of administration of justice in its manifold sense. By his extensive contributions in the field of law and justice, spread over several engagements and dimensions of such pursuits, the riches that have been added to the field of justice are immeasurable. With his passing away on March 2023, we mourn the loss of a great legal luminary. Destiny assigned various duties to be discharged by him, transitioning from a lawyer to serving as a civil and session judge, holding the position of a law secretary for the state of Gujarat, and in due course getting elevated as a judge at the Gujarat High Court. The sum of all the above contributions marked him as a definite candidate to becoming a judge of the Honorable Court. His contribution to the development of criminal jurisprudence are noteworthy, particularly Keshav Mahendra was State of MP on the intent part under Section 304A of the Indian Penal Code in the context of the Bhopal gas leak tragedy. Sanjay Dutt was a state on the indefeasible right of the accused to be released on bail within the tight scope of the scheme of Tada. Amir Shad Khan was a Himingalyana, emphasizing the dual obligation of a detaining authority. Niranjana Singh was Jitendra Bhimraj on the strict construction of terms of imprisonment under Tada. These judgments and some of the important dimensions of criminal law and procedure, laced with keen insights, continue to shape the law. In the Philippine encounter deaths matter triggered by the writ petition filed by Mr. R. Suri, advocate, Chief Justice Ahmadi stood firmly in endorsement of the intervention by the court. Justice Ahmadi also found that it is the duty of the court to keep at bay attempts to stall such proceedings, which happened in the writ petition filed by an inspector of police claiming to act in a representative capacity on behalf of the UP police force. The opinion of the court is an example of the balance between the credibility and impartiality of an investigation without casting any reflection on the police force. The court engaged in a noteworthy analysis of Article 142 of the Constitution, after referring to the Delhi Judicial Service Association case and the Union Carbide Corporation case. This analysis is a further reflection of the Honorable Judge's keen perception of the unique feature of Article 142 of the Constitution, elevating its importance consistent with the necessary restraint that will go into the invocation of Article 142 of the Constitution. Two thoughtful opinions penned by Justice Ahmadi deserve acknowledgement. The observation made in RKJ in the Union of India has set in motion over a period of time the importance of looking at sound tribunalization with due importance to the independence of the judiciary. the principle of suspension of a conviction of a sentence in the context of avoidance of disqualification laid down in Ramnarang versus Nameshwarang pertaining to a director of a company anxious to avoid disqualification has now become part of the law of suspension of conviction, which is inroads into election law. If one has to quickly scan the length and range of fields of law visited by judgments such as Ahmadi, we can see that it extends on the importance of the right to know about the affairs of the government formulated in Dinesh Trivedi's case, the importance of the right to exhibit or broadcast in Doordarshan, a work critical of the governmental functions, as propounded in LIC versus Madhubai Shaw, the question as to whether a person who is not elected as a member of either house of parliament can be sworn in as the Prime Minister, touching upon the interpretation of Article 75, among other provisions of the Constitution, answered in a fine balance of logic, relevance, and representative democracy, rendered in SP versus H.T. Devagowda, a few indelible dimensions of jurisprudence. Justice Ahmadi's dissenting view in NDMC versus State of Punjab, where he voiced a strong opinion against the court lapsing into dealing with issues not directly raised in the proceeding, is a caution forever to be kept in mind. The narration will be incomplete if we don't advert to the milestone laid by the court in the TN Session case, which has added strength and substance to the election law of the country, as also the judgment in NHRC with the state of Arunachal Pradesh, with an unqualified emphasis on the life and liberty right under Article 21 of the Constitution. How can one close one's attention to three other seminal constitutional contributions rendered in Bommai, Indira Sani, and L. Chandra Kumar? No part of the important chapters of a constitutional adjudication remain uninfluenced by this opinion. In one sense, S.R. Bommai and Ismail Faruqi stand together in the staunch advancement of secularism. The post-retirement life of Chief Justice Ahmadi bears testimony to his compassion and commitment to several human causes as well as social interests. He passionately engaged himself in the activities of the Bhopal Memorial Hospital Trust on his appointment as chairman. Records show that Justice Ahmadi played a significant role in the establishment of the Bhopal Memorial Hospital and Research Center. It is said the service rendered by him is visible in the commendable quality of medical treatment made available to the gas victims, and the hospital remains even today as an important center of medical care. It's just a matter of course that he received several international recognition. His work in the amelioration of human rights violation in East Timor is exemplary. Justice Ahmadi's contribution to the cause of legal education and laying emphasis on the importance of clinical legal education and attainment of equipment, coupled with ethics, continue to inform the Bar Council of India in its ongoing engagement in the cause of legal education. The recommendation made by the committee headed by Justice Ahmadi towards important amendment to the Protection of Human Rights Act 1993 in strengthening the NHRC with least governmental intervention is yet another illustration of the balancing of principles in conflict. His pioneering work as executive chairman of the Committee for Implementing Legal Aid Schemes opened up new avenues. I was fortunate to receive an autographed copy of his book, Flow of Thought, at the time of his launch. At a personal level, Chief Justice Ahmadi will be forever remembered by me as the Chief Justice who was instrumental in my designation as senior advocate. In addition to having been chairman of several advisory boards and Gujarat State Pay Commission and member of the Ravi NB of the Water Dispute Tribunal, Justice Ahmadi served as the distinguished chancellor of Aligarh Muslim University for more than one term. Ahmadi's legacy is not only defined by the remarkable judgment, but also by his dedication to nurturing young talent. In conclusion, let us remember that A. Ahmadi is a beacon of justice, a champion of equality, and a tireless advocate for the rights of all. His legacy will continue to guide us as we strive to build a more just and inclusive society.
Honorable the Chief Justice of India, Dr. Dhananjay Chandrachud, Honorable Judges of this Court, Learned Attorney General for India, Shri R. Venkatramani, Shri Tushar Mehta, Learned Solicitor General of India, Law Officers of Government of India, members of the family of late Justice A.M. Ahmadi, members of the Executive Committee of the SCBA, Shri Manoj Mishra, President SCORA, members of the Executive Committees of SCORA, members of the Bar, ladies and gentlemen. Today we have assembled here to honor the legacy and pay homage to Justice A.M. Ahmadi, who made immense contributions to constitutional jurisprudence of our nation. Justice Ahmadi was born on 25th March 1932 in Surat, Gujarat, hailing from the Dawoodi Bohra community. He was the son of a junior civil judge. His father's decision to enroll him into the science stream made Justice Ahmadi realize the hard way that science was not his cup of tea. Thereafter, he decided to join the field of law. He did his first year of law from Sir L.A. Shah College in Ahmedabad, but upon his father's transfer to Surat, he completed law from the Sarjanik Law College, Surat. Clearing the enrollment examination in first attempt, Justice Ahmadi began his career as a lawyer in 1954 by enrolling as a district pleader in the Bombay High Court and commenced his practice thereafter in Ahmedabad. It is worthy to mention that Justice Ahmadi donned many hats, from a lawyer to being appointed as a judge in the City Civil and Sessions Court for Ahmedabad, as Law Secretary to the State of Gujarat, then as a judge of the High Court of Gujarat, and ultimately being elevated to the Supreme Court. I remember reading somewhere that Justice Ahmadi had no inkling for his appointment as a City Civil and Sessions Judge. One day he was called to the Chief Justice J.M. Shaila's chamber. Justice Ahmadi was quite nervous as to why he was summoned. During the meeting, after talking about several things, he was offered the position, thoroughly surprising him. He sought time to consult his family, especially his wife, as he needed to know if she would be willing to be a judge's wife. Justice Shailat, however, asked Justice Ahmadi not to reveal it to anyone, as it was supposed to be kept a secret. Justice Ahmadi immediately responded by saying that his answer would be a no, as he could not take such a momentous decision without consulting his wife. Thereafter, Justice Shailat reluctantly allowed Justice Ahmadi to consult his wife, who finally agreed. During his tenure as a judge of the Gujarat High Court, who served as a member of several advisory boards, such as Advisory Board under the Conservation of Foreign Exchange, Prevention of Smuggling Activities Act 74, Prevention of Black Marketing, Maintenance of Essential Commodities, and the Gujarat State Third Pay Commission. He also served as a member of the Ravi Bias Water Disputes Tribunal, Punjab Settlement. He served as President of the Supreme Court Legal Aid Committee and as an executive chairman of the Committee for Implementing Legal Aid Schemes in India. On 25th October, he was appointed as the 26th Chief Justice of India, the third Muslim Chief Justice of secular India, after Justice Muhammad Hidayatullah and Justice Mirza Hamidullah Beg, and continued to serve in that capacity for more than 2.5 years. Justice Ahmadi was known for his sharp legal mind, his commitment to justice, his integrity, and made countless noteworthy contributions in shaping legal education. Widely regarded as a visionary in the legal field, he laid the foundation for modern-day legal education and its continued evolution. A judgment should be drafted when read is able to explain the complex and vexed question of law and facts to a stranger. A perusal of judgments authored by Justice Ahmadi would reveal how complex legal is can be explained in simple and understandable terms. It is no secret that Justice Ahmadi was a hard taskmaster and an able administrator. His administrative skills bore results when, by the end of his tenure as Chief Justice, the pendency of cases came down to 1800 from 1,20,000, as told by him in an interview to the Bar and Bench published on 7th August 2014. As Chief Justice, he ensured the usage of computers was expanded to their optimum capacity. Notable examples are the classification and categorization of cases and making caseload available in digital format. He was aware and sensitive towards the obstacles faced by junior members of the bar in accessing judgments, as many could not afford subscription to libraries and purchase expensive books. Thus, an endeavor was made during his tenure to prepare reasonably priced CD-ROMs and floppy disks to aid them. Justice Ahmadi is also to be credited for starting the judicial clerkship in the Supreme Court. Justice Ahmadi was very good to the junior bar. I once overheard him telling someone while he was Chief Justice that I can ensure SLPs come in 3 days, but that will affect the mentioning which go on for juniors. It will only allow them to mention and not dismiss mentioning. It helps the junior bar. I personally have been having very strong, fond memories of appearing before Justice Ahmadi as a junior member of the bar then. In Ismail Faruqi versus Union of India, Justice Bharucha and Justice Ahmadi formed part of a minority judgment. In the judgment authored by Justice Bharucha, the minority found the acquisition of certain areas at Ayodhya 1993 to be unconstitutional. They opined that the act limited to Muslim communities' ability to seek justice by preventing them from pleading and demonstrating adverse position. The court determined that such a limitation was against the fundamental principles of the Constitution and antithetical to the notion of secularism. While setting aside the act, the dissenting opinion noted, Ayodhya is a storm that will pass. The dignity and honor of the Supreme Court cannot be compromised because of it. In 2008, Justice Ahmadi released a book titled A Guide to Uplift Minorities, brought out by Jamaat-e-Islami Hind to help and guide the social workers who were active in the field of welfare of minorities. The 207-page book was meant to guide the non-government organizations working for the minority communities to run their programs effectively with effective aid from the government and other funding agencies. He was a staunch champion of human rights, and beside his profound contribution to the Indian judicial system, he, at the behest of the United Nations International Court of Justice, World Bank, and International Bar Association Human Rights Institute, led several delegations and missions to East Timor, Liberia, Bangladesh, and Zimbabwe, respectively. After his retirement, he was invited to speak at various universities and forums worldwide. In India, he used his status to speak on political issues such as minority rights. He was a man of staunch conviction and belief who remained unfazed by criticism of the media. He was widely known for his professional qualities. Not many know that he was also blessed with a great sense of humor and full of humorous stories. He was occasionally tempted into a game of Ludo or table tennis. Justice Ahmadi had a naughty side to him also. During his college days, it was compulsory to have headlamps on cycles which were never switched on during evening. If not, then the police used to stop and confiscate the cycle. While Justice Ahmadi used to cycle, he used to remain the light, he would put the light on. But once he reached near the police station, he would purposely switch it off. The police then stopped him, to which Justice Ahmadi used to reply, "No, it was working. Check it once. The bulb is warm." He used to thoroughly enjoy these episodes when the police they had no option but to let him off, as the bulb indeed remained warm. Justice Ahmadi was extremely close to his wife, late Amina Ahmadi. She was his tremendous pillar of strength who stood by him through the difficult and trying times. Her demise in August 22 was probably the biggest loss in his life. Since her passing away, Justice Ahmadi was dispirited and probably lost the will to live. Justice Ahmadi was also culturally active. He used to be a member of the Navratra committee that used to be there during Navratri season in Gujarat. He liked and took a lot of interest in gardening. While he was in the High Court, he had bonsai plants of his own. However, due to grueling work schedules in Supreme Court, he could not pursue that interest here in Supreme Court. His children never practiced in Supreme Court while he was a judge in the Supreme Court. He was of the firm belief that it was desirable for the institution that children or relatives of sitting judges do not practice in Supreme Court. He left for his heavenly abode on 23rd March 2023. He is survived by his son Huzaifa Ahmadi, an eminent senior advocate of this court, and his daughter Taslim, also a very eminent advocate. I offer my deepest condolences to the family on behalf of the Supreme Court Bar Association.
May I request all of you to stand up to observe 2 minutes silence in memory of late Honorable Chief Justice A.M. Ahmadi, former Chief Justice of India.
May I have your lordship's permission?
Yeah.
May I have your lordship's permission to conclude the proceedings of the court?
Normal court work will resume at 11:30 a.m.
The weather turned absolutely bad. Unbelievable. What I saw the day previous to when I saw while I landed to what I was now seeing, sudden change. It turned blizzardous. How this particular thing came up was because Kal Bulkuma realized that the map that he was being shown had a straight line drawn from a point called NJ 9842 joining the Karakoram Pass. It's not one man who does it. It's a team that does it. Jal Chibba was quite forthright. He said, look, the Chinese have occupied Aksai Chin because we were not at Aksai Chin then. And since it's our area, we must occupy it. Pakistanis were sponsoring expeditions through the Saltoro ridgeline because between the Saltoro ridgeline and the Karakoram mountains is the Siachen glacier. Ziaul Haq himself telling DG ऐसा है पंजाब में इनको लगाए रख तू and Siachen will take. So Pakistan is not a country which can be trusted at all. Here to sustain 10 men on top of Bilafonla probably would have a tail which is of 40 to 50 men. When we were hoisting the national flag over there, just about reaching Bilafonla, I find a helicopter coming from the Pakistani direction. He saw that these Indians are already on top of Bilafonla. So he took a U-turn and went back.
Namaste, Jai Hind. Welcome to another edition of ANI Podcast with Smita Prakash. Joining me on this edition is my colleague Ajit Dubey, Editor, National Security. 13th April 2023 marks the 39th anniversary of Operation Meghdoot. It was the Indian Army operation to seize control of the Siachen Glacier, which was considered the highest battlefield in the world. In 1984, the Kumaon Regiment, one of the oldest infantry regiments of the Indian Army, and units from the Ladakh Scouts, nicknamed Snow Leopards, were tasked with the responsibility of digging into and controlling the critical peaks and passes of the glacier. Why was this significant? What role did it play in the India-Pakistan conflict? Did we learn lessons from the operation on the LOC, the line of control between India and Pakistan? And has it come into play when our forces deal with the ground situation at the line of actual control with China? To speak on Operation Meghdoot, I have with me Lieutenant General Sanjay Kulkarni, recipient of the Param Vishisht Seva Medal, Ati Vishisht Seva Medal, Shaurya Chakra Sena Medal, Vishisht Seva Medal. Thank you for coming on the podcast, General Kulkarni. It's an absolute honor to have you here. 39 years since Operation Meghdoot. You were a young officer then. So tell us what happened then.
Firstly, thank you very much to have invited me. I could not have asked for a better platform. Wonderful. Thanks once again. Now, going back 1984 that you referred to when we launched Operation Meghdoot. Of course, as a young captain, I was familiar with that area. And that is where we had that advantage. And more than anything else, it is, again, like they say in the army, it's not one man who does it. It's a team that does it. So I owe whatever, now that I am sitting in front of you, I owe it entirely to my men, my seniors, and the battalion that I was commissioned into for Kumaon. Having said that, let me tell you that in 1978, to begin with, for the first time, I got to know that something like Siachen is there. That's primarily because Colonel N. Kumar,
Bull Kumar.
Bull Kumar, he was the commandant of the High Altitude Warfare School. And since he was the commandant High Altitude Warfare School, he was taking some officers onto Siachen. And as part of the course, we had to climb a peak called Stoke Gangrene Lake. And we were also there. And that's where we found out that seniors are going in a different direction, and that they were going to a place called Siachen Glacier. And that's where we heard for the first time Siachen Glacier. And not knowing that subsequently in 83 and in 84, I would also be a part of it. Now, how this particular thing came up was because Colonel Bull Kumar, while interacting with one of his own foreign mountaineer, realized that the map that he was being shown had a straight line drawn from a point called NJ 9842 joining the Karakoram Pass. Now that alerted him as to how come this friend of his is carrying a map and has the point joining straight in mountains. You don't have straight lines. And because the Karachi agreement stated point NJ 9842, thence north onto the glaciers. And it wasn't that.
The Karachi Agreement between India and Pakistan.
1949.
UN mandated agreement.
Yeah, absolutely. So that is what it was. So he, when he saw that, it sort of, put him on this thing. He said, he requested his friend if he could give that map to him for rupees 500.
He was a civilian.
Civilian.
That mountaineer was a civilian.
It was, Mr. Walker, some German friend of his, a mountaineer, who had done with him previous expeditions and had also done river rafting with Colonel Bull Kumar. And therefore, again...
Colonel Bull Kumar was still in the Indian Army.
Very much. He was the commandant. He was the commandant as a colonel of the High Altitude Warfare School, then located at Gulmarg and Sonamarg. And that is where we were interacting. And he said, then when he saw this map, he took the map and he got in touch with the army headquarters. Since Colonel Bull Kumar is from the Kumaon Regiment, the chief of the army staff then was also from the Kumaon Regiment, General Raina. And then he got in touch.
Who became chief of army staff later?
General Raina was the chief of army staff.
Oh, he was already there.
He was already the chief of army staff. So he got in touch with him and he was put through to General Chibba, who was then the director of military operations as Major General. And so he asked him, and Bull was very well known in the army for his exploits as an excellent mountaineer. climbed Mount Everest, Kanchenjunga, Nanda Devi. So he was a very excellent mountaineer. So he went and obviously Jal Chibbar asked him what brought him here. He said, well, I have a map and wherein line shown is straight from point NJ 9842 joining the Karakoram Pass and thereby
This is which year, sir?
this is I'm talking in
78.
1978. So he was obviously, he said, is it so? And when he looked into it, he said yes. He said, now what is it that you want us to do now? He said, before this cartographic aggression by the Pakistanis start, and Jal Chibbar was quite forthright. He said, look, the Chinese have occupied Aksai Chin because we were not at Aksai Chin then. We must not sort of give away Siachen Glacier by not being there. And since it's our area, we must occupy it. How do you plan to do it?
So, before we go on to the whole expedition of how you occupied it, you use this term cartographic aggression. If you could just explain to our viewers and listeners what that means.
You know, cartographic aggression means on the map, you start showing certain areas which have international recognition that it is yours. So, slowly and steadily, people start believing that this area belongs to the country that it is. And therefore, you find, like I said, the cartographic aggression, Siachen Glacier is in the Karakoram ranges. The NJ 9842 that is there is the last demarcated, delineated map on the ground and demarcated. It wasn't beyond that. No demarcation could be done because it's glaciated, extremely difficult to go there. And therefore, it was said, point NJ 9842, thence north along the glacier. So
Along the ridge.
Along the glacier. And obviously, if you joined it to the Karakoram Pass, the Chinese supposedly accept the Karakoram Pass as one of the points on their so-called LAC, but accept it as a point between India and China as a boundary. And that's a subsequent thing because they want it, the Karakoram ranges. We look at the Kunlun range, and in between the Kunlun range and the Karakoram range as the Aksai Chin. So we lost the Aksai Chin over a period of years because we did not have people over there patrolling and doing things of that kind in a manner that we could have shown our occupation then in 50s. So having said this, Jal Chibbar said, let's occupy. So what would he do? So he said, we will go for a patrolling of this area. So Colonel N. Kumar decides to patrol with these officers from the High Altitude Warfare School who are part of the advanced course. And while he is doing that, he is buzzed by the, the Pakis flew their saber jets over them to say that
Over the Indian Army
over the
team.
people who were then mountaineering this particular
In 1978.
78 and even subsequently when
Okay.
he did it. So obviously Pakis saw that the Indians are showing interest in this area which they believed, as I said, cartographic aggression, they believed that this area belonged to them. And
So
not
the
to
saber
India.
jets flying over the Indian team, was it some kind of an aggressive
Yeah,
stance?
well,
Or just
messaging to the Indians that this area belongs to us and you are not supposed to be there because Pakistanis were sponsoring expeditions through the Saltoro ridgeline because between the Saltoro ridgeline and the Karakoram mountains is the Siachen Glacier, which is about 76 kilometers long, about between 2 to 8 kilometers wide, about 300 meters deep. And this glacier is, the world calls it the third polar region. Extremely cold. Temperatures go as low as minus 50 degrees centigrade. You have wind speeds of going as high as 100 kilometers per hour. And you have snowing almost about 15 to 18 meters of snow in a year. So this kind of
inhospitable completely.
Absolutely, totally inhospitable, and most of us, except for these mountaineers, and nobody would want to venture it out. So this is what Colonel N. Kumar did in 78. He did it again subsequently to show this thing. And the Pakistanis sponsoring expedition, foreign expeditions primarily from Japan and UK, Austria, all of these people who were being sponsored to that particular area. So there were two passes on the Saltoro ridgeline. One was called the Belafon La. La means a pass, and the other one was Siala. And so these two passes is where these foreign expeditions would venture through Siachen Glacier on to what would be termed a mountaineer's paradise. Lovely peaks. Sia Kangri, Kangri means a peak, Soltoro Kangri, Terem Kangri, all these lovely peaks that were there. So obviously the Pakistanis sponsoring expeditions virtually came to a grinding halt because none of these expeditions could come if the Indians are on the Siachen Glacier. So on the Siachen Glacier, you hear most of the time Pakis talk of Siachen. They're nowhere near Siachen because Siachen is hemmed between Saltoro onto the west and Karakoram onto the east. Very distinctly you can make out because Karakoram are black in color. Range is absolutely black in color. And you have Saltoro which is light brown in color. And between these two ranges is this Siachen Glacier. And if you read Musharraf in The Line of Fire, he says it very clearly that the Indians preempted them. Now at that point of time in 1983-84, Musharraf was a colonel who was part of the MO, their military operations branch, and he was privy to what is going on. And there, then 10 Corps Commander Lieutenant General Jahan Peet Khan, he was the Corps Commander, and they had the Northern Area Commander who was a Major General. He was again, I think, Peer Daat Khan, and they had SSG, who was a Brigadier Mahmood, was in charge. And Jal Akhtar was the ISI chief of theirs, and Jal Zia was the chief of the army staff and the president of Pakistan. So this kind of a thing. And obviously when they saw that in 1983, when I had the chance of being part of Polar Bear 1 and subsequently Polar Bear 2 as part of the mountaineering, we used to call it the long range patrolling, LRP. And that LRP involved staying over the glacier for a period of about 80 to 90 days. And it would invariably be conducted from the month of June, July, more convenient months to be on the glacier, and terminated by September, October.
So Polar Bear 1 and Polar Bear 2 were in 1982?
83. In 1983.
And then 84, that is
84
precursor to Meghdoot.
Of Meghdoot.
Okay.
And in 82, we had launched Ibex Hunt. So Ibex Hunt was a long range patrol which was launched in 82, and 83 was Polar Bear 1 and 2, and Op Meghdoot in 1984 on the 13th
So
of
Polar
April.
Bear 1 and Polar Bear 2 was your first impression of the Siachen Glacier?
Yes.
And sir,
walking on.
this Bear 1 and 2, both there was some difference
There's
of
gap.
time or
Now that's a very interesting question because there is a gap between Polar Bear 1 and Polar Bear 2. And why Polar Bear 2 had to be launched? Because when we launched Ibex Hunt in 1982, that was the time for the first time I got an aerial reconnaissance of the Siachen Glacier because we had just about gone there in an area called Turtuk. And Turtuk is part of Baltistan. And that's in our occupation, which we had
Part of Pakistan occupied Kashmir? No.
supposedly what we call Gilgit-Baltistan.
Gilgit.
71 it came to
Yes,
India.
Pakistan. We occupied it in 1971, Turtuk, and that is where my battalion was. And since we were there and this long-range patrolling was going on, I got a chance to fly with the helicopters to be seeing what Siachen Glacier is all about. And as luck would have it, 83, I was told that I have to lead the long-range patrol onto the glacier. That's because the officer was leading in 1982 sprained his leg, so he couldn't go in 83. So as I was the patrol twice, they said, "Now you have to lead
Fortuitous.
it." Perfectly fine. So how we all took on this particular mission was in 83, like what you asked the question about why Polar Bear 1 and why Polar Bear 2. While we were in Polar Bear 1 and we were venturing and we were on the Siachen Glacier, to be able to get to Belafondla, there were 3 camps which have to be set up, Camp 1, Camp 2 and Camp 3. And even when Kal N. Kumar went to on the Siachen Glacier, the porters, you'll be surprised, were paid the same sum of money per day as they would be paid climbing Mount Everest. So the porter who was there in Nepal assisting mountaineers to climb Mount Everest were being paid then.
Belafondla.
The same amount would be paid to the porters who were with us were on the Siachen Glacier. So that because who would venture? Because every porter carried just about 15 kgs. Logistically, we were only supported by the porters and of course by the helicopters over there. So in 1983, as part of Polar Bear 1, when we went up to Belafondla, I saw some rappers on the glacier. I said, so surprised, who could have come along this particular route? And then there were rappers with markings, which I didn't know then that they were whether Japanese or the Chinese. Because the script
The
It's
characters look the
virtually
same,
The
yeah.
characters are quite similar. Now, of course, I understand the difference between the Japanese script and the Chinese script.
They were Chinese rappers or Japanese?
Yeah,
Japanese.
I'll tell. So later on, I was told there were the Japanese rappers and some Japanese mountaineers that wanted to come that way. So when I saw those rappers, obviously on the radio set, informed that some rappers have been found on top of Belafondla. And guess who came to see and interact with me? None other than the later General Bipin Rawat, who became the CDS. His father, who was then General Rawat, he came, who was the chief of staff over there, and he asked me, "ये कहाँ पे देखा तूने? किधर मिला तेरे को?" I told him, I found
He
it
was
at
Northern
Belafondla.
Command.
He was in, I think, part of 15 Corps.
15 Corps, okay.
And he came there and he asked me, and he took those rappers along with him in 1983. Having taken the rappers and the Pakis got to know that we are on top of Siachen Glacier. So we de-inducted in the month of somewhere a little mid-August, we de-inducted. The Pakistanis.
So wait, let me interrupt you because this is not something that many people will understand. What is de-induction?
Yeah. Now, what happens is, since I told you it's a long-range patrolling with a specific duration that we have to stay, so we go and induct ourselves onto the glacier. So since we have inducted on the glacier, now is the time to de-induct because it will now get very, very cold, extremely cold, because the time that we are there, June, July, August, are months that are reasonably comfortable, that we can stay on top of the glacier. So now that we are de-inducted,
So both India and Pakistan used to de-induct in the winter months.
so Pakistan would never induct.
Okay, they would never be
They,
there.
they never had. The Pakistani officers invariably accompanied the foreign expeditions as a liaison officer to those expeditions.
Okay.
And they would de-induct with the party, which we had never seen. If it had happened, it would have happened in 78, 79 and that period. But
So
not
what did
when we were there.
induction mean at that stage? You'd put tents or
Yeah,
you would
yeah.
dig in?
Induction meant staying on the glacier for the duration that we are supposed to be, maybe 60 days, 75 days, 90 days,
Okay.
whatever be the duration. So you properly pitch tents over there and you stay on the glacier. So you are inducted in and de-inducted from the glacier.
So for Pakistan
duration.
viewers, Pakistan was not inducting before the Siachen conflict. Let's be clear on that. General Kulkarni is
No.
putting it on record.
And now what you just said is a very important thing. When we de-inducted from the glacier, the Pakistanis inducted.
Okay.
Now they realize that since the Indians have left the glacier, they de-inducted to see if they could occupy the glacier in 1983. Now this was revealed even by Musharraf in his book In the Line of Fire.
I've read that twice over
Yeah.
because I can't believe that somebody could write self-praise so much.
I must tell you.
But Siachen really bothered him.
Two generals of the Pakistan army, General Ziaul Haq, whom their own officers have written, lacked officer-like qualities.
Yeah.
And he became the chief of the army staff and the president and a martial law dictator. And they've themselves written on Musharraf, highly indisciplined, wouldn't take orders so
Yeah.
easily.
And
That
he's
was
written
Musharraf.
that. He's written that in his own book.
Yeah.
Taking
That's
pride.
what कौन कहता है अपने बारे में ये ऐसे? But he
Yeah,
did
he was
that.
like that. And
right.
he,
So sorry
he was
to
part of
interrupt.
the SSG also.
Yes.
Now,
Commando, yeah.
as a commando. Now, what had happened was when they inducted, and when they inducted, they couldn't sustain themselves on the glacier. And when they couldn't sustain themselves on the glacier, they inducted in the month of October. And they couldn't, and that was the SSG. And Brigadier Mahmood was supposedly there, tough man on SSG, commando, brigadier, who subsequently was replaced by Musharraf. So Mahmood decided that his team is not able to sustain itself, and they de-induct. And General.
And how long could they stay there, sir?
They hardly could stay there. They came and they.
Less than a month.
Not even 2 days probably.
Okay.
They found themselves extremely difficult to sustain themselves. But they left a note for us. And that note that they left to say that, look, you have inducted on the glacier, which is ours. And they then for the first time admitted to say that point NJ9842 line joins the Karakoram Pass and not as what the Karachi agreement said, thence north along the glacier. So that was the first admission by the Pakistanis that this line, now this is
This
very important.
cartographic,
Yeah, the
aggression that-
Now this is very important. Who joined this line? NJ9842 to Karakoram Pass. Now this also has a history because it's called the Hudson's line. The Americans did it. as Americans, as part of, for aviators to fly, they must know whether they're stepping into which country and, where are they like. So the Americans were being told time and again in 60s that look, the whole of Jammu and Kashmir is part of India, and you cannot have this kind of line drawn, Pakistan occupied Kashmir, Jammu and Kashmir and all that kind of thing. The whole of it is ours. And therefore this cartographic straight line being drawn was drawn by a person called Hudson as part of the American survey team. And that advantage Pakistanis took because they were part of CENTO organization. They were with Pakistan, with the Americans, and the Americans at that point of time were perturbed with the Soviet Union having come into Afghanistan. The Pakistanis were training the Mujahideens to throw the Soviets out of Afghanistan. So a whole lot of this
Geopolitics playing
geopolitics was playing. And at the same time, when this was going on, Zia told his ISI chief at that point of time that, look, keep the Indians occupied in Punjab. And then only can we be able to occupy Siachen Glacier. Otherwise, once there's a confrontation, then we may not be able to handle it.
Yeah, 1983 was at the peak Punjab peak problem.
Punjab scene was on,
Yes.
and
The Khalistani problem,
The
yes.
Khalistani problem was there. The Soviets were in Afghanistan. The Americans were wanting a foothold. They were using Pakistan, the Mujahideens, the Taliban, and all these kind of things that were cropping up at that point of time. So you found that at this point of time, when the note was left by the Pakistanis, obviously it was clear that Pakistanis are now trying to show some interest in Siachen Glacier. And General Chibber was forthright to say that we have to occupy. Nothing, we can't leave it. Default fait accompli nahi hona chahiye. We must occupy Siachen Glacier. Now that area is approximately about 5,000 odd square kilometers, and originates from Indira coal. Coal is along here, the Nubra River and the Shok River, which then meets at Khalsar, and then this river goes and meets the Indus and Skardu. Now, having said that, and they realized it, and when they attempted to come in 1983 as part of, we re-inducted. That re-induction is what I call Polar Bear 2.
Okay.
So we went there, and by then the Pakis had de-inducted. We re-inducted, we again de-inducted, and that was virtually the end coming of 1983. Now the INT reports started coming in that Pakistanis had picked up almost 1,000 mountaineering equipment from Europe. So the entire Europe was denuded of the mountaineering equipment. Now this mountaineering equipment is the same as what the mountaineers used for climbing Mount Everest.
So you get intelligence from RAW, probably, or military intelligence, that Europe may
this thing has been picked up.
Okay.
I think it was, if I'm not wrong, it was Vikram Sood, who was then as part of RAW located in Srinagar, who may have interacted with General Hoon, who was then the corps commander, to say that, well, the equipment khareed liya hai. So 2224, you had something going on in Siachen.
Mr. Vikram Sood, chief of RAW, who was probably station officer in Srinagar.
Those days in Srinagar.
Okay.
So he must have interacted with General Hoon, may have told
And
him
General
that
Hoon at that time was?
the corps commander.
Was
He
the corps
15
commander.
corps commander.
Okay.
And all of this area used to come under him. Now you have 14 corps.
14 corps. This is post-Kargil.
Ladakh. But those days it used to be one, that is 15 corps, under whose jurisdiction the entire area came in. So when this was going on, so General Hoon thought, then he also went, because if we were to launch, because the preparation had already started.
So this General Chibber and General Hoon say that we've got to do this. Now, in this kind of an operation, do you need an okay from the political leadership too? Would the Raksha Mantri have been informed, or is it need to know basis and they're not informed?
See, at this point of time, firstly, I'm just a captain at that point.
Right.
Of time. That's very important, because I would not be privy to all what is going on at that point. I'm only privy because I'm part as a mountaineer, being part of it, associated and training people, taking them up, ensuring that they survive under such harsh conditions. But yes, Delhi was taken on board, and that is where when you see Delhi gave a green signal. That was Mrs. Gandhi at that point of time, that yes, it could be done. The
Raksha Mantri was Mr. Venkatraman at that time.
Now, since Mrs. Gandhi was on board, General Hoon had very good association with Mrs. Gandhi, primarily because of Sikkim.
Okay.
When Sikkim became part of India, General Hoon was then the advisor over there in to the king of Sikkim,
Sikkim.
and that is how Mrs. Gandhi and General Hoon were close. Now, when the OK came, at this point of time, Pakistan was wanting to launch operations. According to them, and what Musharraf says, the corps commander wanted it the 1st of May because they failed to sustain themselves in 1983 on top of the glacier. So he said, let's do it on the 1st of May, much that Musharraf says that he was as part of the military operations branch, and they had suggested that it should have been March. They wanted it March, but unable to sustain, the corps commander, General Jahan-Beer Khan, said, well, it is better that we launch on the 1st of May. And 1st of May being decided, in January, they had picked up this entire equipment from Europe. So by Jan of 84, the equipment, the mountaineering equipment has been picked up from Europe, about 1,000 sets by Pakistan. Obviously that alerted the Indian intelligence to why so much of equipment had been picked up by Pakistan from there. And that obviously then put us on this thing. We didn't know what's going on in Pakistan because it's only the book which Musharraf has written reveals
Much
all
later,
of it.
yes.
Because he himself said that I was in MO and I was aware of what is going on at this point of time. And then when Ziaul Haq was being briefed, so he said, okay, Operation Ababil to be launched on the 1st of May on the recommendations of their corps commander to say that it is very difficult. So 1st May is what we will launch.
So much before Operation Meghdoot was put into play, there was Operation Ababil by Pakistan to occupy Siachen Glacier.
Or to be launched on 1st of May
1st of May,
1984.
1984.
So that is the Pakistan part. Now, for us, we were told that we would launch on the 13th of April 1984 because then Brigadier Channa, who was the sector commander, he said 13th is Baisakhi and it's a very good day. Of course, eyebrows got, everybody said, sir, 13th is supposed to be unlucky.
Oh, number 13.
Why do you want to launch it on the 13th? He said it's Baisakhi and it's one of the most holiest days. And Pakistan also celebrates Baisakhi. We also celebrate Baisakhi, and there couldn't have been a better New Year for us to launch our operation.
Yeah, because Baisakhi is celebrated across both sides. Because
on Pakistan side also and on the Indian
because
side.
it's a harvest festival.
Absolutely.
So they don't celebrate it as a religious
Yeah,
connotation.
but they celebrate as for harvesting,
Harvest.
and we celebrate as a New Year.
Correct.
And things. So Baisakhi was chosen as this thing. Now for that, General Hoon had gone shopping, and he realized that all of the equipment had been picked up. And then I was ticked off in one of the presentations by General Hoon when General Chibbar asked me that, can you launch operations? Because you've been there in June, July of 83. Can you do so if we were to prepone it? So I didn't know the date or anything like that. So as a youngster and being asked by the army
Lot of
commander,
josh.
obviously I couldn't have said no. That was first. And secondly, I said, since I'd gone there and I'd stayed there for so long, I said, by all means, sir. He said, remember the equipment is what you all wore in 1983. He said, yes, sir. I told him positively, same equipment, we would be able to do so.
Siachen, even during summers, it's
Very
minus.
cold. Very cold.
It's
Even
very
normal,
cold.
it's minus.
Did you? And even today we see this lack of extreme winter clothing. So what did you manage with in those days for your polar bear, ibex, and all these?
Totally Indian equipment.
Okay.
Totally. The same coat parka, the same trouser with two inners inside, and the shoes that you. Yeah, absolutely. It was perfectly. I thought if I'd lived with all that clothing on top of the
That you
glacier,
could do April
I can do it
also.
in 84 also. इसमें बड़ी बात क्या है? I didn't know. Then obviously General
June,
Hoon-
July and April में बहुत फर्क
General
है.
Hoon took me aside and gave me a bollocking. He said, youngster, you don't know what you've just told the army commander. It's not possible. Now, in hindsight, I feel he was right. Because when we were launched in April, and I must tell you, the equipment, of course, didn't turn up till the 12th of April. Now that was a big thing. General Hoon had gone to buy the equipment.
And
and
this is
equipment-
also coming from Europe, sir.
yeah, all of it was to come, and it was down. Down is an equipment which is of feather, and the down feathers are from birds which are there in Europe, and probably lakhs of birds make one coat because the feathers are so warm, and that's what keeps you warm. And the because of the down feather, the jackets and the trousers are so light that you don't even feel the weight of it. So they had not reached, and now 12th April हो गया सवेरे कुछ भी नहीं 13th April तो we were to launch, and I was told that you do a recce of Siachen Glacier and see for yourself what you had seen in 83. Is there any change, or do you see any marks of people walked over or something like that on the glacier? So I was I was flown around the glacier. I saw all of it. Absolutely.
Chopper flight.
By chopper. So absolutely no footprints, nothing whatsoever on the glacier. It looked as
Pristine and
pretty beautiful, class, as if nobody had touched it, and everything. Flew over Bellafondla, flew over Siala and all of it, and got back. So we were ready. Clear weather, absolutely perfect. And I was also happy that up 13th April ko we launch, and everything would happen. 12th April at around 5 o'clock in the evening, in Mi-8 those days, now we call it Mi-17s. Those days the helicopter, a different version of Mi-8s, they brought this equipment. Shaam ko ye, because generally in that area, nobody flies.
where are you right now?
We are at the
Base camp.
base camp of the
Okay.
Siachen Glacier,
Siachen
from where we are supposed to launch
Okay.
on the glacier. They call the snout of the glacier. That's just
These are your in tents.
we are all in tent.
It's still freezing cold there.
Everything is in tentage only. With my team, my company commander was Major Sandhu, VRC of 1971 war, and we were another two youngsters who were to sort of establish Camp 1, 2, 3, and also be reserve patrol-based platoon to us, with Captain Paramveer Yadav as one platoon commander, Lieutenant Gusai as another platoon commander, and the third was myself under company commander R.S. Sandhu, tasked for Bellafondla. And Major Bahuguna, who unfortunately passed away some time back, and he was the other company commander for Siala. So Siala, he was the company commander to occupy Siala, and we were to occupy Bellafondla.
So this Bellafondla, Siala, and isn't there a
There's
third one?
another one called Gyongla.
Correct. That's what I
I'll
was
tell you
wondering. That was later. Okay. Yeah.
Gyongla story later. So this is how. So Bellafondla, recce hua, sab kuch theek. I was happy, and then I was brought back and to be ready to launch on the 13th. So 12th in the evening at 5 o'clock, I find this equipment has landed. Now this equipment was in cartons, so many cartons. Now किसी में jackets हैं, किसी में trousers हैं, किसी में shoes हैं, socks हैं, king, that is the fire heater, so many things, goggles, the balaclavas, so many. Now शाम को 5 बजे, if the equipment has arrived, and next day morning at 5:30 you have to launch. I said, chalo, andhera up now with laltens and whatever that we had, or maybe a generator, one bulb laga karke, first to be able to,
Sort it out.
segregate all of
Yeah,
it.
yeah.
And then people like me, we will suddenly have an extra large jacket. It will be almost, I'll be wearing 3/4 of mine will be in one jacket. So based on this thing. And the Kumaunis are also not very tall. So since I'm from the Kumaon regiment, the boys were same, and some are
So
here, some
Ladakh
Kumaon.
scouts wale nahi the.
Ladakh Scout with her. Ladakh Scout also had to be given the same equipment.
Yeah.
So the equipment that came and segregated, we always, the jackets and trousers was not a much of a problem. The inners was not a problem. The socks was the shoes was a big problem, because the shoes looked almost identical whether it is left foot or the right foot, because they're special mountaineering shoes.
Oh.
They all look alike. So anyway, we found ourselves wearing those, and ready. And we found this thing. Next day morning, early morning, we got up at 4 o'clock and all set. And then we found over 5 o'clock or 5:30 ke aaspaas, about 7-8 helicopters, coming to the base camp, being flown by the Air Force pilots. And they all came to the base camp to take us onto the glacier. So we wore that equipment and ready. With me was my operator, Mandal, or radio operator. So every helicopter could only take 2 people. And because pilot, co-pilot, and 2 of us in
And
a
the
small
radio,
helicopter, like that. So, and we were told radio silence. Nobody will open the radio sets, lest Pakistanis get to know that there is some activity taking place. So, the total radio silence. We were self-contained for 5 days. 5 दिन के लिए खाना पीना सब कुछ, you have to be self-contained for 5 days. After 5 days, by the time we would have established ourselves on the glacier, then of course, fait accompli, we would have we've been in full occupation of the Siachen Glacier.
Occupation is whatever, what they said, 99%.
Yeah, the possession of
Occupied
this thing is occupied. Once
Yeah.
you've occupied, 90% possession is yours and everything
Yeah.
is yours. So keeping that in mind, and we launched ourselves and Mandal with me, and there were two more boys in the other helicopter, Ramesh, remember very well, and Prakash. Now both these boys were with me in 1983 also. So I knew, we had that understanding with each other. So Ramesh and Prakash in the other helicopter, and I was in the lead helicopter, and that helicopter was keeping a watch on us, and we were to land. And as soon as we were to land, the pilots had already taken me on a recce before. So perfectly fine. I thought I'll land, and I was sitting comfortably. Suddenly on that internal radio set, he told me, Sanjay, we can't land here. I said, kya ho gaya? He said, no, you have to jump. I said, jump I will, yeah. No problems at all. Usko thoda sa niche hover karo, and I'll jump from the helicopter. But I'm not too sure how's the snow condition.
Why couldn't he land? Because not sure about
they
the...
were
Not
not too
sure
sure
whether it was
the-
hard surface or
the
it was
helicopter, if it has to land, there are lots of crevices. Crevices are deep, huge thing, and this loose snow makes it look plain.
Okay.
It's only when you land, you suddenly realize that you have landed on top of a crevice and the whole helicopter will sink. Totally it will go inside the crevice. So the pilot, he was aware of it because he had flown. He said, yeah, I'm sorry, I can't land. I said, I wish you had told me when we can't come for recce only, we can't land. He said, now I feel that we can't land. And we are about 3 kilometers short of Belafonda. I suggest you jump. I said, okay, I'll jump. But I said, look, I've got one small Ateka bori with me. I'll first throw that from this thing to see whether the surface is hard. If the surface is hard, if that doesn't sink, then even when I jump, I will also won't sink.
You're not talking about para jumping now. You're just talking about
You have to
jumping.
straight jump. You have to open the this thing
jump
and-
from 10, 15
Yeah,
feet?
they come down. They hover low.
Yeah.
But you have to jump.
You could also fall in the crevice
Yeah.
if it is soft.
So
Frozen
to
forever.
avoid that, I told him, I said, yeah, aate ki bori hai. Let's first throw this so that
That's your ration which you're
open
carrying
the
with you.
Door.
Yeah.
And once you open it, we'll throw it down and we'll see kitna sink karta hai wo. If it doesn't sink, it stays on the surface. That means it's quite hard. And you hover out, I'll jump. He said, perfectly fine. So Pekka, I saw it was on top, it hadn't sunk. Perfectly fine. I said, ready? Ready. I said, chalo, jump. And when I jumped, obviously my radio operator, Mandal, he couldn't jump because he had the radio set that was on his lap. So वो radio set लेके तो he couldn't jump. So I jumped and I saw the whole thing. I walked around a bit. That helicopter, after I jumped, it took off and I saw that it's okay. I gave a thumbs up. I said, no problems.
You can land. Okay.
So the other helicopter was also seeing this helicopter. So it landed with Mandal, and the other two who were with me, they also landed. And then the subsequent sorties started coming in. From the base camp to reach Belafonda, it would take us about 35 odd minutes for the helicopter to fly in, the next sortie to come in, because the same helicopters have to go back, refuel if required, take another 2 passengers, come back and land. So all this would take about an hour or so. So for that duration, you're alone on top of the glacier, the first few
You're not pitching your tents, you're not sorting.
and
no,
nothing. So far, we are just there.
Okay.
Waiting for the entire platoon. We were 30 of us.
The height and the temperature, sir.
See, the height at that is almost about 18,000 plus.
You took off from 11,500?
About 11.
11,
About 11,000.
and
you can
reached
say.
18
And
in half an
18,000, the height that we were.
At-
Belafonda is at about 18,500. Siala is about 19 odd thousand. And similarly is
Okay.
the Indira Kohl over there. So once
And the temperature would be at this
temperature at that point would be at minus 20.
time? Ugh.
So
Okay.
temperatures are minus 20. It was a clear day.
Okay.
And it looked very clear, lovely blue sky and absolutely white all around. It was perfect. I mean, I could have asked for a better condition.
How many are you right now?
I had four of us.
That's it.
That's it.
The first-
Because
the
first lot.
so
Okay,
so
okay.
me and my radio operator and
Prakash and Ramesh
Prakash.
and, huh.
And we were there. So having done that, and then the subsequent sorties would have
Brought
come.
the others.
So the subsequent sortie, and I found in about half an hour or so, Mandal complained of I'm having headache. Now this headache is very common in high altitude. We call it the, it could well be a part of HAPO, high altitude pulmonary edema. When suddenly you get disoriented, you don't feel comfortable. So he's complained of headache. And I said, now you better sit down, do nothing whatsoever. And we'll mark the helipad. And the helipad will be marked because we have seen all other helicopters, we know exactly where to come. So that he was not able to talk. I said, don't worry. The next chopper that comes, we'll take you back. Now, he's the only single radio operator with me and who had to be evacuated. Even though he had trained so hard.
At Hawes. Even down.
Even
okay.
down below where we were.
And he was there during Polar
of
Bear
course,
also?
He was not part of Polar Bear 1 or
no.
2, but he was part of the subsequent training. And the training was very tough. Since we were all part of it, we trained them very, very hard
Okay, but
to be able to sustain. And, training at Khardungla. Khardungla itself, to get across this area from Leh, if you go, Khardungla is 18,380 feet. That's the pass you have to cross by driving to be able to get on to Partapo. So all this training at high altitude, there was nothing that was left to chance. We were all.
But Mandal
geared
Saab
up.
is not well right
Mandal
now.
poor thing falls sick at the last minute. So koi baat nahi. So I told Mandal, now, aap jao and you leave the radio set with us and you deinduct. So he deinducts in the chopper that comes next. Now subsequent people start gathering. Major Sandhu was the company commander. He brought the entire team and we all settled down. So we were 30, now left 29 because one deinducted within an hour of our landing over there. By about 11:30, the weather turned absolutely bad. Unbelievable. What I saw the day previous to when I saw while I landed to what I was now seeing, sudden change. It turned blizzardous. Wind speeds of over 100 kilometers, nothing visible. We couldn't see anybody. I said, oh God, what's all this?
Aren't you happy you have this equipment that you're
Yeah,
wearing, those what General
that's what
Hood
I
had said?
Thank God. As I said, in hindsight, I would say that you're absolutely right.
Yeah.
Terrible. Absolutely pathetic. Now the same choppers were to go back and troops land at Siala. That means Major Bahugana's team was to land at Siala on the same day, the 13th of April 1984. Now this kind of weather conditions, obviously no chopper and nobody would come. Even we couldn't see each other. At not even 2 meters I could see anybody. It was that bad. Oh God, I said, ye kya ho gaya achana? Now some who were part of with me in 1983 were familiar to this kind of a weather. So we could sort of understand ki kya hoega. But the rest of them who were seeing it for the first time, young boys, all of us were 21, 22, 23-year-old youngsters on top of the glacier. We were probably Colonel Sandhu was the oldest as a company commander. He must have been about 35 or something like that. Now we were all young, 24, 25 and 21, 22-year-old youngsters, sepoys with me. So I said, yeah. I told them, I said, now pitch up tents. These imported tents had come. Arctic tent, pup tents in which about 2 to 3 people could stay in. I said, first let's get into it and then we'll see what is to be done. Bela Fondla baad mein jayenge. Pehle let's hold ourselves on ground. 13th of April, extremely bad weather. 14th of April, extremely bad weather. 15th of April, oh, terrible weather. I said, ye dekho ye kya ho gaya? 13th bad, 14th bad, 15th bad. Now 15th and
all this while you people were
we are
sitting in the
tent.
tents.
We are in those 2 pup tents, only clearing the snow because hum dab na jaye. The snow is also, it snows so heavily, about 8 odd feet of snow in one night only. So we should not, so from inside, the boys are just, hitting that cover so that the snow doesn't rest on it and it sort of drifts off. And one boy will come out, clear the snow and again enter.
And food and water, sir?
We were self-contained shakarparas. Shakarpara is the standard food which we had at that point of time. We had chocolates, we had shakarparas.
That also must be turning into ice?
Oh, extremely difficult to eat. Extremely difficult to eat. But we had those fire kings, Those fire kings were from Switzerland. Small little this thing which would keep the tent warm. 2-man Arctic tent would just have this area that you have for this table. So इसी के अंदर 2 आदमी ने घुस के रहना है, अधिक से अधिक maximum 3 people can sustain themselves in these 3. Just lie down. Nothing else you can do. So you have your rucksack, you are there and nobody else is there. So that's all. And then you're eating those shakarparas and you're eating the chocolates that are there with you because there's no way you can cook. because in this kind of weather, what will you cook and how will you cook? It's extremely difficult. That little fire king was enough to make it warm. So every time we would attempt to go out to Belafondla, people like me would sink up to waist deep snow. Well, not able to walk even 100 yards and 200 yards, we would be back. Now, around 15th, when we were attempting to go, I heard, come back, shouting, come back. I said, what happened? Got back. We found that Ramesh was no more. Ramesh died in the night because of hypo and froth in his mouth. And poor thing is no more. I felt very bad because he was a very good buddy of mine and had been with me in 83. I said, kaise ho gaya? So now the question arose. We got back halfway. We were to Belafondla. We got back. And now Major Sandhu said, now what do we do here? I said, sir, we have no option. Today is only the third day. Though we were told to have radio silence for 5 days. And we are self-contained for 5 days. In one tent, there are 3 of us. Only the 2 officers are there in one tent. Otherwise, the men are almost 3 in one tent. And I said, now we can't leave him inside the tent and other 2 boys to sleep with him. It may, thoda sa inconvenient ho jaye. At the same time, we can't leave him outside. Just because he's no more, you can't leave him outside also.
That's the respect for a fallen
because
soldier.
It's snowing, I said. It's snowing so heavily. We'll not be able to find out only usko kahan rakha hai. Because you will not know where it is. It's so extremely difficult to find out. I said, sir, let's open the radio set and let's inform. Khabar kar dete hain कि हादसा हो गया and one boy is no more. So sure enough, because of this bad weather, radio silence, there was enough kind of halchal happening at the sector headquarters, at the army headquarters, that this team of 30 seems to be missing. They are not.
But they had told you 5 days.
Yeah, 5 days. But
still.
Brigadier Channa did tell us that, look, boy, don't open the radio set for 5 days because, and sure enough, thank God these instructions were there, because had those instructions not been there, the Pakistanis would have also, because they had planned for 1st of May. So obviously anybody who's wanting to come on top of the glacier on the 1st of May on Saltoro would already be sitting at Skardu and Khapalu maybe a fortnight before and 10 days before. Otherwise, they just can't launch. And Musharraf himself said that it takes Indians 7 days to occupy Siachen Glacier. It takes us 1 day because their roadhead was absolutely just at the base of the Saltoro ridgeline. Okay. And they just had to walk up to occupy the glacier. So that they could have got on to the Saltoro ridgeline much faster than what it was for us. So he said, radio set khola. I said, so we have no option of kya karenge. It is better that we inform. Otherwise, so we informed. And, weather cleared up and very nice of General Hoon. He flew in the helicopter and he dropped the national flag from the top onto us, and a small little, little bag with the national flag in it. And he said, we told him by all, indicating to him by signal that this is what it is, and he didn't land. But then he took off. He knew that we could send a chopper to evacuate and take back Ramesh from there. So Ramesh, obviously by then the body had become extremely stiff.
How do you mentally deal with this?
At that point of time, you don't have anything. You know that poor thing is no more. And
but you don't let emotions come into play?
We had, of course, said that you do feel bad that your buddy is no more.
And said Ramesh could have been the first casualty of Siachen.
Yeah,
operation.
Mandal was the first one who didn't die, but was evacuated because of hypo. And he was the first casualty of real
Siachen.
death.
Of Operation Meghdoot.
On Operation Meghdoot on top. And his name is there in the war memorial. This at India Gate. When I went there, I did see the name of Lance Naik Ramesh. He was subsequently being, given Kirti Chakra, posthumous. I'll tell you later how I met him there. And when this was, he was evacuated. And then we moved towards Belafondla. Can you imagine? I'm on top of Belafondla, just about to reach Belafondla, which is about 18,500 feet.
Sir, putting in context, you're talking about, we are talking about the first casualty of Siachen. Ramesh was that. And now, today when officers go or Jawans go, or even as journalists when we go, we know how much acclimatization we have to do, or for staged wise acclimatization, 14 days, 7 days, super high altitude and all those things. Now, when you people went in, there were no scientific studies on effect of high altitude, on what it could effects it could have on a human body, how you should behave, what you should do, or was there some kind of basic study?
See, we have enough inputs because if you recollect 1962 war, and since 62 also was fought in eastern Ladakh at Razangla, where Major Shaitan Singh decorated with Paramveer Chakra. So we all, induction into high altitude is very, very scientific. As you rightly said, acclimatization is a must. So you have your 7 days acclimatization, 10 days acclimatization, 14 days acclimatization, depending upon the heights that you have to go in. All this training that we are supposed to be doing, because you can't. There is a saying, no, you can't be a Gama in the land of Lama. So that's a very
There's
famous
another
saying.
one which I've heard you say, pet mein roti.
You know, that is the, I always call it as the mantra for mountaineering. You know, pet mein roti, haath mein soti, chal choti. That means you must have a meal in your stomach. You must have something to hold so that you are not swept off by the wind and this kind of a weather condition, or don't step into a crevice by mistake, and chal choti, because you should not get breathless. Because if your breathing is synchronized with your stepping, then it's a great success. But generally, most casualties occur because you don't seem to realize it. You know, you're young and you feel, daud lunga, chal lu. It doesn't happen. So they say, don't be a Gama in the land of Lama. So it's all these sayings and all have a lot of meaning behind it. So we all undergo what you rightly said.
So-
We all undergo proper acclimatization. Every entire study is there, whole of it. There's no question.
Even
of-
those days.
Absolutely, 100%. And but what happens, seeing is believing. आपको कितना भी पढ़ाया जाए, आपको कितना भी बताया जाए, it's only when you experience it first hand, when you see that wind blowing at over 100 kilometers an hour on your face, and when you only find yourself covered with snow all over, and there's nothing but hitting you, your hands aren't moving, and nothing is, baat nahi karne ko aa raha hai, then you realize all that studies are now coming to you, being told, because
Yeah,
you only
coming to
experience when you are experiencing all of it. You be told 10 times over that don't worry, in an avalanche you can, if an avalanche comes, just see to yourself, dig down and hold and seal. You know where it is. Don't panic, don't do this. Very easier said than done. When you're in the crevice, don't panic. In the crevice, you've gone 40 feet down, panic, you don't know what's happening to you, and everybody is trying to motivate you, but you're losing your. So it's easier said than done. You're only a man who's experiencing. You find so many of your friends have lost legs, so many of them have lost limbs, hands,
Frostbite,
fingers,
yes.
frostbite, chilblain, insomnia, losing their health. There's so many things that are happening. So the man who experiences it, he alone knows where, the wearer knows where the shoe pinches.
Sure.
No, it's easier said. So in this kind of what you said, how being acclimatized and all of it,
We finished with 13th, we finished with 14th, and with 15th.
Fif-
So before we reach 15th, you talked about General Hoon giving you this bag or putting
so
with the
national
flag.
National
Why?
flag.
Why
that
was
national
that?
flag, I had to hoist it at Belafonte. I'll tell you a very interesting story of this national flag also. So for that, we hoisted, and when we were
On 15th, you've hoisted on.
on 16th of
16th you've reached
we
Belafonte.
reached Belafonte, and we have hoisted the national flag.
Okay.
So when we were hoisting the national flag over there, just about reaching Belafonte and hoisting the flag, I find a helicopter coming from the Pakistani direction. Now that helicopter, like we have cheetahs, they have llamas. That aircraft is similar to what we have, the llama. Where two
American probably.
Yeah, a small little chopper with a pilot and a co-pilot and 2 passengers. It's flying right in front. Now obviously the helicopters have a limit to which you can fly. No? You can fly maximum 19,000, 20,000 feet. After that it won't fly. So as it is, I'm standing at 18,500. So high, how will he be going? He can't go to his extreme. So he was right in front, and so I saw their pilot's eye and my eye. Both are seeing each other. Now he saw that these Indians are already on top of Belafonte. So he took a U-turn and went back. So now he must have gone and told that, look, we were wanting to preempt India. The Indians have already preempted us. They're already sitting on top of Belafonte.
So this wasn't a satellite imagery or whatever. There were nothing like that.
He himself came and he saw
Physically
for
he
him.
saw.
Now, how did he come? That is also equally. Moment Ramesh passed away, we had to open the radio set. So moment we opened the radio set, obviously they picked up the radio signals. So when they picked up the radio signals,
there
they
is
knew
some activity.
कि ये तो सियाचिन के ऊपर हरकत हो रही है. These Indians are already somewhere here. So he must have been sent to go and see
A
recce the
recce.
area कि भाई देखो कहाँ है. So the only way to induct into Siachen from the Saltoro ridge line was Belafondla. So when he is wanting to cross Belafondla, he sees
You're already there in
at top of Belafondla. आँख से आँख मिल गई तो वो तो बेचारा यू टर्न लिया और खिसक गया वहाँ से. Now,
But you're carrying ammo with you when you're there.
yeah, we are carrying a weapon.
Which
we are
rifle
carrying
was it, sir?
a 7.62 mm SLR.
SLR.
So that was the
Oh
rifle.
my God.
Yeah. So good rifle. Nothing wrong with the rifle. But the fact
It was
is,
heavy.
You know, we are
I'm
not
just
going to
thinking
start
with all this ordnance to climb into that.
with that weight and
Weight,
everything
that's
and
what I'm
all of
thinking.
it we have to
Yeah.
reach there. Obviously the Paki pilot took a U-turn and he left. Now, the next day, the 17th of April, when Major Bahuguna's platoon, which was to be inducted on top of Siala, because of the clear weather now, they inducted and occupied Siala. So the next day, the same helicopters which had brought us to Belafondla, but could not take them to Siala on the 13th, and the 14th, and the 15th, and subsequently. So they took now this platoon of Major Bahuguna and landed at Siala, and they occupied Siala.
So Operation Meghdoot actually comes into fruition by between 13th and 16th.
13th and say 17th of April.
Of April.
Everybody now is occupying
1984.
the passes of Belafondla and Siala. And at the same time, simultaneously, despite the bad weather, we were establishing the camps along the glacier. Camp 1, Camp 2, Camp 3, Camp 4, Camp 5, Camp 6. So if you have to walk all these camps, each camp meant 1 day walk.
That's more than even Mount Everest.
Mount Everest required 3. Camp 1, Camp 2 and
And the peak.
peak. Camp 3 is assault, straight assault on the Mount Everest. You have to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and then again, if you were to go on the Lolofon Glacier, you have to go on the go to Siala. There's a long, stretch. You have to walk, establish one base camp, and then walk up to Belafondla. So all this that was happening. Now we had, rightly so, we had preempted the Pakistanis. The Pakistanis initial, of course, they had wanted it to occupy in March, but their co-commander, as what Musharraf says, suggested to be occupied on the 1st of May. We occupied the Siachen Glacier on the 13th of April, 1984. So that is how we found that all of this got occupied. Now talking about what you just referred to, the national flag of General Hoon. So since General Hoon had dropped the national flag for us for putting out on the Belafondla, we had put that flag over there. Then subsequently, Mrs. Gandhi, as Prime Minister, had to be told that Siachen had been occupied, and she wanted to come and see for herself also. Dekho kya hai, what is it like? So as luck would have it, the day she was to fly, it was total whiteout.
Which was
Nothing.
still in April. We're still talking
I
about
think
it.
she came later. She came later in May or something like that, and not even something May, June, around that time. And so when she was flying around, much later, because 23rd of June we had repulsed an attack of the Pakistanis on the glacier, and same time when what was going on in this thing, simultaneously Punjab also had the problems going on.
Operation Blue Star in
Blue Star,
84.
84.
Yes.
उसी वक्त June.
June.
And here Pakistanis launched an attack on Siachen on the 23rd of June, 1984. And before that, on the 27th of April, the first firing took place on Siachen because we had occupied the passes. The Pakistanis were attempting. And how I realized that...
Now it's become a battlefield.
Now, not till the 27th and the first day. Now, I saw a crow, a white crow. I remember having seen a white crow in 1983 also once, and I see another crow, I said, if there's a crow, that means this crow is following somebody.
Food.
He's following somebody. He couldn't have seen our food because he's coming from the park side, and this crow is following somebody. And sure enough, the Pakis were right in front of us at a place called Ali Brangza on the Lolofon, on the Belafond Glacier. We are on the Lolofon Glacier, terminates at Belafondla, and the Belafond Glacier runs along Ali Brangza on their side. And they were sitting there with a lot of troops and everybody all seated. And that's where the first firing took place on the 27th of April.
But you're at a height, they are low.
Oh, much lower.
Okay.
They must have been at about 16. We must have been at
So
around 18.
strategically, you're in a better position.
Where? See, in mountains, whoever is occupying
top.
heights is dominating. And anybody who occupies heights dominates, it's extremely difficult to dislodge him. He can only be dislodged if he is found sleeping or is complacent. Otherwise, very difficult to dislodge. Now, when this had happened, this national flag, and when Mrs. Gandhi subsequently was flown in and she had a whiteout condition, she didn't see anything. She saw a national flag being flown in because of the saffron color and the green that was visible to her from this. She said she couldn't see anybody. She said, you were saying that there are troops over here. I don't see anybody. Neither do I see anybody living over here. And how could anybody be living in such conditions? But she saw some flag and she said, I can spot a flag. Who's there? So he told her, that's our post at Belafondla, and that is where we are. He said, excellent. And whatever this, she must have asked questions to the corps commander or the army commander was flying with her, and the thing ended. Then next day, I get
But
a
she
call.
couldn't land.
No, she couldn't. She
So
only-
that is why the first prime minister to land in Siachen was Dr. Manmohan Singh.
Manmohan.
Nobody came to Siachen.
Nobody
all
could
those years,
land
nobody
because
could
of
land.
Invariably, it would be bad weather.
नहीं but sir, summer में तो land कर
Yeah,
सकते
and,
थे ना.
even
Bad
in
weather.
summers, even Mrs. Gandhi's attempt was in June, July
July,
only.
but
no?
couldn't.
So, well, again, bad weather only. So, no, weather can turn bad. I told you 13th April in the morning when we land, perfectly clean, blue sky, fantastic. And within hours, everything turned topsy-turvy. So, you can't, and when she came, it was, obviously, if the Prime Minister is being flown in, the weather clearance.
But did you know that she
Yeah.
is flying?
Nobody would have
Nobody
known.
would
Nobody would have
Nobody
known.
would have
It's only when you venture into the glacier that you realize that मौसम तो बहुत ही खराब है.
No, but did you know that the prime minister would
No,
be
no,
flying?
no. He didn't know. Not at
You
all.
didn't know.
And sir,
no.
when you talk about 27th first firing taking place, by that time, what was your, matlab, how many of us were there on the?
See, we were 30 in any case.
Hmm.
And then subsequently, we were built to around 50.
50.
From 30, we became 50 because others came in. You know, there were lots of people as key troopers came in.
So you're a young
Took
man
them-
at that
Yeah.
stage. Do you realize the significance, or do you just think it's another?
Believe you me, today when I look back, I feel people ask that you are asking me after 39 years, kya kiya, kaise laga. At that point of time, nothing. We were enjoying every bit of it. We were very lucky. We thought that we were trained and that we are living and surviving. And every day was fantastic day, and eating chocolates if we could. And it was good time. Badam, kishmish khao, chocolate khao, kabhi khichdi bana lo, and good time. We were all youngsters and everybody was. But by then, every day, about 3-4 people would be hit by chilblain, frostbite, insomnia, unable to, severe headache, not able to eat, not snow blindness, can't see. So it was terrible. Every now and then these people, despite being trained, they would become casualties because most of the casualties on the glacier are because of weather, not more so because of firing. So this was the 27th, and Mrs. Gandhi ka main bata karke I'll tell you then the battle. So when Mrs. Gandhi saw all this, and Colonel Pushkar Chand was the overall task force commander. My force was called the Zorawar force. So we were on thing, and the Pakistani they used to call themselves the Burzil force. Burzil. So not Buzdil, Burzil, and the Burzil pass. And okay, they called themselves Burzil force. We were called the Zorawar force on top of Belafondla, and so I got a call from Colonel Pushkar Chand. He also, poor thing, is no more, passed away as a brigadier. He was also Mount Everest climber, and very excellent climbers. So he told me, Sanjay, come down. No, he was a very nice person. He told me, Sanjay, come down. I said, sir, how am I supposed to come down? He says, obviously, पैदल चलेगा तो और कैसे आएगा? मैं कहा, sir, have I to go back again? So he said, that I don't know. तू नीचे आ जा. मैं कहा, sir, देखो, it takes camp. You have to first come to patrol base, then camp 3, camp 2, camp 1, then I come to the base camp. These 4-5 days of walking I have to do. And moment I reach base camp, you'll again say, Sanjay, ऊपर चढ़ जा. So again I have to walk back. I said, don't joke with me like this and all. So, and the conversation ended. He thought probably Since he was a colonel, I was only a captain. And over there, a little informal. So next day again, he said, have you started walking back? I said, no, I'm still there only. He said, jaldi aa niche, main teko bola, you better come down fast. I said, sir, how am I to come down? Unless until you give me a helicopter lift, I don't mind coming down. And you can again induct me. So he said, no, you come down. You have to go to Europe. I told him, I said, sir, मैं ही मिला आपको टांग खींचने के लिए सवेरे सवेरे. So
Why? Because it was improbable for a young
yeah, I said,
officer to
what? I said, Kal Pushkar Chand, trying to keep me happy, amused or something like that. He said, tu jaldi aani chahiye and you have to go. I said, sir, mazak mat karo. And I forgot about it. Again, he called me in the afternoon. Have you started? I said, started? I said, sir, you are joking with me. मैं ही मिला आपको joke करने के लिए. He said, no, you have to come down. I'm serious now. Please come down. I said, what happened that I have to come down? I've done no wrong, I told him. And I should be here only. He said, no, you come down. And he said, you have to go to Europe. Mrs. Gandhi has decided to send you to Europe. To 5 countries you have to go. Huh? I said, again a joke? Or me? Or koi nahi mila? He said, no, you come down. And sure enough, as soon as I got down, I was sent for my visa and passport and everything. I went to France. I went to Germany, I went to Switzerland, I went to Italy, and then I went to Austria. And Mrs. Gandhi saw this national flag. And she said, who it is at Belafondla? So they said, this youngster is there. Usko 15 din ke liye trip do.
Okay.
So I went to Europe as part of a team which was to buy equipment. They said since he is now aware of the equipment that has come from Europe, he can also suggest certain ways to see that what more modifications are required. And I had my first trip abroad, kind courtesy.
Did you go back, sir, then to the mountain?
No, I didn't go back.
You weren't?
Because by then, by 90 days ho gaya tha mera.
Huh.
Because I was inducted in April. And, generally on top of Siachen, we send people for 90 days.
So when you were there, you could look into the Shaksgam Valley?
Yeah. Now the Shaksgam Valley is not towards Belafondla. For Shaksgam Valley, I saw it later. I was again posted there as Chief of Staff of 14 Corps. And then that time I flew over Indra Kol. So when you're flying on top of Indra Kol, you can see the Shaksgam Valley. And I could see the green grass. Imagine, I was flying on top and I saw the Shaksgam Valley, which had been ceded by Pakistan to China in 63, which is adjoining the Siachen Glacier. And in the Shaksgam Valley is the Khunjara Pass, through which comes the Karakoram Highway, which now has the China-Pakistan Economic Corridor, which connects it to Gwada and comes from Kashgar, from Xinjiang province. Xinjiang province, Kashgar, comes down to Khunjara Pass, goes along Baltistan, Gilgit, runs along Skardu, goes as part of Karakoram Highway, then becomes the China-Pakistan Economic Corridor and then joins the Gwada.
That part of India where Indians can't go.
Yeah.
That valley. That,
yeah,
that,
but part
I
of...
believe it's very beautiful. That
wonderful. That's also about 5,000 square kilometers that the Pakistanis had to cede to China because to settle the boundary dispute. China has a boundary, land boundary with 14 countries. And only 2 countries they have not settled the boundary dispute with. India and Bhutan. These are the only 2 countries. With all other countries which they have a border with, they have settled the boundary dispute in give or take, mostly take, never give. So Pakistanis lost Shaksgam Valley and settled the boundary dispute with China. And Karakoram Pass, with which we refer to from NG 942, had that succeeded, it would have had Pakistan, China and India at that tri-junction.
So one question I had for you that, I was reading about in one of your interviews, you said that you did your early schooling in Karachi and then you left Karachi and came to India and joined Bal Bharti, then Air Force Central School and then Shri Ram College of Commerce. So how come you were in Karachi?
See, my dad was posted in the High Commission over there and during the 62 war, we were there in Karachi.
The India-China war.
Indo-China war. I saw all of it. But by 65, we were back in India. And that was the time, for the first time in the Indian High Commission, a certain number of people were told to leave Pakistan in 96 hours. Or was it 72 hours, something like that. And a similar number of men, whoever were told to leave Pakistan, similar number of men from India also would have been told, because that's a very reciprocal thing. But that was for the first time. I have memories of the aircraft coming from India, bringing us back to Delhi. So my initial schooling was in Karachi. We were staying on Clifton Road, what is now where you find it is something like what we call Lutyens Delhi. So Clifton Road in Karachi is like that. And I was studying in a school called Wendy's School.
The Bhuttos lived, I think, in Karachi.
Yeah, Bhuttos, everybody. The top notch of Pakistan are on Clifton Road, including Dawood.
Dawood Ibrahim, yes.
he's
Are you
also-
watching?
he
General
also
Kulkarni
stays-
might just return there.
He also stays on Clifton Road only,
Okay.
guarded heavily by the Pak Army for him. But that's the way. And I studied in Wendy's School, which was not very far. And
Why did India-Pakistan do this? Because the war was with China.
No,
No,
but
no,
65 we were
62
going to, there
the
was
India-Pakistan
after
conflict.
62 war,
Okay.
Ayub
62
Khan
was,
thought that it is an opportune time because India has lost to China and that nothing better. And he used to think that he used to call Indians topi walas. कि ये तो
घास खाने
हाँ,
वाले
ये
हैं.
हम इनको हैंडल कर लेंगे, हम पठान हैं. And you'd be surprised, Patton tanks, your Sabre jets, latest of artillery equipment, all had started coming to Pakistan from United States. And all of it was being assembled. It would come in shipment to Karachi.
This
Lock-
was preparation for
preparation
the first
for
war,
what he wanted
second
to
war.
do it in 65.
In
And he did
65.
it.
Right.
It is just that you can have equipment, but to use it in a manner like a professional, it takes a lot of time.
But you were just a child at that time and your parents told you what? That we're going back to India.
Yeah, going back to India. And while going, it was fantastic. I think we went in a ship. While going, we went in a ship.
Karachi to Mumbai.
Mumbai to Karachi.
Huh.
And took quite I think may have taken 4 or 5 days. So it was fantastic. As children, we were enjoying on the ship, khana, pina, masti. While coming also, it was damn good. Because there is an air hostess who came with a tray with a lot of chocolates. And I still remember, I asked her, how many can I take? She
This was
said,
Air
"You
India
take-
probably, right? Yeah.
Take as many as you want.
Yeah.
So it was free for all thereafter.
Yeah. So Karachi was the consulate out there, right?
Yes. No,
that.
we had an embassy,
You had an embassy.
High Commission in Karachi. Subsequently, that Islamabad as a capital came
Okay.
up, that now you have Karachi virtually as a consulate. But those days,
It
it
was-
was, and I think the ambassador was not the president, the old called G. Parthasarathi, who was
yes.
also India's ambassador in
doyen of
China.
foreign service.
Yeah,
Yes.
India's ambassador in China, who
Yes.
was also India's ambassador in Pakistan. And, I have memories of his in the High Commission, jana, picture dekhna, chat ke upar ja karke, they would have a big screen and screening movies for us. Bismillah Khan coming and playing Shehnai, all these actors, actresses coming there, entertaining us.
Because there was a lot of human
Lot
contact
of-
which was going
Oh,
on in
yes.
the 60s,
There was
right?
nothing. In fact, what Ayub did in 65 was quite a stab in the back, because Ayub Khan is not, he was very good friends. And, but he thought, he always thought, even if you read Kasuri's book on neither a hawk nor a dove, that also he says that we used to call Indians Bania. He mentioned the word Bania. So he chose to be a call for all Hindus Baniyas. So that is the way, he said, but it was accepted. Matlab, nobody minded it. It was well accepted, and the Indians would call them Musla. It's just Kasuri himself has written in his book. In
Yeah,
neither hawk
those
nor
were
a dove.
not considered pejorative terms in those days.
Yeah, nothing,
but
nothing.
today
It's-
you don't say that. But actually, if you listen in to some of the commentary that comes in from Pakistan, they still say that ki Baniya Hindu.
Yeah.
In fact,
But together-
Jain Dikshit's book also says that when he went visiting to a Pakistani home in Karachi, they turn around and the kid turns around and says, "Dekho, dekho, Hindu kutta aaya."
See,
because
this kind of this
indoctrination.
thing in Pakistan, I think came a little later, because I have distinct memories of the books that were there in Pakistan at that time. It didn't have that kind of a hatred then, as much now that I think Ziaul Haq. Yeah,
Yeah,
I think
that
it is after
everything
Ziaul
changed.
Haq that
Correct.
leading India with 1,000 cuts, that radicalization, that kind of Islamic Republic of Pakistan and all that kind of a thing, and the hatred for the Indians. developed now. And now you find that the education system in Pakistan is absolutely hate.
So I've met many foreign service officers who've, served in Karachi, served in Islamabad, and they always have stories to tell about how the ISI used to go, follow them around and all that. Do you have any memories at that time, in the 60s?
Yeah, I do have what my father told me then. They would meet and interact, not with the ISI, but with people in the cricket stadium, in the football stadium, go meet each other there and exchange information with not the ISI, about ISI.
They would have somebody tailing you, basically.
100%. There's no question. I still remember, I have memories of that chana chur garam. He would bring it in the newspaper wrapped, ek ana.
Yeah.
Ek ana mein wo chana chur garam, you will wrap like this in the newspaper and pour in that steel nahi wo iron ka wo ek छोटा सा निकालो,
But you knew
चना
who he
चूर डालो
was.
और हमको एक आने में दो. Of course, they would be coming and feeding and very nice.
You can't mistake, because I remember in Islamabad, me and I a journalist and I, we were there. We would cover the events during the day, और शाम को हम लोग निकल पड़ते थे. So we used to go to Jinnah Super, which is one of their markets, to shop around, and there would be this one man who would come. So the second day when we were going, we two more journalists were there. तो हम लोग 3 थे या 4 थे. And this man was still standing there. So we just turned to him and said, आज नहीं आएंगे आप? So he says, हमारी motorcycle नहीं आई आज. So he said, चलो हमारी गाड़ी में आ जाओ. The guy actually came with us because they didn't have, their tail didn't turn up. So he came and sat in our car and he came with
It
us.
is unfortunate that Pakistan has turned the way it has turned. I have such lovely memories. I remember as a child, I would be talking in Marathi, my mother tongue, with my father, and ask him for something. I want this or I want that. Or you better buy this for me and that. And he would say, okay, chalo, let's go. That chap who's selling would speak in Marathi back sometimes, telling my dad that your son is asking for it in Marathi, is talking. Why don't you give it to him? Huh? My father say, how do you know Marathi? He says, I've lived my life in Mumbai. I've shifted to Karachi now. So they could speak Marathi so fluently that it would shock us. So there is nothing that you could do in thinking we are talking in code. But I'm talking with my father in Marathi and my father is talking to me in Marathi. Nobody understands. No, he is understanding everything because he's born and brought up in Mumbai.
Interesting.
So, it is unfortunate. I would even look back and say unfortunate that as a nation, had Pakistan not turned radical the way they have turned radical and had they not been instigated, and again that instigation comes from China. The Chinese instigated Pakistan when the Shaksgam Valley was being handed over. It is Pakistan was being advised by China that look, you two people look alike. You talk the same language. Why don't you do what we have done in 62 to them? And that is what prompted Ayub Khan to do what he did in Kashmir. So all this instigation, because somehow the Chinese wouldn't like India because of British imperialism. And they thought that we were all talking English and, we are not what we are supposed to be and this thing. So much so that when Pandit Nehru was visiting China for the first time, he was being briefed that the word of command in the army are English. Stand at ease, attention. And it was turned to Savdhan and Vishram because the Chinese may not at a point of time think कि ये तो आप तो अभी भी British फौज हो भाई, आप तो अभी भी attention और stand at easy करते हो. So we slowly and steadily we turn Indianization जो धीरे करके वक्त लगा. इतना ही नहीं, when Khrushchev came in 1955 and when he saw King George's statue where Subhash Chandra Bose's statue is there in that canopy, he was upset. He was extremely upset. He said, what is King George V doing over there? But when Queen Elizabeth came in 62 or 61 or something like, she was thrilled that her grandfather or father's this thing is, there in the canopy. And in 68, Mrs. Gandhi had to remove King George under pressure. And it has taken us how many years from
put Netaji there.
1968 to put Subhash Chandra Bose over there. Just see. The Indianization and the, that love for our own culture, love for our own history, understanding, it takes many years and many years for people to keep lying also, not telling you the truth of what has happened. As I told you, 10 Aurangzeb Lane, Jinnah used to be staying there and how he was this thing. And Jinnah was all set to celebrate Eid in Srinagar. when the invasion took place. He was told very clearly, कि आप चलो, you stage forward, you will celebrate Eid in Srinagar. 27th of October, we have signed the instrument of accession.
That we will take that.
By
Pakistan was saying
3rd
that.
of November, when the Srinagar airfield, जहाँ पे बदगाम का battle हुआ है, Major Somnath Sharma gets the Paramveer Chakra, posthumous. Had it not, it was the defense. How else could we have gone across to Srinagar? There was no Banihal. We had to cross over, and it was snowing. It's November. You have to go back to think कि आज का November में बर्फ गिरे ना गिरे. उस वक्त November मतलब बर्फ, ठंड, and you can't cross. The only way you could go to Srinagar was by air, and had we not got that airfield, we would have lost.
Yeah.
We would have lost Srinagar. If not for the way the troops were being inducted, all by air. Everybody was inducted by air. Imagine at that point of time, all aircrafts in India, wherever they were, whether Jam Air, Indian Airlines, जो भी Air India, जिसके पास भी हवाई जहाज था, किसी महाराजा के पास भी था, that was all made available to just transporting troops to Srinagar.
Yeah.
And that is how we could protect JNK.
Yeah.
Otherwise, we have lost.
Yeah.
And all planned, orchestrated for Pakistan by the British.
In this Aurangzeb lane.
Aurangzeb, and by the British. And Auchinleck is the commander-in-chief. And you have a British chief, and you have India also by British.
The divide and rule.
Until recently, we had this Auchinleck Sainik Aramgre Delhi station.
And you'll be surprised. Auchinleck was under so much of pressure. Auchinleck's wife ran away with the air marshal. And because she went with air marshal of
This is getting very interesting. Okay.
Because she went with the UK's air marshal, Auchinleck was deeply hurt that his wife had left him and had now married the air marshal of Mountbatten. Knowing fully well this has happened, he sent the Air Force chief back to UK. And Auchinleck, unable to withstand, finally left India in December of 47.
And this is the history why the Air Force Chief's house is away from the Rajaji Marg Lane road.
There's trouble otherwise.
You know whose house is next to this thing? The UK High Commissioner's house is adjoining the Chief of Army Staff's house.
Chief of Army Staff.
Yeah. I always wondered why that happened. You know?
Because at that time,
This
the
is the
British wanted to retain, obviously they wanted to see the South Block and the Teen Murti and everything by being there. And
Yeah.
so there is still there.
And everybody ignores it, but now it's come, the British High Commissioner's house is again in the limelight
Yeah.
these days. But well, that's another story.
So it's a lot that in history which we need. Maybe all nothing very this thing, but it affects a human mind.
So,
Is somebody who's commander-in-chief, would he not know what the Pakistanis are doing? Would he not know what the Indians are doing? Would he not alert the Indians ki look, the Pakistanis are doing like this, the raiders are going to come and are going to attack? Would they not know that Muzaffarabad is going to fall so soon and that they have already got about 5 to 10,000 people who are Afridis and all these people from the
raiders.
From Baluchistan and all over to invade India?
And sir, in today's context, would the Britishers not know that the Khalistanis are
Of
coming
course,
to create
100%.
trouble?
Why do you think? Thank God. Why do you think the government of India removed that those barriers from their residences over here? Just to tell them, it's a messaging that if we are protecting you, we expect a similar kind of reciprocal protection of our missions abroad. If you don't protect our missions abroad, then I'm sorry, we will also have to remove these barriers. We will protect you.
So General Brar I had on the podcast, and he was attacked in London
Yeah,
by Khalistanis.
absolutely.
He survived. General Vaidya's, after General Vaidya's death, it was, he says, I'm like, I don't know when I'm going to die because I know for certain they will kill me. When is the matter? He said this on air when I interviewed him because he was, and he, till today, sir, he opened the phone and showed me, he still gets death threats from the Khalistanis.
Must be. Because he doesn't stay here, he stays in Mumbai.
Yes, but he stays in protection still, which is
Absolutely.
so hard. And after we lost General Vaidya, I think it was like
He was the chief.
understandable. He was the chief.
in 1984.
Yeah, Blue Star.
I remember when I went for my investiture of Shaurya Chakra, he was the chief.
So
So good memories, but then it's just too bad.
Yeah.
These kind of things.
yeah, Yeah, let's get back to Operation Meghdut. This did not sit well with the Pakistanis. They kept fighting, and there was 1987 was this major assault when
Seen,
Brigadier Musharraf, when he was
Musharraf
leader,
himself as
was-
the NSG, their SSG, and as a brigadier. By then he had been promoted to brigadier and he had taken over. He launched attacks one after the other and he failed in all the attacks. And that's where Bana earned his Paramveer Chakra. That's where you found a lot of Mahavir Chakras and Veer Chakras being given subsequently for these battles over there. And it was around the same time, 23rd of June 84, the Pakis launched attack. Again 23rd of June 1987, the Pakis launched attack. The 23rd June by and large is supposedly the longest day. So you have, clear day almost till about 8:30, 8:45 at night. You can see great distance. So you have the longest day is the 23rd of June. And that is the time twice the Pakis attempted. And that is where at all times Pakis lost and to great loss of theirs. And that is where you found Benazir trying to tell Pakistani army chief and the rest of them कि आप चूड़ियां डाल लो आप भारतीयों को
Yes, in 1989, I think it was when she stormed in supposedly into GHQ and she told
she
General
gave bangles
Musharraf
and
bangles
said,
or burqa or
"चूड़ियां
something.
डालो,
else. चूड़ियां
आप कुछ
डालो.
नहीं कर सकते हो." And you can't dislodge and you're unnecessarily trying to throw weight over us. You can't even dislodge the Indians.
So these
from
kind of
GHQ.
sharp things that she said to General Musharraf, he
paid
didn't
for it.
forget it. She paid for it. She
She
paid.
had so much so.
She paid with her life.
Her father, Zulfikar Ali, also humiliated Ziaul Haq. And because he humiliated Ziaul Haq, and Ziaul Haq also did not forget that humiliation, and he lost his life. And similarly, Musharraf also did not suffer that humiliation by whatever Benazir had done. And though, of course, it can't still be proved, but the fingers are pointing towards Musharraf that she lost her life too.
Yeah, that when she said "Chudiyan pehen lo"
Yeah,
to him.
because that was a direct insult to the Pakistani armed forces. And they're trying to instigate them that you people are unnecessarily being harsh on the Pakistanis, but when it comes to fighting with the Indians, you are losing everywhere. And look what's happening to you in Siachen since '84. You're not able to do anything. So this kind of thing by the politicians in Pakistan have not been taken well by their armed forces and they have suffered.
And sir, you were saying 27th of April, the first attack came?
First, yes, the first firing from the Pakistani
And,
side. And
you-
23rd June 1984 was the first attack by the Pakistani.
And this firing was taking place, this first
From
firing
Belafonla.
and you were at the post.
I was at Belafonla.
And what kind of an attack it was from that side? sir?
Beautiful, very, excellent. Something you've taken me back those days. On the 26th of June, they fired with their mortars on top of Belafonla. And obviously when they fired with top of Belafonla on the 22nd of June. 22nd of June that fired on top of this thing. And I said, okay, fine. If they're fired, I knew something is amiss. So I told my boys, I said, you please dig your trenches. Digging trenches was only clearing the snow. Everything is all snow there. I said, and one of my boy was called Jalandhria, because even though a Kumaoni, he had spent a lot of time in Punjab, in Jalandhar. So we used to call him Jalandhria. So we told that Jalandhria came and told me, कि साहब मैं नहीं कर सकता, ऐसे करो, कल सवेरे stand 2 में मैं कर दूंगा. Stand 2 meant, in the morning we would all be occupying our trenches at about 4:30 around first light के आसपास. I'll clear the trench and you will see it clear. But forget about today, I'm not going to clear it. I'm tired. So I said, Jalandhria, you have to do your job here. He said, sir, and he prevailed upon me by his talk. And I said, okay, in the morning you do it. So that was on the 22nd of June. 23rd June, there was a boy called Chanchal, and he was on the front edge of Belafonla. And suddenly a boy came to me and he told, in the morning at about 4 o'clock, sir, Dushman.
Oh my God.
I said, Dushman. I had passed orders to the boys who were patrolling on top of Belafonla that every 1 hour you must come and say Jai Hind to me or Ram Ram to me or whatever are your greetings, because now the boys were mixed. Some boys greeted Ram Ram, like in the Kumaon regiment, we greet each other Ram Ram. Some greeted Jai Hind, some greeted Sat Sri Akal because there were Sikh troops with me on there. So I said, whatever is comfortable to you in greeting, but you must greet me, everyone, and I must reply. I must reply. Or I must say, Hu, Ha, Jai Hind, Ram Ram, whatever I have to say, I will reply. If I don't, please see whether I am dead or alive. Because possibly I may be dead and you may not know. So every time they would come after one hour, and this was going on for months on. So they would come, they say, Ram Ram Sahab, Jai Hind Sahab, Sat Sri Akal Sahab. And I would, like that. So when he came at 4 o'clock, he said, Dushman. He said, Dushman. कहाँ से आ गया? कहते साहब बिला फॉन्डला से कुछ काले काले हरकत हो रहा है. On the glacier it is absolutely white. So movement on the glacier early hours of the morning could be spotted. And I said, who told you? He said, Chanchal. Chanchal ने कुछ हरकत.
He had gone to clear up
he was a sentry. He was sentry over there. So he saw at night he could not spot it. But probably at the cover of night they came as close as they could. And now they had to climb to come on top of Bilafondla. So Chanchal told this chap who was the patrol commander, okay, some harkat. So he came and told me. I told them, I said, stand to. Stand to means everybody now should get into the trenches. Now obviously Jalandhar had only dug a part of that trench, and so that beyond that nobody could go. So but whoever had dug at there. Now because on the 22nd of June they had fired with their mortars on top of her, I fired my mortars. Now, since I had fired my mortars on the 22nd, the base plate of the mortar had sunk and had, firmed in. And by morning, the snow becomes ice, absolutely like pathar. It's very difficult. So it had sunk. Now I find that sure enough, the first shot hit Chanchal on his head, and Chanchal was no more. Now, obviously, because they saw that there is movement that has taken place on the post and that this post is alert. And now the attack is a sure failure because either they could have only assaulted us, attacked us if we were sleeping. So there's no way these people are all alert. They have already occupied position and the firing had started. So now Chanchal, that was the only casualty I had on the glacier. 2 more had been wounded. One got shot on the leg and yet another got shot on the arm, and all of us were. And then we repulsed that attack. And a few, about a dozen plus of the Pakistanis dead, wounded, and they attacked this thing. That was on the 23rd of June 1984 that the attack was repulsed. And after that, subsequently, they kept attacking. We had de-inducted, and then subsequently the other
They kept trying to come up the cliff.
They are wanting to come and occupy Bilafondla because occupation of Bilafondla was very important for them. But during this interim period, they had occupied a height which was overlooking Bilafondla. So they used to call it Qaid-e-Azam.
The father of the nation.
Father Muhammad Ali Jinnah's name, Qaid-e-Azam post. Now that Qaid-e-Azam post was occupied by them. That made our stay at Bilafondla a little difficult. That made our helicopters come for logistics supply difficult because now he was on a height and that they got dislodged by Bana and his party of Jackal-i. And it is that dislodging of the Pakistanis from there and subsequently the post being named Bana Top and he having earned a Paramveer Chakra is great. Because to be able to fight at that height, to be able to beat back in Pakistani attack, I can understand because I did that on the 23rd of June 84. And similar action in a more difficult terrain, a much more higher height, and being able to discreetly be able to sneak in so close to them and kill them, I think it was wonderful.
So Bana Top was also part of Operation Meghdut?
Yeah, the Operation Meghdut is on till date.
It's on till date, ma'am.
The Operation Meghdut hasn't closed at all. In fact, for many years we did not even refer, and not many people knew that there was an operation because it was all hush-hush what was going on. And it's only later when people started getting to know because a lot of casualties started coming in. And most casualties were weather casualties, not more of firing. The first weather casualty was, of course, Ramesh, and the first firing casualty was Chanchal. And before this, and around May, what you had a question to, that there was Bilafondla and Siala, and there's a place called Gyongla. At Gyongla, we had lost 19 men in an avalanche. We had lost 1 officer and 18 other ranks of 19 Kumaon in an avalanche at Gyeongla. So it was terrible because we were losing men to weather and we were losing men to firing. And each one of us at that point of time, and you find conditions are extremely difficult. Difficult primarily because of the sub-zero, which goes very low, -50, wind, the wind chill factor which is there, plus no water, because at night everything will freeze, water will only be there. So one stove is virtually perpetually on in a tent, at least water, pani peene ke liye chahiye. Then even though you have chocolates, you have the works, you have all the dry fruits around in your tent, you can't eat.
There's no
because
appetite.
There's no appetite. Everything turns hard. Egg will turn like a stone and a rock. You can hit each other and probably you'll get hurt. The same egg which you may eat. So it is very difficult. But then by then, what you are asking, a lot of research went in, and the DRDO and the rest of them started making food which was which would be eaten immediately, like chapatis. Chapatis would come in a nice packed thing, and all that we need to do is just put in hot water. And put the chapati in hot water, take it out, cut the thing, and you could eat chapatis. You could eat pulao. You could make dal.
So your pet mein roti works.
Yeah,
then.
Everything was pre-cooked.
Right.
Everything that came was pre-cooked. All that we put was in hot water, and in that boiling water, it was with the satchel, entire thing.
All this came from their lab in Mysore.
Mysore, all of it. You find that the children today, we have all these wearing diapers. These diapers is nothing but when people were sent to moon, and when you have to use this long time, those men, the astronauts have to wear something to sustain themselves. So you find children today wearing diapers. Diapers nothing but from this mission which has gone to moon. You find that
and the food which was prepared for Siachen soldiers is now going to go on the Gaganyaan.
Yeah,
same lab is making that.
And the same food helps today. So all these kind of food which is available on the market.
So one question I have to ask you, which we were mentioning, that it seems a little odd that, Indira Gandhi signs off on Operation Meghdoot in April. She does Blue Star in May, and she's dead by November. Can you join the dots? Or
see, again, if you see what General Ziaul Haq told his DG ISI Jal Akhtar, that keep Punjab burning. So General Zia's directions to his DGSI is to keep Punjab burning, so that they could take on Siachen and they could link up with China. The aim was not that they are not linked up, because they had given Hunza and they had given Shaksgam Valley to China. But they wanted that link up at Karakoram Pass. That Karakoram Pass, which was accepted as a border between India and China. Now the Pakis were also, because of the Hudson's line. The Hudson did not draw, I don't think they would have drawn the line keeping all this in view, but they would have drawn it primarily for identification of aircraft, more that ADIZ what they call it. So to ensure that the aircraft pilot knows that he is now flying into another country, because the codes change, everything changes, so they know ki kaise karna hai. So it is with that intention that the Pakis were looking, and now you suddenly find that as 76-kilometer wedge between China and Pakistan is India sitting on Siachen Glacier. Then now Chinese have ensured that the Pakis can do no mischief in Xinjiang, because the Uyghur province, which is completely Muslims over there at this point of time, they fear that the Pakistanis might do a mischief. They don't trust Pakistan much, that they may say our friendship is deeper than the ocean, higher than the Himalayas, sweeter than the honey. All that is perfectly fine, but they don't trust. I'm sure they don't trust Pakistan. And that is the reason why you find that because of the CPEC and the Karakoram Highway, which Musharraf mentions it as the 8th wonder of the world, which the Chinese were building and constructing, which suffered, there was a huge damage when a huge earthquake took place in that area, and because of which the Karakoram Highway had completely been washed away. And now you realize that the Karakoram Highway, the Chinese are there. Now you find in the Pak-occupied Kashmir, the Chinese are sitting there. Sitting because in the garb of wanting to construct the CPEC, wanting to repair the Karakoram Highway. It is not with that intention. That is one. The second is to ensure that this acts as a buffer, that the Pakis don't send terrorists to Xinjiang, because that's the only way that is connected to them. So Chinese are also very apprehensive, because Chinese were themselves surprised when they found some from Uyghur province part of ISIS. So there is a whole lot of things happening around here. You find that the Khalistan movement being supported by ISI from Pakistan, it even now being supported. Ziaul Haq wanting to say that we will bleed India with 1,000 cuts. So that is still on. You find in 84 all this happening. You find that the Soviets are in Afghanistan. The Americans wanting to throw the Soviets, and Pakistan is helping America with Mujahideens.
84.
All
All
of it
this
around
was
the
happening.
same time. Everything. So you find geopolitics absolutely.
And there's a cyclical thing to it. So I'm going to come to in 2000, the lessons learned from Operation Meghdoot, though it's still on, as you were saying, but still the start of the operation and what we have learned from that. In 2005, Dr. Manmohan Singh said, let's make Siachen a peace mountain. And I quote, he says, nobody fears any threat. 2005, he says, nobody fears any threat. There is no scope for conflict. And this place becomes an example of peaceful environment. That's what he had said. Now, how long will we allow these conditions to prevail in Siachen? Because of the number of men we were losing. Both sides were losing. And he said, now the time has come for us to make efforts to convert this battlefield into a peace mountain. And he added talks were going on with Pakistan in this regard. Of course, there's no information about where the talks were leading, who was conducting the talks. It was just said like this. In hindsight now, so many years have passed. Do you think it was right? Could it ever have been turned into a peace mountain in quotes?
Definitely no. A big no. For a reason, you can't trust Pakistan. Firstly, and secondly, you're occupying heights. Why would you want to lose heights? In mountains, it's all question of heights. Sham Saran has mentioned a part of it in his book.
The Foreign Secretary of
the
India,
Foreign
former
Secretary,
Foreign. Yeah.
He has mentioned somewhere to say that the army was also on the board and the prime minister's this thing and that thing. I don't think at any point of time he would know more because he was the foreign secretary. But I would say that we wanted, if at all, such a thing, we would want Pakistan to firstly accept and be able to confirm where they are, because they were saying all along that they are on Siachen. Once they identify, now that we have the means to identify where the troops are, it would be clear that Pakistan is nowhere on Siachen. They were even on the other side of Saltoro Ridge line. So the question of being on Siachen is,
So, but
the
the
bluff
media
would have been
still
called
would
out.
put out these pictures saying that these are our men on Siachen, and then our people would turn around and say that mitti is not Siachen.
No, not at all.
That
Nobody
brown-
knows,
Yeah.
You see, what happens is that glacier looks the same everywhere. So you can't possibly be you can make Bahubalis, things can be done anywhere. and
Graphics,
everywhere.
yes.
So that doesn't make, the Pakis are wanting to see that, yes, they are nowhere near Siachen. And you don't trust Pakistan at all. Pakistan is, who do you trust in Pakistan? Who runs Pakistan? The politicians can't be trusted because they don't know what is going on. Remote control or the real control is with the Pak army. You can't trust the Pak army because Pak army by and large is always using terrorism as an instrument of state policy. ISI you can't trust. As I said, Ziaul Haq himself telling DGSI, Punjab mein inko lagaye rakh tu and Siachen will take. So Pakistan is not a country which can be trusted at all. This trust, and you wanting to lose a height, imagine. Hindsight, imagine the kind of, the feeling of that it's an acid test for a soldier. You ask a soldier today, he takes pride in saying, I served on Siachen. Why does he say, though he's serving 90 days, maybe a little more. But the fact that you have said now, first woman officer on glacier stays 90 days or will be staying 90 days. Why does everybody say so? Because you take pride. You're testing your human endurance as to can you survive? Can you do something good? And all that. And if you can survive, that has helped us a great deal in fighting in Eastern Ladakh.
On
Why are
the
the Chinese on the back
line
foot?
of actual control
line
with
of actual
China.
control. Because all the troops, more or less since 84 by now, would have experienced Siachen. Because if they're staying only for 90 days and you have to turn over the troops, quite sizable number of them would have served on Siachen and come back. If you have served on Siachen and lived in
You can do
temperatures
live.
minus 50 and minus 75, you could live in rarefied oxygen, you could live in this kind of weather conditions where blizzard over there, and positions where you can't eat, you have snow blindness, you can't sleep, you can't see, you can't breathe, you find it difficult to talk, you find it difficult to touch anything. If you can survive there and still be vigilant and be a sentry on the post and be able to say the Dushman has come, You think Chinese can face India? Because for them, you find that these people are up and about. And
So had
that
we-
confidence only comes when you have gone through all this.
The rigors of Siachen.
The kind of weather, terrain, inhospitable terrain, terribly inhospitable terrain. Each one of us. So he's thoroughly, like what he said, acclimatization. So everybody in the Indian army is acclimatized to fight at those great heights without,
And we can say we have an army of mountaineers who can
Totally.
easily
See,
be deployed
they-
from
if you
eastern
see the
Siachen
LAC,
to eastern.
the LAC or the LOC is all along that only, all along the mountains only, most
Yeah.
of it. And therefore, it is a great experience that the Indian army gets by being on top of Siachen. At the same time, Pakistan cannot be trusted. And thirdly, when you are occupying heights, why would you want to lose heights? And,
So when you say that-
reoccupying those heights,
Would- yeah.
see how difficult it would be.
We'd have to get another Captain Kulkarni to
No.
go there.
Again, as I said, Captain
And
Kulkarni is next
the other-
because he is absolutely nothing as much. Our troops are great men, fantastic men,
Yeah.
unbelievable
Yeah.
men.
Yeah.
But they are willing to die, willing to give their life and be trained to ensure that those kind of troops. Again, you have to launch. You see what happened in Kargil. Why was Kargil launched?
Yes,
When-
that's what I was going to come. Was Kargil a revenge for what had happened in Siachen? Did Musharraf think that we lost and I have to save face?
Absolutely. It was sure revenge by Musharraf because he said, I must show the Indian armed forces in poor light. Because he, as SSG commander, failed. All his attacks failed. One after the other as a brigadier he failed. And now he was the chief of the army staff. So much so that when Prime Minister Vajpayee is being introduced by Nawaz Sharif, he refuses to salute our Prime Minister. Look at it. What's going on in his mind? Because he was already thinking of Kargil. He already knew what he was going to be doing in Kargil. And therefore, you find that this man thought that occupying Kargil heights would be a quid pro quo for what the Indians had done to them on Siachen. It wasn't to be. The Pakistanis could not fight the Indians on Siachen and are nowhere near Siachen. But we fought hard to regain our heights on Kargil.
On Kargil.
But of course, at what cost?
Yeah.
At what cost? So therefore, in mountains, whoever occupies heights must not vacate those heights. And therefore, to say so that we can make it peace mountain, definitely not. I don't think as long as the neighbors are what we have, and we can't change our neighbors, whether it's Pakistan or China, we might well as be alert 24/7. And I would say forewarned is forearmed.
I will quote you in which you had said capacity building takes time, intentions can change overnight.
100%. 100% capacity. If you see how much time it's taking, even to occupy Belafondla, the helicopters can take maximum 2. Now the helicopters don't even take 2. They sometimes take only 15 kgs or 50 kgs per flight, only 50 kgs. Or if there are Mi-17s flying bigger, then they're dropping, they're not landing. So these small ones are taking only 50 kg. A man weighs more than that. So that means he can take only one man with nothing. So just see the amount of logistics involvement, the porters, the helicopters, self, not easy. So once you occupy these great heights, so capacity building takes time. Now if you're there eyeball to eyeball and mirror image deployment in Ladakh opposite the Chinese, you think the Chinese will venture anything wrong? Despite what they did at Galwan, they did attempt to do that at Yangtze in Tawang, near Tawang in Arunachal Pradesh. What did that show? That they are probing. We have to be alert. We have to ensure, and what better training and what better the kind of motivated troops that we have, the kind of training ground that we have, the kind of training that we impart, the kind of equipment that we give, the kind of modern equipment, weapon, the kind of food that we are giving, the living that is available today, the kind of huts that we have constructed for them, centrally heated things that are there, communication facilities available, where Fernandez would even tell the bureaucrat that before you sign a file on Siachen, please make sure that you have seen Siachen. If you have not seen Siachen, don't
You're
sign a
talking
file.
about Raksha Mantri George Fernandez,
Yeah.
who went to Siachen and who experienced that. Not many people thought that George Fernandez, because he khadi ka kurta pehante the.
His kurta pajama, on top of that kurta pajama, he will wear all this equipment and go there. He's
Yeah.
one defense minister who's got maximum number of time on Siachen because he realized that if these troops are there, it's very essential. Why does the Prime Minister go? Why does Mr. Modi go so often celebrating Diwali with the troops? It's only for that morale boosting factor, to be able to tell the troops that we are standing with you, we are with you. And once you go there, your eyes are enough to show you whether the morale is high or low.
So also the civilian leadership, unless they see on ground what the troops need, till then they can't sign off on stuff. Like you went, General Hoon went and got all that equipment. Now, had he not seen it, and had he not told Venkatraman, who was the Raksha Mantri, and had he not told the Prime Minister, because for us, in the way Indian Army is, the civilian leadership has to sign off on everything. Right. So I think maybe that is probably the reason why, the army always wants the civilian leadership to go to the forward areas.
And another thing is, after all, we were not a very developed nation at that point of time. GDP wise, we were not as strong as that we are today. If we are among the top 5, it's great because we spend about 5 crores per day to sustain our troops on Siachen. So today it is affordable. But those days it probably was difficult to sustain. And therefore the need is, all these talks, Peace Mountain, bana lo, ye kar lo, wo kar lo, to cut down. But, cutting down on costs, even when you talk of teeth to tail ratio, here to sustain 10 men on top of Bill of Onla, probably would have a tail which is of 40 to 50 men. Then only can you sustain those 10 men. So when you say cutting teeth to tail ratio and wanting to, cut short the army, it's not easy because the terrain that we all operate in is extremely, extremely difficult. You can't have your tanks and BMPs and weapons starting in the morning. वो freeze ही हो जाएगा. अब start कैसे करोगे?
Well, that's even in on LAC we have these problems, right? कि वो diesel वाली 3-tonners होती हैं.
You have to keep it warm. We have to ensure that the equipment is functional. The time when you start टक लगाए तो start हो गया. You can't now be ensuring कि वो start नहीं हो रहा है.
And you have to keep them operational for several hours.
It has to be on for whatever the number of hours it's supposedly. Only then the equipment is functional. So it's not easy to be able to fight or deter your adversaries on such heights.
So, you lost, you were talking about Chanchal and you talked about Ramesh when they passed away. I'm just bringing the human element into this, that, that there is one thing about tactical moves which have to be done. But, like when Kargil happened, at that time our soldiers passed away. We didn't have this all-weather coffins to bring back our soldiers, and those had to be imported. And at that time, I still remember that, there was this whole talk that coffin tak import karna pad raha hai. That what is it? How were these, till then, how were bodies of our soldiers, how were they sent back? And what happened after Kargil?
See, what happens is, those days, the wooden coffins will be made. Then the wooden coffins are heavier to carry also. Plus, obviously, you have to cut ensures that so much of wood is available, and then if it has to be transported, the government had taken a decision that the body must reach the family. If it has to reach the family, earlier we would, like in 84, most of the people who died in avalanche,
unit pay cremation,
we cremated them there only, and you just sent a telegram to the family saying that
Ramesh and Chanchal got cremated at base camp?
Yeah. And you mentioned about Ramesh. I remember when we went for the investiture ceremony, and because he had got Kirti Chakra posthumous, so his wife was carrying a small baby, about 7 months. Just 7 months baby. And years later, his brother called me up to say that little baby has grown up and he wants to join Fokuma.
Oh. Okay.
I said, wow. I said, nothing like it. What fantastic. That lady hadn't married at all. And she was carrying this 7-month-old baby who must have been, she herself must have been about maybe 19 or 20 small. Her father-in-law was from the Kumaon regiment. Her father was from the Kumaon regiment.
Kumaon regiment is one of the oldest regiments.
Oldest regiment, very highly
India.
Decorated. The first Paramveer Chakra is
PVC.
Major Somnath Sharma, Kumaon regiment.
And incidentally, viewers, our office is on Somnath Marg. And so when General mentions this office is exactly where, the road is Major Somnath Marg.
And you'll be surprised, Major Somnath, both brothers who are younger to him are still alive.
Yeah.
One of them retired as the chief of the army staff.
So.
The other one retired as the engineer-in-chief. The one who's engineer-in-chief will turn 100 this year. 100 this year. And the chief of army staff will be a little lesser than that. And both of them touch wood, may God give them good life and long life, stand straight
So,
and can recollect, no loss of memory whatsoever.
yeah.
And their brother got the first Paramveer Chakra on 3rd of November 1947. And imagine it's 2023. The brothers are alive and they
Yeah.
know everything because they were also the one who is alive at 99 plus, will turn 100. He was a captain. When Major Somnath Sharma was a major in the army, he was a captain.
In the army.
So
yes.
imagine, and
Yeah.
their father, a general.
Yeah.
His father was a general, Army Medical Corps.
Yeah. So I'll come back to this whole Kargil. What experience from Siachen did we learn and use in Kargil, and what have we learned and used on the LAC? You would think that all that's happening in Galwan and in Arunachal.
See, first, of course, the troops themselves.
Right.
It's very essential.
The acclimatization,
The man
all that,
behind
yeah.
the weapon is very important. You could have the finest of weapons, the finest of modern equipment and what have you. But if the man behind it is not mentally tuned and his morale is high, he must be physically fit and mentally robust. To be physically fit and to be mentally robust, it's very essential that he must be familiar under the circumstances he's supposed to be operating in. So when he sees all of it, he knows it. He can sort of protect himself. You know, though we have buddy system, each one of us, if I'm trained into being able to identify that, suddenly you find that he's not talking much or is showing symptoms of high altitude sickness, immediately we tell the doctor or pick up the phone and tell, moment you lose height, you start improving yourself. So all these kind of things which come there, now you realize how much of weight can you carry, how can you sustain yourself at that great heights. You understand how logistics are important, because it is not how much, it is after all to bring even 15 kgs of atta at that great height. So many people are required, and each one of them will be handing over to the other person. And otherwise it's flying in by the
So
choppers.
numbers are important. I remember sir, in
Choppers,
Kargil at
mules,
that time they had
porters,
said
self.
that we keep shooting them
Yeah.
and cockroach ki tarah upar aate
yeah.
rehte hain. In the sense that the reason they used the word cockroach was that you are not going to stop.
Yeah.
More and more men will come even if they
And
get shot
it's
at.
not easy. You know, it's very easier said than done. When you see a man in front of you dead or wounded and you're still carrying on, it's not easy. You have to be trained. You have to be very motivated to see to it, irrespective of what it is. And that only comes when you know for sure that your family will be taken care of. And that soldier knows that his family will be taken care of. Even if he's a bachelor and he's died, his family gets over 1 crore. And if it is mother or father, they get the last pay drawn of that boy as if he's still in survey. Wife gets it. Children are taken care of. Money comes in. So the man knows, मैं मर भी गया तो कुछ नहीं होने का. He is not there, of course. The individual male who is not there is a big loss to the family. But financially, the family is taken care of. And that assurance, I think, is a huge motivating factor in India. In India, when you
In
have
Pakistan, sir, the NLI lost so many in
they were
Kargil.
sad, yeah. Very sad. They would not even identify their bodies. They would not even take their bodies. We wrapped them up in Pakistani flags and told them, "Le jao." That is where it is. I remember in Kargil, there was an officer by the name of Captain Taimur. You know, General V.K. Singh's company officer, retired as Lieutenant General, colleague of mine, Lieutenant General K.L.K. Singh, and his battalion, 27 Rajput that he was commanding, they had killed Captain Taimur and the party occupying a height of 5770. I'm talking 5770 in meters. When I'm saying in meters, you have to multiply by 3.3 to know the height in feet.
Feet.
So you can well imagine at what height they killed. Taimur was, born with a silver spoon. His grandfather was in London, father was a brigadier, and so they wanted his body. And they wrote that please get his body and send it to us. We would like to have Taimur back. I remember General KLK telling them, why just his body? We'll send all your bodies. Why not only him? All your Pakistani bodies are lying with us. Please take them all.
Did
And-
they take?
Yeah, and we wrapped all of them in the Pakistani flag and sent them. And they accepted all of them. I said, no, not only Taimur. Why Taimur? And the others, Pakistani soldiers? I said, a soldier is a soldier. You must respect the dead. And please take, they took all their bodies. So,
Sir, just want to ask you. You have been Musharraf failed as a colonel, as a brigadier, then as a general. In between, as a major general, lieutenant general, any failures with India?
General
well,
of General
for
Musharraf?
him, what would have happened? He would have been a corps-commander.
Okay.
And the other things, he would have been in touch with Nawaz Sharif, was the man who made him, the chief of the army staff. And well, I don't know, because he is a different kind of a person, but I do remember reading in a book in which Nawaz Sharif was very known to give very expensive gifts to the corps commanders, and especially the corps commander, so that they are kept
मेरे
in.
को हटाना मत.
हाँ, नहीं, they are kept in
Don't do a
good humor.
midnight coup. मेरे को जेल मत भेजना.
Jail
मेरे
mat
को
bhejna, and
don't have me hanging from the jail
corps
room.
commanders in Pakistan would themselves be saying कि अब तो हम corps commander नहीं, हम crore commander बन गए,
Right.
because he would give them BMWs, give them brand new BMWs. That is the way Pakistan is run. So you have the Prime Minister of Pakistan
Bribing his own
gifting his own corps commander so that they are kept in good humor. And there it is. So you have all these kind of stories. I don't know much about it.
So we had General VK Singh out here, and we were talking to him because I quoted once, he had said that as a military commander, he kind of had a respect for General Musharraf because he came 11 kilometers inside India, and he stayed a night because, foolhardy moves that he had done, but he was like, jeetna hi hai. So to motivate his men, he came in and 11 kilometers inside, and he stayed the night. Now you tell me, at that time I said, wasn't it foolhardy for him to do that? And General VK Singh said that sometimes you need to do these kind of things. Is that true?
See, what happens, firstly, of course, General Musharraf being a commando himself, and you do need to motivate your people, who he himself subsequently said, they are not my men.
Yeah.
He disowned his own men.
Right.
And NLI, the Northern Light Infantry, and he called them terrorists, or he called them, ये तो जी हमारे hero थे. Musharraf's word for all his terrorists was, ये तो हमारे hero थे. No, the heroes whom he called them, he disowned them. We had to virtually plead that please take back your bodies. Otherwise, we will give them a good funeral. That is not a problem. We respect the dead, and we will give them funeral. But they are your men. Accept them. So definitely, I would say Musharraf at that point of time, to motivate his people, he would have done that. Anybody would do that to motivate his men in whichever form that they wish to get motivated, or I think they require that kind of motivation. That's perfectly fine.
But as a general, he let down his men.
Totally.
Yeah.
Without fail. As a chief, the first thing that he should have done, he should have owned is, even the kind of ill treatment that he gave to some of our own officers whose bodies came subsequently, the kind of things that they had done. I think it was not expected of a country who are our neighbors. Now what is Yusuf Musharraf himself, his own death, nobody knows what time his body is flown in from Dubai, how quietly the funeral has been given. Nobody knows other than the family where. So obviously a man who did not look after his men in the manner that he should have, finally found the same farewell to his own body. So it is, जैसे जो करेगा वैसे वो भरेगा. Musharraf cannot, because he let down his country, he let down his men, and he attempted to do something which he thought that Indians will take it lying down. How can Indians take it lying down? And now after that, if somebody wishes to make a low-hanging fruit, ki Siachen is a low-hanging fruit, or isko peace park bana denge, or ye, not possible. Pakistan is not a nation that can be trusted, because you never know what is going to happen. In 1947, 10 Aurangzeb Lane, Muhammad Ali Jinnah used to stay. Country has not been formed also. Pakistan bana bhi nahi hai. Still then Pakistani officers were going to Jinnah and wanting to plot what they did subsequently in Jammu and Kashmir. Yahya Khan is a G2 to Field Marshal Manekshaw. Manekshaw is G1 as Lieutenant Colonel. Yahya Khan is Major as G2. And Sinha.
71 was being planned.
Yeah, President of Pakistan in 71, Yahya Khan. He was Major to Field Marshal Manekshaw later, then Lieutenant Colonel Manekshaw. And who was the G3? General Sinha, who later became
S.K.
the
Sinha.
S.K. Sinha, Vice Chief, Governor and Ambassador of ours to Nepal. Yeah, they teen. And what does Yahya Khan do? You'll be surprised. Yahya Khan took the motorcycle of Manekshaw and told him that I'll pay you later. You give me your motorcycle. Because the same motorcycle, Field Marshal Manekshaw, then as a colonel, would pick him up from Princess Park. Next to India Gate is Princess Park.
Yes.
So they were all staying there as youngsters. He'd pick him up and bring him to office. And he said, while leaving, going back to Pak Army, he said, Manekshaw, I want your motorcycle. He said, it costs so much. Yeah. He said, no, yeah, I'll pay you. Once I go back to Pakistan, I said, he never paid. And believe you me, Field Marshal Manekshaw told Yahya, partner, you never paid me for the bike, now you have to pay.
East Pakistan. Zameen
You have to
Gawadi.
pay me for what you lost. Because you didn't pay me for my motorcycle.
You know, I think मेरे बाल सफेद हो जाएंगे पर मैं याया खान की कहानियां सुन के. I
I've
mean,
heard
how
him
many tales
on
about
radio, because we were in the 10th or 11th standard at that time, drunk, fully drunk. Yahya Khan, I couldn't imagine. I said, ये पाकिस्तान का president है? इतना दारू पिया है, what he is talking, I think he alone knew what he was talking.
I still remember, sir, 71. I must have been a child or something at that time. You know, I was like in 71. I recall at that time in school, हमारे seniors बोलते थे, जय जवान, जय किसान, dash dash dash, Yahya Khan. You know, because at that time Yahya Khan was such a villain. He used to claim all kinds of things कि मैंने वहाँ bomb कर दिया, India वहाँ bomb कर दिया.
If you recollect, I don't know whether you recollect, we used to have a news item from All India Radio. We used to say, "Ye radio Jhutistan hai." You know, and that Jhutistan used to cover all what these Pakistanis were
Yeah.
saying,
Yeah.
what they are doing and what is happening over there. Obviously, you know, when you're on the back foot, you're always wanting to not to tell your nation
Yeah.
that you have lost the war. Yahya Khan again had a very funny thing. You know, his eyebrows would be like this. You know,
Yeah.
like and he wanted to show himself. And he's one of those few Pathans. Huh? Yahya Khan, along with Ayub Khan.
Ayub Khan.
Ayub Khan was also a Pathan. Yahya Khan also a Pathan, who were the
But
chief
it's
of
the
army
first
staff
time,
and
sir,
also.
you know, you've seen the Pak army eyeball to eyeball, like you were talking about.
Yeah,
you know, those.
so many times. I met them at Munabao. Munabao is the place in Rajasthan where from you go to, the train can go up to Khokropa, right across, and you have water trains coming and delivering us water at Munabao. Now, of course, the fencing has been done. Those days, we used to meet them very often at the border pillar.
The wo fencing is on the dunes. I have seen
Yeah,
that
it's
fencing
beautifully
where
lit at night.
no, but I've also seen that wo dune niche chala jata hai, then the fence is hanging in the air.
I've
seen those-
Now it goes along.
Now it does, yeah.
And it's beautifully lit. It's virtually a tourist place now. People go. I met them at Turtuk number of times. So as people, I remember.
So you've seen this infantry. हमने फिल्मों में देखा है. I don't know whether this happens when you're there and they are on the other side and this eyeball to eyeball. Like in films they show that, you know, when you lose a cricket match, कुछ कह देते हो, ये करते हो. What happens? Is it true? Does it happen?
I must share with you two incidents. One in 1978. I was at Tangdar. Okay, posted ahead of Baramulla, and there's a Nastachun pass, which we used to call it Sadhna pass. In the army, most of these passes are named after some
Film
of these,
actresses.
names of these female actresses, and some of these peaks also. So if you say Hema Peak, you know, वो दिमाग पे रहता है Hema Peak
Hema.
है, या आशा पारेख का है, या Sadhna pass है, and all that kind of a thing. So it was.
This is all in Jammu Kashmir.
Yeah.
For our viewers and listeners who live abroad, in Jammu Kashmir we have a very strong presence, and General Kulkarni was there. You're talking about the 1970s, sir?
1978. And a place called Tangdar, and we were there. I was at a post called there, and right opposite, overlooking Muzaffarabad. Now, Muzaffarabad is a huge thing. I could oversee on the Kishan Ganga River, Muzaffarabad.
That's Pakistan occupied Kashmir. Just sir,
Right
for
below.
our viewers and listeners
there were-
abroad.
They had a post which was just about 50 yards in front of me, which was mined. But generally very heavy snowfall. उसमें तो it was New Year. So I thought, their company commander would rarely come. And as a youngster, I was always there, because मैंने वहीं रहना है. So that post was right in front, and opposite was there. So the company commander came. So on top of my bunker, I had written Happy New Year, in 78. And so they also, they must have said कि साहब उनका
Happy New Year हो
post के
गया.
ऊपर Happy New Year बोला है, हम क्या करें? So their company commander, whoever it was in the rear, he must have told them, ki, wait, I'm coming. So after a few hours, their company commander came. And the company commander came on top of the bunker and he told me, Sahab ko bhejo. So I came on top of my bunker. I said, Happy New Year. He said, Happy New Year. I could make out that he's quite senior to me. And, elderly looking, Pathan dress mein, and he was standing in front of me. So we struck a conversation. He said, यार मुझे यह बता, बिशन सिंह बेदी को कप्तानी से क्यों हटा दिया? The Bishan Singh Bedi was the captain and we had lost the series to Pakistan. And so he was, trying to poke. कि
Needle you.
बिशन सिंह बेदी को ऐसे हार जीत तो होती रहती है जी, हार जीत तो होती रहती है, ये नहीं करना था. बिशन सिंह बेदी को ना कप्तानी से नहीं हटाना था. So I said, नहीं, it's a question, he's a bowler and over a period of time he is also aging, so he doesn't want to remain a captain. It's up to them, whoever has to be the captain. So these kind of conversations do take place. I remember one of the chaps had cut wood. It was a walnut wood piece lying over there, a water point, and आके चोरी करके ले गए.
Goodness.
पाकिस्तानी सोल्जर्स आए, उन्होंने कहा ये लकड़ी का टुकड़ा बहुत अच्छा है, इस वॉलनट वुड चोरी करके ले जाओ. आगे चोरी करके ले गए, because it's a water point where we would also go and get water and they would also go and get water. So the carpenter probably not able to bring it up, lug it up. So the Pakis took that walnut का piece लेकर के चले गए. In Turtuk, when we were there, near the water point, and we would have a problem with the water point because in these mountains it's very difficult to have water, and this water would be from springs or through all this, and so there was water point 1, 2, 3. Water point 1, they could come and collect the water whenever they wanted it. Water point 2 is there was a timing. Once the water time 1 had dried up, water point 2 we had timings. At morning they'll come. After that, they will not come. So they will be given 2 hours. Aao pani bharo aur jao. Water point 3, no question. It was very much in our, and I put a big drum. So over a whole day, the drum would get filled up, adequate for my men, for water, khana, pina, nana, dona, sab ho jayega. So water point 1 dried up. Water point 2 also dried up. Now water point 3, the chaps were wanting to come and take water. I told them, I said, no way. You have to handle it here. Where is your company commander? I said, I'm the company commander here. I'm not going to let you take water from me. You have whatever strength you have. I don't know what strength you have, but you're coming from top, coming down and taking water jerrycan mein aur upar le jaye. I won't let you take water from my water point. This is my exclusive. 1, I have allowed you. You are still coming down. I have not said anything to you. 2, I have still allowed you. Okay, bhai, pani. Up 3 also, you won't believe that chap was a Baluchi. And he came down. He said, साहब जी, हमारे यहाँ कोई कंपनी कमांडर नहीं है, हमारे यहाँ कोई कंपनी कमांडर नहीं, हमारी कोई परवाह नहीं करता है, मेरे पास पानी नहीं है, जवानों को मैं खाना कैसे खिलाऊंगा, बर्फ तक नहीं है उधर, तो आप मुझे कम से कम पानी तो ले जा. मैं कहा कि पानी ले जाने दिया मैंने, तो कोई एक जेरिकन दे दिया मैंने, तेरे एक जेरिकन और 2 जेरिकन से क्या हो जाएगा. And now, mind you, that chap has come all the way down, like you're sitting next to me. He's sitting on one rock and I'm sitting on the other rock.
He's Dushman.
And he's requesting, Saab, pani nahi hai mere paas.
Bichara.
Or I took out my, packet of cigarette. I said, Saab, cigarette pito. Or he took, and started smoking. So close. Just this way. And we are all, so, because he said, साहब ये मेरे कंपनी कमांडर नहीं है, आप तो यहाँ बैठे हुए इनके अपने जवानों की देखभाल करो, मेरे लिए कोई है ही नहीं, मैं कहाँ से लाऊं, मेरे जवानों को मैं पानी कहाँ से पिलाऊं, खाना कैसे बनाऊं. So this is Pakistan.
Yeah.
And I've seen it with my own eyes. मेरे साथ तो हुआ ना, तंगदार में भी हुआ, or that Tangdar was in 1978, this was in 1982.
This has been a real interesting conversation, sir. And though I'm not from the Kumaon regiment, may I say Ram Ram in
Ram
conclusion, and Jai Hind, and God bless you, and thank you so much for the services, for keeping us safe, and all the best in your life, sir.
Thank you very much. Indeed honored. And again, as I said, it is not me. For God's sake, Kulkarni has no role to play. If not for the men, if not for the seniors, and if not for the colleagues, we are nobody. So all of us as a team, and we deliver as a team. And that is how the morale of the Indian Army is sustained. And that is how hats off to our men who can deliver anywhere, anytime. We need not worry at all.
Thank you then to the
Jai
Indian
Hind.
Army, to the Kumaon Regiment, to you, General Saab, and all the best.
Thank you. Jai Hind.
Jai
Thank
Hind.
you, sir.
Thank you for watching or listening in to this episode. Do like or subscribe on whichever channel you have seen this or heard this. Namaste. Jai Hind. Click here to watch the previous episodes.
Good morning, everyone. Am I audible? Okay. Thank you. Please switch on the webcams. All of you, please switch on the webcams. Yes, welcome to the analysis of the Union Budget 23-24. By now, you must have already gone through certain bits and pieces of the Union Budget which the Finance Minister had announced on 1st of February 2023. But we know for sure that just having a knowledge in bits and pieces about the Union Budget is not going to be sufficient as far as your prelims and mains examination is concerned. What we need for both prelims and mains is a detailed analysis of the Union Budget. And that is what we are going to do as far as this particular session is concerned. So before I start with the analysis of this year's budget, let me first tell you as to what would be my approach to this year's budget, how we would be approaching this year's budget. Let's understand the approach first, okay?
లేడి కన్నులు నెమలి నడక
ఊపిరి ఆగేదాకా శ్వాసలా తోడుండేది మగడి ప్రేమ.
నీకు ప్రేమ దూరం కావటం ఏంటి శకుంతల? ప్రేమ ఇక మూర్తి వినుపు.
తెలుగు ఇండస్ట్రీ కన్నడపై చూపు తిప్పిందేంటి?
పార్వతి, మీ ఆయన నిన్ను బాగా చూసుకుంటాడా?
చాలా బాగా చూసుకుంటారు.
అయినా పెళ్ళైన ఆవిడతో మీకు లవ్ ఏంటి సార్? మీది పడి పడక లేచే వయసు. ఎప్పుడు లేస్తుందో ఎప్పుడు పడుతుందో.
హాయ్ సార్.
హాయ్ కూడా చెప్పింది సార్.
హాయ్ చెప్పగా బాయ్ చెప్తారా?
1000 కోట్ల ఫిగర్ సార్, మీరు బాయ్ ఎందుకు చెప్తారు?
ఏంటి సడన్ గా వర్షం? వర్షం నువ్వు చెప్పిరారు కదా.
సడన్ గా మీ లైఫ్ లోకి కొత్తగా బాయ్ ఫ్రెండ్ వచ్చాడు అనుకోండి, మీరేం చేస్తారు?
ఏంటి అలానే సార్? నో 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 నో. వాట్ ఇఫ్ యూ హ్యాపెన్ టు ఫైండ్ ట్రూ లవ్?
అసలైన సూపర్ స్టారు పెద్ద ఆయన, బుల్లి సూపర్ స్టారు పెద్ద భార్య కొడుకు, నరేంద్ర మేడం గారి కొడుకు. నరేంద్ర మూడో పెళ్ళాం, ముందు ఇద్దరు పెళ్ళాలు.
ముసలోడైనా కనికిరించి పెళ్లి చేసుకుందానికి వాటో ఇడియట్.
ఇద్దరు ఒకే గదిలో ఉంటున్నా నా కోరికలు తీర్చుకోవడానికి 5 సంవత్సరాలు పట్టింది.
అయినా నీ కోరికలతో నాకు పనేంటి? నాకు పుట్టాలి కదా.
ఈవితో నాకు రిలేషన్షిప్ ఉందని ఒప్పుకుంటే వాళ్ళు అడిగే మొదటి ప్రశ్న, అంటే ఆమెను ఉంచుకున్నారా సార్ అని. మొగుడిని ఉంచుకుని అతనితో రంకు చేస్తున్నావా అని ఆమెను అడుగుతారు.
సార్ ఏంటి సార్ మీ ఇద్దరు కలిసి తిరుగుతున్నారు ఈ మధ్య?
ఎలక్షన్ లో కలిసి తిరక్క విడివిడిగా తిరుగుతారయ్యా.
నన్ను విడాకులు అడగడానికి అతనెవరు? నేను ఉంటున్నది నా ఇల్లు, నా అత్తమ్మ నాకిచ్చిన బాధ్యత.
అక్కడ కర్ణాటక మీడియాలో ఇంటింటికి పాకుతున్న మా ఇంటి పరువుని ఏం చేయమంటావు?
ఒసేయ్, డోర్ తీవే. నా మొగుడుతో ఏం చేస్తున్నావు లోపల?
ఒకసారి పక్కొస్తావా?
దేనికి?
కన్ను కొట్టడం నేర్పిస్తాడు.
So here, first and foremost, we will understand the importance of budget both from the perspective of prelims as well as the mains examination. So here we'll understand as to in what way questions were asked in previous year prelims as well as mains from the previous year budget. Based upon the analysis of the nature of questions asked in previous year prelims and mains, you'll get a fair amount of idea as to what kind of questions you can expect in the upcoming prelims and the mains examination. So we'll understand the overall importance of budget from the perspective of prelims and mains. Then we will understand the background to the budget. When I say background to the budget means here, we are going to understand as to what are the current challenges which the Indian economy is facing presently, what are the opportunities before the Indian economy, and how the finance minister has sought to address these challenges and capitalize on the opportunities that we are going to face. So understanding the background to the budget will give you a continuity in terms of understanding the various components. So second part is a background to the budget. And nextly, we'll understand as to what are the priorities of the Union Budget 23-24. See, last year's Union Budget, it laid on a blueprint for Amrit Kal. As you know, India is moving from India at 75 to India at 100. So next 25 years, we will be celebrating the 100 years of India's independence. So last year budget laid on a blueprint for Amrit Kal. And you must be knowing that as part of the blueprint, the government last year has sought to increase its overall investment in creation of capital assets, such as roads, railways, ports, airports, and so on. Because it is believed that as we spend more on creation of infrastructure, automatically it will crowd in the private investment, it will increase the consumption expenditure, it will increase the job creation, and in a nutshell, we will be able to increase the GDP growth rate. So last year budget laid on a blueprint, a kind of foundation for the Indian economy. So once we have laid on the foundation, the next logical step would be to build pillars on this particular foundation, right? So this year's budget is going to lay down the pillars on the last year's budget foundation. So to a large extent, this year's budget is a continuation of last year's budget. For example, this year's budget has focused upon a concept. For example, this year's budget has focused upon a concept or a framework called as Saptarishi model. As part of this Saptarishi model, here government has set 7 different priorities as far as the government budgeting is concerned. So we are going to understand as to what are these priority areas for the government and how the government is going to give a flip to the Indian economy. So here, let's discuss the approach.
तो जब सूरज चंद्रमा के पीछे छुप जाता है तो उसे क्या कहते हैं? बिंदिया? बिंदिया नहीं आई क्या? हाँ तो कौन बताएगा? तुम बताओ अभियान।
सोलर एक्लिप्स।
एक्लिप्स नहीं, सोलर एक्लिप्स।
गुपचुप लुप चुप दपा 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 गुपचुप लुप चुप दपा दपा दपा।
कौन बताएगा कि ये पेड़ अपना खाना कैसे बनाते हैं? हाँ सुभान।
सूरज से।
बिल्कुल सही। फोटो सिंथेसिस।
गुपचुप लुप चुप दपा 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 गुपचुप दपा।
बिंदिया चुप क्यों रही हो? बोलो बोलो बिंदिया।
सर मुझे ना सवालों से डर लगता है। अगर मैं आपको दिखूंगी नहीं तो आप मुझसे सवाल कैसे पूछोगे?
सूरज किस दिशा से उगता है? हाँ बिंदिया।
सूरज पूरब से उगता है।
बिल्कुल सही बिंदिया।
See, we all know that when the government presents a budget, the budget is presented from the perspective of Indian economy, right? So what I will be doing in this particular budget session is I will be converting the entire budget document of the government into your UPSC centric knowledge. When I say UPSC centric knowledge means I'm not going to discuss the budget in the same line as the way the finance minister has presented the budget. What I'm going to do is what all initiatives the finance minister has announced in this year's budget, all such initiatives, I'm going to club it under your different themes of the syllabus. Just try to recall your important themes under the syllabus. These important themes include agriculture, banking and finance, inclusive growth, infrastructure, social sector, right? So here, each of the budget announcements I'm going to club under different themes. So we will be carrying out a theme-wise discussion of the union budget. Now, for example, let's say I take up the theme of banking and finance. In the theme of banking and finance, there is one major initiative which the government has launched. This initiative is with respect to setting up of the National Financial Information Registry. Now, just having an information that we have set up a National Financial Information Registry is not going to be sufficient, right? Because UPSC will dig deeper into these aspects and ask you a question. So what I am going to do is, which each of the initiatives that the finance minister has announced, I will be carrying out a 360-degree analysis of these initiatives announced in this year budget. For example, with respect to National Financial Information Registry, I'm going to discuss as to why do we even need such a registry? what is the present problem in the Indian economy and how setting up of this registry will help the Indian economy. So that in UPSC mains examination, if you get a question related to the National Financial Information Registry, you should be able to answer such a question. Just give me 1 second. Oh,
బ్యాట్ బాల్ జోడీ లేకపోతే క్రికెట్ ఆడలేం కదా.
అంతేగా
ఇలాంటివి డాక్టర్ ఫిక్సిట్ ఎల్డబ్ల్యూ ప్లస్ ఇంకా యూఆర్పి జోడీ. ఎల్డబ్ల్యూ ప్లస్ ని సిమెంట్ లో కలపండి, ఇంకా యూఆర్పి కవచాన్ని రూఫ్ పైన వేయండి. నేను చెప్పేది మీకు ఇది లేకుండా కంప్లీట్ వాటర్ ప్రూఫింగ్ కానీ
డాక్టర్ ఫిక్సిట్ ఎక్స్పర్ట్ వాటర్ ప్రూఫింగ్, అసలైన వాటర్ ప్రూఫ్.
Yeah, sorry for the inconvenience. Hope I'm audible. Okay. Fine. So I was discussing as to how I would be approaching the budget. So like I said, all the important budget announcements, I will be clubbing up under separate themes of your syllabus. I will be discussing the budget in a theme wise. Let's say I discuss a particular topic from the budget by adopting a 360-degree approach. Immediately, once I'm done with the discussion of a particular topic, I will take up prelims-based questions for practice and also mains-based question for practice. So I will ask you the answers for the prelims-based question for the practice, so that you are also able to answer questions from the budget. Apart from that, I will also discuss as to if at all a question is asked in UPSC mains examination from a budget announcement, how should you structure the answer to such a question? How should you write an answer in terms of introduction, body, and conclusion? And how can you enrich your answers? So all of these things we are going to discuss. Okay. So like I said, this session is not just about the budget session. It's more about how do you approach your UPSC syllabus from the perspective of the budget. This is what we are going to do, right? So let's start here with what's the importance of budget for the UPSC examination. First, so when you look at Indian economy, we know that Indian economy is a very dynamic subject. Since it is a very dynamic subject, you should always link the current developments to the static part and the static part to the current developments. By having that kind of cross linkages, your ability to grasp various concepts in Indian economy will drastically improve. And when you look at the budget, right, budget is considered to be one of the best link between your current developments and the static part of your syllabus. So you can link both these two things. For example, you can see here that you must have studied in the static part of syllabus the components of revenue account, the components of capital account, deficits in India, the public debt, and so on. So this is the static part. Now, when you go to the budget, you'll be able to link the static part to the current developments. Now, for example, you can just have a question. Look at the question asked in prelims 2021. The question is, which among the following steps is most likely to be taken at the time of an economic recession? Why do you think this question was asked in prelims 2021? You know what is happening with the Indian economy in 2021, right? So in the 2021, Indian economy was facing recession. So in order to come out of the recession, what did the government do? The government increased the capital expenditure, particularly in creation of new assets, new infrastructure, right? So this was in news that particular year. But if you look at the question, the nature of question, was it a current affairs question or was it a static question? It's a static question, but linked to what? Linked to the current developments. So what I'm trying to say is, when you go to the budget, your ability to link current developments to the static part will improve, and automatically you'll be able to get the right answer to the questions. So what do you think is the answer to this particular question asked in prelims 2021? Good. Answer happens to be B. That is increase in expenditure on public projects, right? Partha, you can lower your hand. I'll come back to your doubt later. Hope it's okay. Coming to the next part, in what way the budget is important? In the UPSC, we can get direct questions from budget. For example, in UPSC mains or prelims, we could get direct questions related to important schemes, important initiatives of the budget, or you could get questions related to important trends with respect to fiscal deficit, primary deficit, and so on. For example, you can see this particular question asked in prelims 2022. This question is with reference to Indian economy, consider the following statements. A share of household financial savings goes towards the government borrowings. Dated securities issued at market rated rates in auctions form a large component of internal debt. Now, if you have gone through my last year's budget, you would easily know the right answer. In the last year's budget, I had clearly discussed this particular aspect. So what's the answer to this particular question? Good, Abhilash. Good, Gayatri. The right answer to this particular question is both 1 and 2. Some of you are repeatedly asking me to share the screen. There's some problem with respect to sharing of screen. If I share the screen, I'll not be able to see all the guys, and I want to see all your faces. That's the reason I'm not sharing the screen. Hope it's okay with all of you. Okay, thank you so much. Okay, then in UPSC mains, you can see there are 2 questions which are asked. Mains 2017, there was a direct question with respect to the theme of the Union Budget 2017-18, which is with respect to transform, energize, and clean India. Apart from that, in Mains 2018, a direct question related to the important changes which the finance minister had introduced with respect to the long-term capital gains tax and dividend distribution tax. Direct question from the budget. Third, when you go to the budget as well as economic survey, you'll come across a lot of value addition points. Using this value addition points, you can enrich your answer in the UPSC mains examination. For example, by going to the budget as well as economic survey, you'll come across important facts, important figures. You'll come across the recommendations of important committees, which if you use in the UPSC mains examination, obviously you'll have that kind of edge over your competitors. Apart from that, in interview, if you get any questions related to Indian economy, you can always answer such questions by taking reference from the budget as well as economic survey. Let's take an example, look at the example as far as the third part is concerned. Please have a look at the question asked in mains 2022. The question is inclusive growth possible under the market economy? State the significance of financial inclusion in achieving economic growth in India. Look at the first part of the question. It says, can the government promote inclusive growth under market economy? Now we know what is market economy. Market economy is when an economy has tilted more towards the private sector. So here, while writing answer, you have to write points in favor as well as against. Now, if you have gone through last year's budget as well as economic survey, you could have written a very good answer to this particular mains question. Now, for example, you could have taken help of the budget and said that in spite of the Indian economic tilt towards the private sector, government has been able to promote inclusive growth through various policies, through various schemes, through various initiatives for which you could have taken help of the last year's budget. So last year's budget, what did it do? The government took a lead in, priming the Indian economy, in putting more amount of money into the Indian economy. By doing so, the government was able to promote growth and development, right? So that is how the budget becomes quite important as far as your prelims as well as mains examination is concerned. So here, when I say the budget, from the budget, you could get direct questions. Second, by going to the budget, you could link the current developments to the static part. And third, by going to the budget, you'll get a lot of further points which you can use to enrich your answers. So that is why the budget is quite important. Clear with this? So let's start now with respect to background to the budget. Let's understand the background to the budget. See, whatever I'm explaining, everything is there in the PPT. As you can see, it's there at the background, right? So what I would suggest is, instead of focusing on the PPT, just focus on the explanation part, because later everything is there in the form of handwritten notes. So let us understand the background to the budget. So here we are going to discuss as to what challenges the Indian economy was facing when the finance minister sat down to formulate the budget and how she has sought to address these challenges. Now, we all know that Indian economy has got integrated with the global economy. For example, if you look at the trade to GDP ratio of the Indian economy, when I say trade to GDP ratio, means the total value of exports plus the total value of imports. This trade to GDP ratio of Indian economy, this has increased to almost around 40% of India's GDP. And in fact, this trade to GDP ratio of India, you'll be surprised to know it is much higher than the Chinese economy. So Indian economy's integration with the global economy has increased, because of which whatever happens in the global economy, it has a tendency to affect the Indian economy, right? The best example happens to be the 2007-8 global financial crisis. So in the past, whenever any kind of crisis took place in the global economy, it invariably affected the Indian economy as well. But whenever global financial crisis took place in the past, it did not affect Indian economy much. There was no large-scale impact on the Indian economy. Question is why? Because whenever the global financial crisis took place in the past, these global financial crises took place not immediately one after the another. There was significant gap after every crisis. For example, let's go back to 1970s. 1970s, what crisis took place? The Gulf crisis, and then we had the Asian crisis in 1990s. Then 2007-8, we had the global financial crisis. So can I say there was gap of at least like 15 to 20 years between the global financial crisis which took place in the past? So because there was significant gap between the global financial crisis which took place in the past, India got sufficient time to recover from the previous global financial crisis. But something was different in the last 4 to 5 years. Particularly, if you focus upon the second decade of 21st century, that is in the last 4 to 5 years. What happened in the last 4 to 5 years? It being said that the global economy did not spare Indian economy, because Indian economy was repeatedly affected by global financial crisis one after the another. For example, the first effect of the global financial crisis was in the form of the economic slowdown which came into being because of COVID-19 pandemic. So because of COVID-19 pandemic, there was global economic slowdown. So there was contraction in the economic size of India. And we know what did the government do in response? Government came up with the Atmanirbhar Bharat package. To Atmanirbhar Bharat package, the government infused almost around 20 lakh crores into the Indian economy, because of which Indian economy registered a kind of V-shaped economic recovery, which we had discussed in the last year's budget. So Indian economy was slowly on path of recovery, but slowly as it was recovering, it was affected by another crisis. That crisis was in the form of Russia-Ukraine war. Because of Russia-Ukraine war, what happened? There was supply chain disruptions at the global economy. Because of supply chain disruptions, there was large-scale increase in the prices of essential commodities. Prices of essential commodities such as food, fuel, fertilizers drastically increased. So this Russia-Ukraine war has clearly shown to the Indian economy that inflation is a globalized phenomenon. When I say globalized phenomena, means when something happens in one part of the world, it has a tendency to affect all other parts of the world. So Russia-Ukraine war showed that inflation is a globalized phenomenon. So the Indian government took a number of supply side measures in order to bring down the inflation caused due to the Russia-Ukraine war. And as it was slowly recovering from Russia-Ukraine war, another wave of shock came. And this shock was in form of increase in the policy rates by the central banks of the advanced economies. So we know that in advanced economies, particularly countries such as US, European Union, the rate of inflation started increasing because of supply chain disruptions also, and because of large-scale infusion of money into their economies during the COVID-19 pandemic. So as these countries started facing a very high rate of inflation, central banks in these countries started increasing the policy rates. And we saw its negative impact on the Indian economy, which is referred to as taper tantrums. So because of increase in policy rates by the US Fed Bank, its negative repercussions on the Indian economy was in form of large-scale FPI outflows, decline in forex reserves, rupee value got depreciated, and there was increase in the yield rates of the government securities. All this impact, negative impact on the Indian economy, we call it as taper tantrum. So the second decade of 21st century was different from the previous times. In what way? Previously, whenever global financial crisis took place, they took place one after the another. I mean, like there's a significant gap. But this time, there was a triple shock. They took place immediately one after the another. So because of which, the Indian economy's growth has obviously come down previously. But it is being said that Indian economy has shown significant resilience, significant flexibility to the global external shocks. This is because in spite of the external shocks, in terms of size of GDP, you can see nominal GDP, India's GDP is expected to be almost around $3.5 trillion by March 2023. Secondly, in terms of the real GDP growth rate, the Indian economy is set to register a GDP growth rate of almost around 7%. And India is set to make its comeback as one of the fastest growing major economies. So in a way, we are slowly coming back to the growth rate which we used to register prior to COVID-19 pandemic. The question is, what are the major drivers? Which factors have enabled Indian economy to register higher growth rate? Now, most of you must be knowing that one of the biggest driver of Indian economy is the private final consumption expenditure. Private final consumption expenditure is when people spend money on purchase of goods and services. So when people have started to increase their purchase of goods and services, that is when the private final consumption expenditure has increased automatically. Can I say it will increase the private sector investment? As the private sector's investment increases, we will be able to create more jobs. We will be able to increase the investment. And in a way, we will be able to promote the GDP growth rate. So one of the major dominant factor for the growth of Indian economy is increase in the consumption expenditure. In fact, this year's economic survey has highlighted that the consumption expenditure of Indian economy has increased to its highest level in last 5 years. So we know that consumption expenditure in the Indian economy was declining prior to COVID-19 pandemic also. But fortunately, for the first time in last 5 years, our private final consumption expenditure has increased to its highest level. That's the first positive development as far as Indian economy is concerned. The second positive development is there is increase in the capex by the government. Capex here means capital expenditure. So we know that because of the global economic, because of the slowdown in the Indian economy, the government significantly ramped up its capital expenditure on creation of assets. And remember, in last year's budget, we have discussed that if government spends 1 rupee on creation of capital assets, it can increase the output by almost around 2.5 times. So this increase in government expenditure has also considered to be one of the major growth driver. And because the government has increased its investment, it has automatically led to crowding in effect, which means that private sector is now incentivized to make more investment into the Indian economy. So, on one side, Indian economy is facing challenge. What challenge are we facing? The challenge is in terms of the external sector. External sector, we are facing challenge. Apart from that, you must be knowing the rate of inflation in India is still over the 4% targeted rate of inflation. This is the second most challenge. But good thing is the important growth drivers of the Indian economy, they have started increasing. The private final consumption has started increasing. The investment has started increasing. So in a way, we have a potential to register higher GDP growth rates in future. So if you look at this year's budget, right? To a large extent, this year's budget has carried forward the ideas which were incorporated in the last year's budget. In what way? Now, imagine you're the finance minister of India, right? And sit down to formulate a budget. If you sit down to formulate a budget, what do you think would be a priority for you to propel the Indian economy forward? What will you focus upon? Look at the growth drivers. What will you focus upon? You'll control inflation, good. Just look at the growth drivers. One is CapEx, capital expenditure by the government. This is what you'll do. And at the same time, don't think you'll try to increase the consumption expenditure also. It'll encourage the people to spend more on purchase of goods and services, right? So this is what this year's budget has precisely sought to do. By introducing certain changes in tax rates, the government has sought to increase the capital expenditure, and at the same time, government has significantly enhanced its expenditure on creation of assets. Do you understand the philosophy of this year's budget? So to a large extent, it's a continuation of the last year's budget philosophy. So let's now look at the blueprint for Amrit Kal. So this was the blueprint for Amrit Kal, which the finance minister had laid down in the last year's budget. So this is a kind of foundation for Indian economy as it moves from India at 75 to India at 100. So this entire blueprint for Amrit Kal is based upon one important aspect, that is higher capital expenditure by the government. So as you can see, because of higher capital expenditure by the government, we can bring the Indian economy into a kind of virtuous economic cycle. And to do that, you can see what has happened to the overall expenditure on creation of assets. It has jumped significantly. Last year, it jumped from rupees 5 lakh crore to 7.5 lakh crore. This year, from 7.5 lakh crore, it has jumped to how much? Rupees 10 lakh crore. This is the amount of money which the central government is going to spend on creation of assets, which when expressed in terms of GDP, you can see it is 3.3%. Apart from that, we have a concept of effective capital expenditure. What is effective capital expenditure? If I've gone through the previous year budget, I have discussed this, but for benefit of all, let me tell you the concept of effective capital expenditure once again. Effective capital expenditure is the expenditure incurred by center on creation of capital assets plus grants given by the center to the states for creation of assets. So whatever grants the central government gives to states for creation of assets, if I add this to the total expenditure by center, what I get is the effective capital expenditure. So you can see the effective capital expenditure, kitna hai? 13.7 lakh crore, which when expressed in terms of GDP is quite high at 4.5%. Clear? Okay. So let's look at this year's budget, what it has focused upon. So before that, let's take up a practice question. Please have a look at the question. Which among the following is not the likely impact of rate hike by the US Fed Bank on the Indian economy? क्या लगता है आंसर इसका? I'm pretty sure the word not must be creating confusion in your mind, right? Good Anjali, good Mahesh, good Harsh, good Shika, yes, good Palash. The right answer to this particular question is decrease in the cost of servicing external debt. Remember, I told you that whenever there's a rate hike by US Fed Bank, it has an adverse impact on Indian economy. This adverse impact is called as taper tantrum. As part of taper tantrum, there is decrease in foreign portfolio investment. There is increase in bond yields. There is depreciation in the value of rupee. So let's say here that rupee value earlier was $1 is equal to 15. Now $1 has become equal to rupees 30. So this depreciation has taken place because of the rate hike by US Fed Bank. Let's say I'm a company based in India. So let's say last year, that is in 2022, I borrowed $1. When I borrowed $1, converted this $1 into rupees, how much rupees did I get? I got 15 rupees. Now let's say next year I'm required to repay this $1. Next year when I'm required to repay $1, how much rupees should I repay? I should repay how much? 30 rupees. So what will happen to my cost of servicing external debt? Can I say cost of servicing external debt will increase? But here what is mentioned? Decrease. And the question is asking not the likely impact. Not the likely impact means the right answer happens to be B. Hope you get understood the concept? Okay, good. Please have a look at this question. Which among the following best describes the effective capital expenditure in India? क्या लगता है? Good Tanishka. Good Abhidya. Good Gayatri. Okay. So you can see the effective capital expenditure is the entire capital expenditure by the center and grants in aid by the center to the states for creation of assets. So right answer is D. Look at the third practice question. Which among the following has not been the impact of higher capital expenditure by the government in the recent years? Once again, focus on the word not. Which of the following has not taken place because of higher capital expenditure by the government? Good. So we have seen that because of higher capital expenditure of the government, what all has taken place? Fiscal deficit of the government has increased. Obviously, it's quite evident because to undertake higher capital expenditure, the government has to borrow more money. If the government borrows more money, fiscal deficit to badega hi badega, right? Then multiplier effect in terms of GDP growth rate. I told you every 1 rupee which the government spends on creation of assets, it has a multiplier effect of how much? 2.5. It will increase the output by 2.5. Even this has taken place. Has crowding out effect taken place so far? It has not taken place. In fact, it has led to crowding in effect, right? So this is wrong. And accordingly, your right answer happens to be 3 only. Hope you are understanding what way questions can be asked. So can I say, if you look at this question is completely current affairs based. But how will you be able to answer this question? Will you be able to answer this question without going through budget? Not possible. Only when you go through the budget, you'll be able to answer such kind of questions. Right?
Hey, listen, I've taken the Amazon Prime membership.
What's so special about it?
Free one-day delivery.
Really?
Amazon Prime offers. And Prime Video too.
Plus blockbuster entertainment. Just for you.
This Amazon Prime membership is really too much.
Amazon Prime. Truly too much.
Okay. Now coming to the 7 priority areas for the Union Budget 23-24, which according to the Finance Minister, she has called it as Saptarishi, 7 sages. As we are moving for Amritkal, right? So what we need is Saptarishi. So as part of Saptarishi, as you can see, the government has identified 7 priority areas, which obviously is based upon your foundation. Your foundation is what? Infrastructure. Based upon this foundation of infrastructure, you are going to have 7 pillars. So these are investment, reaching the last mile. When I say reaching the last mile, it basically means catering to the needs of the poor and marginalized sections of Indian society. For example, as part of reaching the last mile, this year's budget, the Finance Minister has announced a separate scheme for particularly vulnerable tribal groups. I hope you must have studied about a category of tribal groups in India, which are called as particularly vulnerable tribal groups. So for the benefit of these particularly vulnerable tribal groups, we have launched a new mission. Similarly, as part of inclusive growth and development, we have drastically increased the overall expenditure on health. See, one of the biggest concern with respect to healthcare expenditure in India is we are underspending on health. For example, the National Health Policy 2017 says we must spend at least 2.5% of GDP on health. This is the target. But until last year, we were spending just 1.5%. The target kitna tha? 2.5. But hum kitna spend kar rahe the? 1.5. But this year, we have increased our healthcare expenditure to 2.1% of GDP. This is our healthcare expenditure. Similarly, we have increased our educational expenditure to 3.1% of GDP. Further, as part of inclusive growth and development, we have launched a number of schemes and initiatives. What are these schemes and initiatives? We will discuss that later. Then, we have also seen this as an opportunity to bring about reforms in the financial sector. Like I said, one important initiative is with respect to setting up of the National Financial Information Registry. Then we have also set up a new fund called as Urban Infrastructure Development Fund. All of these initiatives we'll discuss one by one. Next is youth power. We all know that India is facing demographic dividend, right? Where a major chunk of India's population is in the working age group. So in order to reap demographic dividend, in order to harness the potential of youths in India, this year's budget has focused a lot on skilling the youths. For example, let us come up with an initiative to promote apprenticeship among the youths in India. Green growth. We all know that India has committed itself to net carbon zero emissions, right? Apart from that, we have come up with the new NDC targets. In order to realize these ambitious targets, this year's budget has undoubtedly focused a lot on promoting green growth or sustainable growth and development. And last is unleashing the potential. Unleashing the potential means here we are focused a lot on bringing about reforms in the governance so as to improve the ease of doing business and help the Indian economy to move forward. For example, right now we have large number of civil laws in India. The problem with some of these civil laws is violation of some important provisions of this civil laws has a provision for imprisonment, which goes against the idea of ease of doing business. So we have identified such provisions in our civil laws which provide for imprisonment, and we have tried to tone down on the punishment for the violation of such provisions. So some of the provisions which provided for imprisonment, those provisions we have amended to ensure that violation of such provisions do not provide for imprisonment, rather it may provide only for penalty or a fine. So these kind of reforms we have brought about. Now here, when it look at the budget, right, this is what the finance minister has announced. But when you look at the UPSC prelims or UPSC mains examination, it would be incorrect if I discuss the union budget as per these priority areas, because these are not the priority areas according to your UPSC syllabus, right? So what I'm going to do is, what all announcements the finance ministers announced, all of these announcements, I'm going to club it under different themes. And I'm going to discuss the union budget as per the theme wise. So let's start with the first theme. You can see these are the themes which I'm going to discuss. So we have theme of agriculture, followed by theme of banking and finance, followed by theme of infrastructure development. Then we have the theme of social sector, and then we have the theme of sustainable development. So totally we have 5 themes. Apart from that, there are some minor initiatives announced in the budget. All of these minor initiatives I will incorporate in the prelims compass. I'm going to discuss only on the major initiatives of the budget, right? So let's start with the first important theme, that is the theme of agriculture. There's one particular theme which is missing, which you could identify also. This particular theme is about taxation proposals of this year's budget. So taxation proposals incorporated in this year's budget. This taxation proposal will be, I will be covering the taxation proposals along with the economic survey discussion in the next Sunday. So when I take up the economic survey discussion, in the economic survey, you have a chapter called as public finance. In this particular chapter, I'll club the budget taxation proposals so that you have that comprehensive understanding about the public finance. Okay. And let me tell you, after each and every session, which we are going to conduct, like this week, it's a session on budget. Next week, next 2 weeks, that is both Sundays, we'll be having session on economic survey. After each and every discussion, you'll have a separate quiz. This quiz will be uploaded on the eLearn platform. In this quiz, you'll have the questions which would be likely to be asked from the budget as well as economic survey. So you can attend the session, go to the session. Once you're done with the session, please attempt the quiz. It will help you to revise whatever we have discussed so far. Clear? Okay.
हेलो स्टूडेंट्स, क्या आपको लगता है कि गेट क्रैक करना बहुत डिफ़िकल्ट है? गेट एक डिफ़िकल्ट एग्ज़ाम है। पिछले 22 साल से हमारे स्टूडेंट गेट को बहुत इजीली क्रैक करते हैं। गेट को क्रैक करने के लिए आपको एक्सपीरियंस टीचर्स और मेंटर्स का गाइडेंस चाहिए, जो आपको गेटेड जिल पे हम लोग प्रोवाइड करते हैं। तो अपनी प्रिपरेशन आज ही हमारे साथ स्टार्ट करिए। हमारी ऑनलाइन और ऑफलाइन बैचेस 13 Feb से स्टार्ट हो रही है, तो यू कैन एनरोल नाउ।
Okay, now coming to the agriculture sector. In the agriculture sector, let's start with the first initiative. The first initiative is Agriculture Accelerator Fund. Now, once I discuss everything related to Agriculture Accelerator Fund, I will come back and solve these two prelims questions for practice. So let's start with the concept of Agriculture Accelerator Fund. Now here, you must have known that Indian agriculture is facing three most important problems or challenges. The first important problem that we are facing is the input cost of Indian agriculture has increased. Farmers are required to spend a lot of money on purchasing of inputs such as seeds, fertilizers, and so on. Secondly, the productivity or yield of Indian agriculture has reduced. Third, the farmers are unable to get the right price for the agricultural produce. So there are three important problems: higher input cost, lower productivity, and lower prices on the agricultural produce. And the problem that we are facing right now is, if you look at technology, technology has penetrated almost all the sectors of the Indian economy. Like it has penetrated the industrial sector, it has penetrated the services sector, it has penetrated the education sector, right? But so far, one sector which has largely remained untouched or poor adoption of technology is your agriculture sector. So, in order to promote digital technologies in the field of agriculture, that is, in order to promote digital technologies such as, say, robotics, big data, artificial intelligence, precision farming, and so on, in the field of agriculture, this year's budget has decided to set up a new fund. It is called as Agriculture Accelerator Fund. Through this particular fund, the government of India is going to provide the funding support to the startups in the field of agriculture, so that these startups are able to support the farmers with respect to adoption of digital technologies. Now I can just say this and move on. But do you think that only this part is important from the perspective of prelims or mains examination? Not at all. Particularly, if you look at GS paper 3 syllabus, in GS paper 3 syllabus, you have a topic, role of e-technology in agriculture. So here, since this is an initiative in the budget, in the UPSC mains examination, you could very well get a question related to the digital technologies in agriculture. That is, what are its benefits? What are its challenges? What initiatives the government has taken to promote digital technologies in agriculture, right? So what I'm going to do now is, I'm going to discuss everything related to adoption of digital technologies in agriculture. I'm going to discuss kya benefits and what initiatives the government has taken, what are the challenges, so that if you get a question in UPSC mains related to this particular topic, you should be able to answer such a question. So let's start with the topic. Please have a look at the mind map on digital technologies in agriculture. So let's start with the benefits part. See, I told you there are three important challenges with the Indian agriculture is facing: higher input cost, lower productivity, and lower prices, which the farmers get when they sell the agricultural produce, right? It is being said that digital technologies have a potential to address each of these problems and double the income levels of the farmers. How? Let's understand. Let's look at the access to inputs. Digital technologies such as ICT, artificial intelligence, big data can enable farmers to have access to inputs. How? For example, you have a company, a agri-tech company, agriculture startup company in India called as Jai Kisan. This Jai Kisan company, it gives loans to the farmers. Now, how is it better as compared to loans given by banks and NBFCs? Now, when you look at banks, right, banks have to set up physical branches in rural India. When they set up physical branches in rural India, they have to recover the operating cost. To recover the operating cost, when they give loans to farmers, can I say the banks will give loans at a higher rate of interest? But look at these agriculture startup companies. Do they have any physical infrastructure? They don't have physical infrastructure. How are they giving loans? Through online, through internet. So since their operating cost is lower, can I say that they will be able to give loans at a much cheaper rate of interest? So this is the potential of this company called as Jai Kisan. Similarly, you could look at another company called as Gold Farm. This particular company is trying to promote agricultural mechanization. So one of the biggest problem that we associate with Indian agriculture is it has remained a kind of subsistence farming. We are not adopted mechanization. So this particular company has enabled the farmers to adopt agriculture machines and tools. Similarly, enhance productivity. So for example, look at this particular startup company, Fasal. This Fasal company has enabled the farmers to have access to artificial intelligence. It has enabled the farmers to have access to big data. Now you must be wondering, big data ka yahan pe kya kaam hai? What's the use of big data in agriculture? Now can I say, under big data, we will be able to analyze a large volume of data. So in field of agriculture, we can analyze large volume of data related to prices of agricultural commodities. So when we analyze the data related to prices of agricultural commodities, we can clearly communicate to the farmers as to which agricultural commodities fetch higher prices. So don't you think it has a potential to bring about agricultural diversification in the agriculture sector? Right now, what are the farmers growing? Just rice and wheat. But if you communicate to the farmers that if they grow alternative crops, they can get higher prices through big data, probably it can promote agriculture diversification. Next, what is ENAM? ENAM is an integrated domestic market which seeks to link all the APMCs across India through an online portal. So through the ENAM portal, a farmer based in one district of India, he can sell his agriculture produce throughout India where he is going to get the highest price. So digital technology has a potential to increase the prices received by the farmers, reduce post-harvest losses. Now, when you look at the post-harvest losses in India, it is in the range of almost around 20 to 25%. Almost 20 to 25% of food grains, fruits and vegetables get wasted every year. And this is as high as rupees 90,000 crores. So how can we reduce post-harvest losses? Best example is we can enable the startup companies to directly procure the agriculture produce from the farmers, right? For example, we have startup companies such as Ninja Cart, which is, creating that kind of backward linkages to the farmers, directly procuring the agriculture produce from the farmers and then selling it to the customers. Same, we have eChaupal. So digital technologies undoubtedly has a lot of potential with respect to transforming the Indian agriculture. In fact, the Committee on Doubling Farmers' Income, that is Dalwai panel, it has made a very beautiful statement. The statement made by Dalwai panel is, adoption of digital technologies has a potential to transform Indian agriculture to become more industrialized. Look at the word. Indian agriculture can become more industrialized. What is meaning of this? Indian agriculture can become more developed. And at the same time, this committee has also said that it can bring about what is referred to as constructive disruption. Constructive disruption of the Indian agriculture. Disruption for a good cause. So we know that already government has taken a number of initiatives to promote digital technologies. We can see Kisan Suvidha app, which provides the necessary information to the farmers. Then we have a Uber-like app, which the farmers can download, and through this particular app, they can rent out various agriculture machineries, machines, tools, which can in turn help us promote the farm mechanization. Then we have ENAM, Agmark Net. Any idea what is this Agmark Net? किसी को पता है? Agmark Net. No? Okay. Agmark Net here is basically a kind of portal, a kind of platform which disseminates information to the farmers related to prices of agricultural produce. So on a real-time basis, it communicates to farmers as to what is the present price of different agricultural produce. So this particular portal is very important for price discovery. It is quite important, a decision-making tool by the farmers based upon which the farmers can decide as to which crops they can grow. Then we have Kisan call centers for the queries of the farmers. Then Niti Aayog has started a pilot project on precision agriculture. And look at some states in India. Some states in India, such as Karnataka as well as Maharashtra, they have gone one step forward and they have set up separate funds to promote startups in the agri-tech sector. So can I say, when state governments have set up their own funds to promote agri-tech startups, why should the central government lag behind, right? So taking a cue, the central government has now decided to set up a new fund called as Agriculture Accelerator Fund. Through this fund, we are going to support agri-tech startups by young entrepreneurs in rural areas. But in spite of the potential associated with the digital technologies, adoption of digital technologies is going to be extremely challenging looking at the present state of Indian economy. What are these challenges? For example, we know that most of the agriculture land holding in India is fragmented. So you must be knowing that almost 86% of farmers in India are small and marginal farmers. They're extremely poor farmers. And when they are so poor, do you think they will be able to afford these advanced technologies such as artificial intelligence, precision farming, big data? It's very, very less. Affordability is also a problem. And look at this, lack of enabling policy framework. What is this? Now, when you look at the government support to the farmers, government has always supported the farmers in terms of providing various subsidies on inputs. Like government provides subsidies with respect to water, electricity, credit, etc. But so far, the government has not come out with a separate initiative as such to promote adoption of digital technologies in the field of agriculture. So this was a lacune which was existing since long. To a certain extent, this particular problem has been addressed in this year's budget by setting up a new fund, accelerator fund. And they can see the other problems such as lack of skill set, lack of extension. What is extension? Extension means that whenever new developments are taking place in the field of technology, ultimately these new developments would have to be adopted at the farm level. So this flow of technology from research institutes to the farm, this we call it as extension. How it is done? It is done through KVKs. You must have heard of Krishi Vigyan Kendras, right? So Krishi Vigyan Kendras at the district level, they communicate to the farmers as to what are the benefits of the advanced technology and how that advanced technology can benefit the farmers. But it is being said that the extension facilities in India is quite poor. So we have to ramp up the extension facilities so that the farmers are able to adopt these new age technologies. So this is what you must understand as far as digital technologies in the field of agriculture is concerned. Now just imagine a question in UPSC mains examination. What question can you get in UPSC mains examination with respect to role of e-technology in agriculture, which is part of your UPSC mains syllabus? One, you could get a question related to the potential of digital technologies in transforming Indian agriculture. We have discussed this. Another, we could get a question with respect to initiative which the government has taken with respect to promotion of digital technology. We have discussed that. Or we could get a very simple question about what are the challenges in adoption of digital technology. So if you get any question related to the digital technology in agriculture, you would be able to write an answer to that particular question. That is what is my intention. I hope we are clear now, right? So let's take up a practice question and try to solve the answer to that particular practice question. Okay, please have a look at the question. Digital technologies have a potential to address the problems faced by Indian agriculture. In the light of this, discuss various challenges in the adoption of e-technology for the benefit of farmers. What is the primary demand of the question? The primary demand of the question is with respect to challenges. But can you directly start writing challenges of digital technology in agriculture? No, right? So your answer should be very structured, right? So in order to structure your answer, what you could do here is you could start with the potential of digital technology in agriculture. Now, what statement can you write here? Anyone? What statement can you write with respect to potential of digital technologies? Good. All of you are good, Surya. Good, Abhishek. The statement which Dalwai panel has mentioned with respect to how digital technologies can transform the Indian agriculture, right? So remember I told you, Dalwai panel, what did it say? The Dalwai panel has said that adoption of digital technology in agriculture has a potential to make Indian agriculture more industrialized and create constructive disruptions. So you can start with the potential. Once you start with the potential, you could, in the body, even though the primary demand is about the challenges, you could just highlight the initiatives and benefits. When you look at benefits, instead of writing it in terms of points, you could just incorporate a hub and spoke diagram like this. And you can write 5 to 6 benefits. By doing that, you'll be able to save on the number of words. So you're able to do justice to the question also, and you're able to save on the words also. And then focus predominantly on the challenges. Remember, we discussed all the challenges, right? After writing about all the challenges, then you could write the conclusion or the way forward. Are we clear with this? But let me show you the model answer to this particular question as well. Let's look at the model answer. Please have a look at the model answer. Like I said, the benefits of digital technology in agriculture is like a hub and spoke diagram. The initiatives I've highlighted, but the main focus should be on the challenges. So you can see the adoption of digital technologies face multifaceted challenges. All the challenges you can write down here, right? Someone is asking me a question about elaborating lack of enabling policy framework. You can see adoption of technologies through subsidies yet to gain momentum. That is what I was trying to convey. And look at the conclusion. The Dalwai panel has highlighted that digital technologies can emerge as a key enabler for doubling the farmer's income. Going forward, these constraints and challenges should be addressed at the earliest so that agriculture sector reaps the benefits of the digital technologies or ICT. I hope you are clear, all of you. Okay, fine. Let's look at the practice question, MCQ number 4. It's very easy question. Good. Okay, If this is easy, let me find out how many of you will be able to correctly answer this question. Agriculture Infrastructure Fund. Suna hai? Have you heard of this fund? Good, Abhishek. Good, Monica. Okay, just understand this concept of Agriculture Infrastructure Fund. Let me discuss about Agriculture Infrastructure Fund. I'm just discussing this because do not get confused between Agriculture Infrastructure Fund and Agriculture Accelerator Fund. They both are different. When you look at Agriculture Infrastructure Fund, this is a fund which was unveiled by the government as part of Atmanirbhar Bharat package. As part of this particular fund, the government is providing loans to primary agriculture credit societies, farmer producer organizations, as well as startups in order to improve the post-harvest management infrastructure. What is post-harvest infrastructure? Post-harvest infrastructure could be like setting up of collection centers at the farm level, setting up of the primary processing centers, setting up of warehouses, storage by startups, by PSCS, that is primary agriculture credit societies, and so on. Are we giving them grants or are we giving them loans? We are giving them loans, not grants. So the first statement says it provides loans, which is correct. Second statement says all the loans provided under this facility have interest subvention by the government. What is interest subvention? Interest subvention means subsidy on payment of interest. For example, let's say you have a startup company which has taken loan under this particular fund, and the rate of interest on this particular loan is equal to 8%. So when the government is providing interest subvention, it means that the startup company did not pay the entire 8% rate of interest. The government might pay some interest on behalf of the startup company. For example, the startup company might pay only 6% rate of interest, and remaining 2% rate of interest will be paid by government on behalf of the startup company. So this 2% rate of interest which government is paying on behalf of startup, usko hum kya bolte hain? Interest subvention. So government has said that all the loans will have interest subvention. Look at the third component. It says it is a centrally sponsored scheme. I hope all of you must be knowing the difference between central sector scheme and centrally sponsored scheme. Central sector scheme is 100% financed by the center. Centrally sponsored schemes are financed by center and states in certain proportion. When you look at Agriculture Infrastructure Fund, it is a central sector scheme, which means 100% financed by whom? By the central government. So third statement which is given here is incorrect. So right answer is 1 and 2. The reason why I discussed this particular question is I just wanted you to understand that Agriculture Accelerator Fund and Agriculture Infrastructure Fund are different. Are we clear now, all of you? Okay. Next, coming to the cotton production in India. So this year's budget has sought to promote the production of extra long staple cotton. So let's first understand what is the present status of cotton production in India, and then we'll understand as to why do we need to promote the production of extra long staple cotton. This is what I'm going to discuss. Sabse pehle, let's look at the present status of cotton production in India. So right now, India accounts for 40% of area under the cotton production at a global level. So in terms of area, India occupies the largest area under cotton cultivation at the global level. Secondly, India accounts for 22% of the world's cotton production. And India is right now the world's largest cotton producer. So both in terms of area under cotton cultivation as well as the cotton production, India has occupied first place. In some of the sources, it has been mentioned that China is the largest producer of cotton. But as per the latest data, that is as per the government data itself, India is the largest producer of cotton. Now you must have seen cotton when it is grown in fields, right? It is in a form of cotton ball. You must have seen cotton, right? It's a kind of ball. So what happens is, from this particular ball, we take out cotton threads. Cotton threads are taken out and we have the different types of cotton. So depending upon the length of the cotton thread that we get from the cotton ball, we have different types of cotton. Like we have short staple cotton, medium staple cotton, and long staple cotton. Right now in India, we are trying to promote more cultivation of medium staple cotton and long staple cotton. So in order to promote the cultivation of medium staple cotton and long staple cotton, the government of India announces MSP. I hope you must be knowing minimum support price. It is announced for medium staple and long staple cotton. Once the MSP is announced, the Cotton Corporation of India, which is a PSU, comes into play and it undertakes the procurement of the medium staple cotton and long staple cotton. So आपको क्या पता होना चाहिए that there is no MSP for short staple cotton. We have MSP only for two varieties of cotton, that is medium staple and long staple. Okay? And what about extra long staple cotton? Now this is the most interesting part. Like I said, depending upon the cotton length, we have different types of cotton. When you look at extra long staple cotton, it's a cotton whose length is more than 32.5 mm. We call it as extra long staple cotton. Now, why it is so significant? So when you look at the short staple cotton, the cotton of short thread, it is very difficult to work upon these short staple cotton, which means it's very difficult to weave the short staple cotton into textiles. Even if you weave them into textile, the textile quality that you get, it is quite inferior. Staple means length, Archie. Staple means your length. We're talking about the length of the cotton. So here, the short staple cotton, we cannot weave it into textiles. Even if you weave it into textiles, the quality of textile is very inferior. It is not durable. Such a textile has more wrinkles. So these are the problems. But when you look at the long staple cotton, right? The long staple cotton, since it is very long, it can be woven into textiles easily. The textiles that we get out of this extra long staple cotton, it is considered to be very superior quality textile. It is more durable. It has much higher finish. It has less wrinkles. So you must have come across certain clothing brands in India which sell premium quality of shirts, premium quality of pants, cotton shirts and cotton pants. These premium quality of cotton shirts and cotton pants, they are made from what? The extra long staple cotton. There are two famous, world famous examples of extra long staple cotton. One is Egyptian Giza cotton and the second one is US Supima cotton. These are the world famous extra long staple cotton. Now, what is the present status of extra long staple cotton in India? Now, when you look at 1996, the share of extra long staple cotton in the overall cotton production of India, this was as high as around 10%. But since then, the share of extra long staple cotton has dropped to just 1%. Right now, there are two dominant varieties of extra long staple cotton which are grown in India. Please remember the names. The names are Suvin and DCH32. Important from the perspective of prelims. Apart from that, please look at the states where we are growing the extra long staple cotton. There are only 3 states in which we are growing extra long staple cottons. These states are Karnataka, Tamil Nadu, and Madhya Pradesh. So like I said, because we have not focused much upon the production of extra long staple cotton, there is huge demand supply mismatch. So much so that almost around 90% of extra long staple cotton that we use in India, it is imported from other countries. Now, if you look at India, can I say India has been traditionally a cotton growing country? For example, if you go back to the East India Company's times, prior to say 18th century, India was among one of the finest producers of cotton at a global level. But look what has happened to the present state. Are we Atmanirbhar as far as cotton production is concerned? Absolutely not. So in order to promote Atmanirbharta with respect to the production of cotton, the government of India has sought to promote the production of extra long staple cotton. How are we going to increase the production of extra long staple cotton? So when you look at this extra long staple cotton, you should understand that this variety of cotton cannot be grown throughout India. It can be grown in only certain pockets of India. Why? Because this variety of cotton requires ideal climatic conditions, ideal soil conditions, ideal water requirements. So what we are going to do is, we are going to identify the clusters in India where we can promote the cultivation of extra long staple cotton. In these clusters, we are going to promote the cultivation of this cotton, especially through the public-private partnership between farmers, state, and industry. So we are going to have a kind of public-private partnership where private sector will bring in its own expertise, in terms of development of new varieties of seeds for extra long staple cotton. The state government will provide the necessary funding support to the farmers to adopt the cultivation of extra long staple cotton, and farmers will also be provided with adequate market linkages. So if you know this much, more than sufficient. And here, when I say long staple, please understand long staple will also include extra long staple also. Got this? Okay. I hope you're clear, all of you. Okay, so let's take up a practice question. Look at this practice question number 6. Good. The right answer to this particular question is 1 and 2 only. What about this? This is a very easy question. Some of you are giving me the answer as A because you're not reading all the options, and that is what UPSC also does. Answer can't be A. Please read all the options. Yes. Hybrid varieties of extra long staple cotton cultivated in India. It's not A. Got it? Okay. Okay. Now coming to the horticulture sector. Now with respect to horticulture sector, the Union Finance Minister has announced a new program. The name of the program is Atmanirbhar Horticulture Clean Plant Program. So as part of this particular program, the government is trying to provide for safe and clean planting material to the farmers involved in the cultivation of horticultural crops. But I will take this as an opportunity to discuss everything related to horticulture sector, that is potential challenges, initiatives, and so on. So let's start with the present status of horticulture sector. See, when I say horticulture, the first thing that comes to your mind is just fruits and vegetables. But you must understand that horticulture sector does not just include fruits and vegetables. It includes fruits, vegetables, flowers, spices, plantation crops, aromatic crops, all of this. Together, we call it as the horticulture sector. And you know what's the best part about the horticulture sector? The horticulture sector occupies just 14% of the area under agriculture, but it contributes 33% of agricultural GDP. So with less amount of area, it is able to contribute more to the agriculture GDP. That's a most significant part about the horticulture sector. And the second important thing that you must understand is from last 5 to 6 years, the overall production of horticultural crops has surpassed the production of the food grains. Annually, the production of food grains is somewhere around 300 million tons, but the production of horticulture crops is much higher at 330 million tons. It's another important prelims pointer that you must remember. What's the significance of horticulture sector? You can see it can provide us with nutritional security, particularly fruits and vegetables. Can I say they are rich in vitamins, micronutrients, macronutrients? So it has a potential to address the nutritional insecurity that we are facing right now. It can enhance the income levels of the farmers. For example, according to Dalwai panel, 1 hectare of agriculture land, which is right now used for monocropping, that 1 hectare, if it divert it for cultivation of horticulture crops, automatically farmers' income can increase by 1 lakh. Can you see the potential? 1 hectare of agriculture land, if you use it for horticulture, automatically income level of farmer will increase by 1 lakh. So huge potential. And it can also promote secondary agriculture. What is secondary agriculture? Secondary agriculture means food processing industries. We all know food processing industry is one of the sunrise sector of the Indian economy, right? So it has a potential to significantly improve the food processing sector in India. But the horticulture sector is facing a number of problems and challenges. What problems are we facing? Sabse pehle, it has a long gestation period. For example, if a farmer has to decide to grow mango, orange, grapes, etc., can I say the gestation period for growth of these crops is quite high, like 3 years, 4 years. So farmer has to wait for a much longer time before he starts earning income, right? So that's one of the biggest concern. Second is senile orchards. What is senile? Senile means old orchards. So whatever horticulture orchards that we have in India, they are very old. Since they are very old, the kind of technology which they are using for producing horticulture crops, it is very outdated. So that is why the yield of the orchards is very low. The quality of planting material is very poor. So even though we have set up nurseries across India to provide for good planting material, we have not been able to provide good planting material to the farmers. Look at this, poor tree canopy management. What is this tree canopy management? Tree canopy management is an important component of the horticulture sector. So when the horticulture crops are growing, especially during the initial stages like mango trees or orange, apple, etc., here we have to provide for the poor for good canopy management. For example, if a tree, when it is growing, it has the potential to grow the branches very close to the ground, especially during the initial stage. So we need to cut these branches in the initial stages so that the tree grows vertically. So this is concept of canopy management. But since farmers do not have proper idea about this, the overall yield of the horticulture crops is quite lower. And since we do not have adequate cold storage facilities, we have high post-harvest losses, which I told you, like almost 20 to 25% of fruits and vegetables are grown in India, they get wasted annually. So to address these problems, earlier the government of India had launched this particular mission for integrated development of horticulture. Taking this forward, now in this year's budget, we have launched a new Atmanirbhar Horticulture Clean Plant Program, under which we are promoting disease-free, high-quality planting material. Just like how we are setting up nurseries across India, under this particular program, we are going to set up clean plant centers across the country. And remember who is going to implement this? It is going to be implemented by National Horticulture Board. So, what more has to be done in order to reap the benefits of the horticulture sector? So you can see we have to focus upon Horticulture Plus. What is Horticulture Plus? Within the horticulture sector, there are certain crops which have a potential to fetch a much higher prices for the farmers. These crops are called as Horticulture Plus crops. Some of these crops include flowers, cashew, cocoa, spices, etc. So we must focus more upon horticulture plus strategies so that the farmers are able to earn more income. We need to expand the overall area under horticulture, especially by focusing on the peri-urban areas. What is peri-urban area? Peri-urban area is a kind of an area around the main urban areas. Like we have Delhi NCR region, right? So around the Delhi NCR region, we can focus on promoting the cultivation of fruits and vegetables. Now, why it is good? It has a dual benefit. Dual benefit as in like when we grow horticulture crops, that is fruits and vegetables in and around the Delhi NCR region, first and foremost, the fruits and vegetables which are so grown, they can be transported to the urban areas without any additional transportation cost. The post-harvest losses will also be lower. That's one benefit. And don't you think we as customers will also get benefit in terms of fresh fruits and vegetables, right? So transportation costs will reduce, and at the same time, we as customers will also have access to better quality fruits and vegetables. So we have to focus on peri-urban horticulture, focus on high yielding hybrid varieties. So look at the Green Revolution. Why was Green Revolution so successful? Because we focus on high yielding varieties of rice, wheat, etc. Similarly, we need to focus upon high yielding varieties of horticultural crops. And lastly, we have to promote mixed farming. Mixed farming, as you know, is we must encourage the farmers to cultivate fruits and vegetables along with the cultivation of food grains. By going for mixed farming, can I say the risk associated with the agriculture sector will drastically reduce, because farmers will not be dependent on just one crop. They will be dependent upon multiple crops. They'll also be able to earn income throughout the year. So please have a look at the mind map on the horticulture sector. So these are the strategies, the problems, and the budget proposal. Are you able to see the entire screen? All of you? Okay. Bottom one line is not visible. That's okay. I guess you can manage it the one line. Ultimately, the PPT will be shared with you after the class. You can go through that part. Okay? Okay. The reason why I discuss this topic in so much depth is because look at the question asked in Mains 2018. Assess the role of National Horticulture Mission in boosting the production, productivity, and income of the horticulture farms. So that is why we have this particular practice question about which we will be discussing. I'll show it on the next screen. But meanwhile, look at this practice question. India is not the largest producer. India is the second largest producer. The production of horticulture crops is higher than food grain production. It is correct. Look at the practice question. What do you think are the opportunities and challenges in promoting golden revolution in India? Also suggest some strategies to address these challenges. When I say golden revolution, what is golden revolution? Golden revolution is with respect to horticulture sector. But imagine if you come across this question in UPSC mains, and let's say you don't know the meaning of golden revolution, and let's say this question is asked for 15 marks. Will you be able to write an answer to such a question? So one word can actually help you to get 15 marks. So here, just understand golden revolution means horticulture sector, right? So here, the question is very simple. Opportunities and challenges. In terms of opportunities, what can you write? I told you the points. It has a potential to address nutritional insecurity. It has a potential to increase the farmer's income level. It has a potential to give a fillip to secondary agriculture. In terms of challenges also, we have discussed the challenges. Strategies also we have discussed. So you can look at a suggested answer structure. I hope you'll be able to write an answer to this question, all of you. Okay, good. Okay. Now coming to the next initiative. The next initiative is with respect to promotion of millets. Now you all must be knowing that based upon a proposal forwarded by India, the United Nations General Assembly has decided to declare the year 2023 as International Year of Millets. What are millets? Millets, as you know, they are the major millets and minor millets such as jawar, bajra, ragi, foxtail millet, and so on, right? All of these are the millets. So in this year's budget, the finance minister has announced that the Indian Institute of Millet Research, which is located in Hyderabad, it will be supported to become a center of excellence. So the idea behind this initiative is to promote India as a global hub for millets. So this is the basic idea. Now with respect to millets in India, millets have discussed in much greater detail in the last year's budget. So in last year's budget, I have discussed almost every part about the millets in India. In fact, the same slide I had used in the last year's budget, wherein I had discussed the significance of millets, the cropping pattern, the problems related to millet production, what initiatives the government has taken, and what strategies we must adopt to improve to increase the production of millets in India. And let me tell you, this topic of millets has been repeatedly appearing in the news since last 2 years. That is why this topic is important both from the perspective of a prelims as well as a mains examination. Since I have already discussed this topic in much greater detail in last year's budget, I would not repeat the same topic once again, right? So those of you who have not seen the last year's budget, please go back, watch the last year's budget, because the last year budget is equally important even for this year prelims also, right? So let's take up the practice question. With respect to millets production in India, consider the following statements. What do you think is the answer? Please focus. Here I'm not asking correct statements. I'm asking incorrect statements. Sabse pehle, India is the largest producer of millets in the world. Yes. There has been decline both in terms of area as well as production. In terms of area, there has been decline in the area under millets, but there has been increase in the production of millets. So the statement which is given here is incorrect. The yield of millets in India is lower than the global average. And this is also very interesting. Usually when you look at the yield of agricultural crops in India, normally we keep criticizing that the yield of agriculture crops in India is lower than that of the global average. But fortunately, in case of millets, the yield of millets in India is much higher than the global average. That is why I have incorporated this. So the yield of millets in India is actually higher, not lower. So even the third statement is incorrect. So right answer is 2 and 3 only. Okay. Now coming to the institutional credit. So with respect to providing institutional credit to the farmers, this year's budget has announced that almost around 20 lakh crore will be provided to the farmers in the form of institutional credit. So we all know the importance of institutional credit to the agriculture, right? Institutional credit is coming in the form of loans from banks, from NBFCs. So by providing for institutional credit, we can promote a virtuous cycle of agricultural development as well as income levels. So just remember this particular flow chart so that if you get a question in UPSC mains about agriculture credit and its significance, you can incorporate this particular flow chart. I hope this flow chart is self-explanatory. I don't have to explain this flow chart, right? Just remember the target. The target is to have 20 lakh crores. Other points are self-explanatory, which I hope you should be able to go through. Okay. Look at the practice question number 10. I hope all of you must have heard about priority sector lending. क्या लगता है आंसर इसका? Okay. सबसे पहले, like I said, farmers in India get loans from two sources, institutional sources and non-institutional sources. The best part is since 1970s, the share of institutional credit has been higher than the share of non-institutional credit. The share of institutional credit right now is almost 70%, and the share of non-institutional credit is 30%. So the first statement which is given here is correct. Second one says that there is a separate sub-target for priority sector lending to small and marginal farmers, tenant farmers, and landless farmers. Let's understand. I hope all of you must be knowing that banks in India have different priority sector lending targets. Like for most of the scheduled commercial banks, the priority sector lending target is 40%. For RRBs, it is how much? 75%. For small finance banks also, it is 75%. Out of this, certain percentage of loans should be compulsorily given to the agriculture sector, which is normally like 18%. Out of this 18% loans to the agriculture sector, 10% of the loans has to be compulsorily given to small and marginal farmers. So one of the biggest criticisms of the priority sector lending is there is no sub-target when it comes to tenant farmers or the landless farmers. And the statement here says that there is a separate sub-target for tenant farmers as well as landless farmers, which is actually incorrect. I hope you understood the point here, right? So right answer is 1 only. And look at this, which among the following are considered as priority sector loans for the agriculture sector? Now, why is it important? In last year's prelims, there was a question, which among the following loans are part of the loans under Kisan Credit Card, short-term loans under Kisan Credit Card? So on similar lines, I have formulated this particular question. And please do remember that all of these loans are considered as priority sector loans for the agriculture sector. All these loans. So crop loans, Kisan Credit Card, loans against negotiable warehousing receipts, loans to agriculture startups, loans to food processing industries, all of this is part of priority sector loans for the agriculture sector. Clear? Okay. Now coming to last initiative under the agriculture sector. The last initiative is with respect to fisheries sector. I hope all of you must be knowing about Blue Revolution, right? Blue Revolution is with respect to development of fisheries sector. For development of fisheries sector, the government of India has launched a scheme called as Pradhan Mantri Matsya Sampada Yojana. In this year's budget, the finance minister has announced that a separate component of this particular scheme would be launched. But the details of these components as to what this particular component will include, they are not being highlighted by the finance minister so far. So hopefully in future, the government will soon come out with the detailed guidelines about this new component. So that is why if you know this much, more than sufficient. So let's look at the practice MCQ number 12 here. Correct answer is fine. India is the second largest fish producing country in the world. Second largest, it is second largest fish producing country in the world, which is correct. The share of marine fisheries is higher than the inland fisheries. क्या लगता है? Fisheries we can get from two sources, marine sources and inland sources. Inland sources means rivers, ponds, lakes, and so on. What has happened in India is over a period of time, the share of inland fisheries has increased and the share of marine fisheries has reduced. So right now, the inland fisheries account for the highest share. So the statement which is given here is incorrect. So right answer is 1 only. Are we clear with this concept? Okay. So let's move to the next theme. The next theme is about the theme of banking and finance. So let's start with the first important initiative, that is National Financial Information Registry. Now please focus here. Whatever I'm going to discuss, it is there on the slide. I will show the slide later. Just focus because this is quite important. We're going to discuss about National Financial Information Registry. What is this registry and why we have set up this particular registry? Now, all of you know that when banks give loans to different customers, the banks need credit information about the borrowers. Credit information about the borrowers means how much loans have people taken in the past and whether they have been able to repay the loans on time or not. So this credit information, which is provided to the banks, in turn helps the banks to distinguish between good borrowers and bad borrowers. So when credit information is provided, banks can give more amount of loans to the good borrowers and they can turn down the loans to the bad borrowers. And just imagine if you don't have this kind of credit information. In absence of credit information, it may lead to a kind of phenomena which is referred to as adverse selection. What is adverse selection? Adverse selection means, in case of adverse selection, that is when credit information is not available to the banks, bad borrowers, that is people who have bad credit history, they may get loans at a lesser rate of interest, and good borrowers, people who have got good credit history, they may get loans at a higher rate of interest. Why? Because we don't have a credit information, right? So how do we facilitate credit information to the banks? To give credit information to the banks, what we have right now is credit information companies in India. When you look at these credit information companies in India, right now, we have 4 credit information companies. These 4 credit information companies are Credit Information Bureau India Limited. I hope all of you must have heard about CIBIL score, right? So this is a agency which provides for CIBIL score. Credit Information Bureau India Limited. Then we have CRIF. Then we have a CRIF high mark. Then we have Experian. Then we have Equifax. So right now we have these 4 credit information companies. Any idea who is regulating these credit information companies? Because this was a question in previous year prelims about credit rating agencies. The credit information companies, please remember, they are not regulated by SEBI. They are regulated by RBI. Very important. Credit rating agencies are regulated by SEBI. We are talking not about credit rating agencies. What are we talking about? Credit information companies. Okay. So here, when you look at this credit information company, they collect the necessary information and this information is given to the banks, based upon which banks can distinguish between good borrowers and bad borrowers. But the problem is, there are number of problems with respect to credit information companies. What are the problems? Let's understand. The first biggest problem is only credit related information is collected. When I say only credit related information is collected, it means only information related to previous loans taken by a person or a company is taken. Now, why it is a bad thing? Let's say I'm a person and I have not taken loans so far. Will I have any credit history? I'll not have any credit history. So how can you know whether I'm credit worthy or not? It's very difficult to know my credit worthiness because I've not taken loans so far. So one is this particular problem. The second problem is there is lack of coordination between these 4 credit information companies. So when we do not have effective coordination between those 4 credit information companies, automatically it leads to lack of information overlapping, or will not be able to capture the entire information. Am I audible clearly? Was there any disturbance in between? Okay, fine. So lack of coordination is the second important problem. And third and most important is ancillary information or subsidiary information which can prove my credit worthiness, that information is not collected. Now, just think and tell me what kind of subsidiary information or what kind of ancillary information about a company or a person can prove its credit worthiness apart from the loans which it has taken. My income levels, how much is my income? Or if I own a particular company, what is the balance sheet of the company? How much tax I am paying to the government, right? So there are certain ancillary information such as balance sheet of a company, how much tax I am paying. This kind of information is presently not even collected. So this is the biggest problem as far as credit information in India is concerned. So first and foremost, we are collecting information only about previous loans. If someone has not taken loans so far, he don't have any credit history at all. Second, there's lack of coordination between multiple agencies. And third, ancillary or subsidiary information is not collected. This was a problem which was identified by RBI way back in the year 2018. So that time, RBI had appointed a committee. Please remember the name of the committee. It's quite important. Yashwant Geostali Committee. This particular committee identified all of these problems. And after identifying these problems, this committee then recommended the RBI to set up a new agency called as PCR. It stands for Public Credit Registry. PCR is Public Credit Registry. This was an agency which was proposed to be set up by this particular committee. What would this particular agency do? This agency will collect all the credit related information, plus it will also collect all the ancillary information about the borrowers, which can in turn help the banks to access the credit worthiness of a borrower. This was a recommendation given when? 2018. And abhi 5 saal ke baad, 2023, we have now decided to set up a new agency, which the government has decided to call it as National Financial Information Registry. Like I said, ancillary information is any kind of information which can help the banks to know the credit worthiness of the borrower. Ancillary information could be about the income level of a person. If there's a company, the balance sheet of the company, the tax payment by the person, all this is a kind of ancillary information. Okay, now can you quickly think about the benefits of this National Financial Information Registry? What do you think are the benefits? Quickly. Lower NPS, good Archie. Reduce NPS. Easy and fast process, good Shailaja. Faster loans, good Mahesh. No adverse selection, good. Good Tanishka. Good. Fine. So I hope you understood the new concept, all of you. Okay. Please have a look at the mind map. That is what I said. Do not write anything. Whatever I am explaining, everything is there in the form of mind map. So I have highlighted importance of credit information. What is the present status? What are the problems with respect to collection of credit information? So ancillary information such as tax paid, balance sheet of the company is not captured. Look at the committee, Geostali Committee, 2018, Budget 23-24 proposal, set up National Financial Information Registry to collect all financial as well as ancillary information. To be set up by whom? By the RBI. Benefits, you can see all of these are the benefits. Understood, all of you? Right? Chandrakant, I'll come to your doubt later. Okay. Okay. Practice MCQ number 13. सबसे पहले, the credit information companies are regulated by SEBI. They are not regulated by SEBI, they are regulated by RBI. The Credit Information Bureau India Limited is a public sector owned credit information company. It's not public sector owned company. It's a private sector owned company. So right answer is neither one nor two. So if you go back to previous year prelims question, there's a question related to credit rating agencies. The question has been formulated on similar lines. Look at this question. The NFIR would provide all the financial and ancillary information to the banks to access the credit worthiness of the borrowers. NFIR is set to replace and take over all the existing credit information companies. Did I say that? No, right? If it was that important, I would have said that. So this is the kind of confusion which UPSC creates in your mind by giving up with a statement which is a very random statement. So this is incorrect. So right answer is one only. Okay. Next, coming to credit guarantee scheme for MSMEs. Let's understand what is this credit guarantee scheme for MSMEs. To make your understanding easier, what I've done is I've incorporated a flow chart and I've numbered the sequence of events which take place. Let's look at that point. Sabse pehle, you have a bank. This bank will extend collateral-free loan to MSME. When it extends a loan to MSME without any kind of collateral, that time the bank will pay a kind of guarantee fee to a entity which has been set up by SIDBI and Ministry of Micro, Small and Medium Enterprise. So both these entities have come together and set up Credit Guarantee Fund Trust for micro and small enterprises. So bank will pay the guarantee fee to this particular entity. In return, this entity will guarantee repayment of loans which the MSME has taken. So here, if the MSME defaults on repayment of loan, this entity on behalf of MSME will pay loan to the particular bank. So it's simply, it's like a kind of insurance which the banks take whenever they give any kind of collateral-free loans to the MSMEs. It's a kind of risk on, it's a kind of insurance, where in case of insurance, what do we pay? We pay a insurance premium. Here, what are they paying? They're paying only guarantee fee. That's the only thing. I hope you understood. Now, why do you think we have come up with such a scheme? Now, we know that MSMEs, their contribution to the Indian economy is very immense. They contribute almost like 28% to India's GDP. They contribute 45% to the manufacturing output, and they contribute 40% to India's exports. But the biggest problem which MSME sector face is lack of access to credit. So in order to encourage banks to give more amount of collateral-free loans to MSMEs, we have come up with a particular scheme. Now there are some salient features of this scheme. Let's look at this. Which all categories of banks can take a guarantee from this particular entity? It covers all the banks, including the scheduled commercial banks as well as regional rural banks. That's the first thing. Second, what's the loan limit for providing guarantee? Loan guarantee is given only for loans of up to how much? Rupees 2 crores. Iska matlab kya hai? If this MSME takes loan of more than 2 crores, will this entity give any guarantee? This entity will not give guarantee. Guarantee is given only when this MSME is taking loans of lesser than or equal to 2 crores. And look at the last part, extent of guarantee. So if this MSME defaults on repayment of loans, what extent of loan amount will this entity pay to the bank? Kitna guarantee dega? This guarantee ranges from 50% to 85% of the loan amount. Minimum guarantee kitna ho sakta hai? 50%. Maximum guarantee kitna ho sakta hai? 85%. So let's say the guarantee is, for example, 50%. This MSME has taken loans worth 2 crores. In future, this MSME fails to repay the loans. Then this entity will pay how much in this case? 1 crore. Ankit, here guarantee is just like a insurance. In case of insurance, you pay insurance premium, right? In this case, this bank is simply paying a guarantee fee. Again, loan to MSME, you guarantee that if this MSME defaults on loan repayment, you should make me the payment on behalf of the MSME. That's a guarantee fee. Clear, Ankit? Okay. So what's a new budget announcement? In the new budget announcement, we have decided to infuse almost like 9,000 crores into this particular fund. It's a new budget announcement. So since this particular scheme is in news, please remember about the salient features of this particular scheme. Okay. Now coming to a very interesting concept of data embassies. Let's understand what are data embassies. Now, before discussing the concept of data embassy, which was announced in this year's budget, let me just take an example from a day-to-day life. Now, let's say you have done a lot of hard work and you have prepared elaborate notes. And these elaborate notes related to your exam preparation, you have stored on your laptop. And you have thought that you'll use these particular notes later for the revision. Now, can I say some of you who are very careful, who are very cautious, you have this genuine fear. What if my laptop crashes later? अगर मेरा laptop crash हो गया तो जो कुछ भी मेरे notes हैं वो सब चले जाएंगे. So what will you do? You will back up those notes, right? You will take a backup of those notes onto a hard drive. You will transfer the notes to a hard drive so that in future, even if the laptop crashes, you will still have access to those precious notes which you have built over a period of time. Now extend the same logic to a particular country. Can I say a particular country has, huge amount of sensitive and critical data. If it stores all the sensitive and critical data within its own physical boundaries, and in in an event such as say cyber attack or a natural disaster, it's quite possible that the entire data of a particular country can get wiped out. So what can such a country do? Such a particular country can simply set up servers. Such a country can simply set up servers outside its physical boundaries in other countries. So these data centers, these servers which one country sets up in other countries, this itself we call it as data embassies. आप सभी ने सुना होगा foreign embassy. Like in India, we have foreign embassies of US, UK, and all other countries have their foreign embassies in India. Similar to foreign embassies, we are going to have data embassies in India. Foreign embassies, are they regulated by our own laws or are they regulated by international laws? Foreign embassies. Physically, when you look at foreign embassies, they are located in India, but our laws are not applicable to these foreign embassies. They are applicable by international laws. For example, you must have heard about Vienna Convention on Diplomatic Relations. Suna hai aapne? So this international convention will determine how a foreign embassy would work. On similar lines, when one country is setting up a data embassy in India, this embassy, data embassy, even though it is located in India, it is not be governed by our own laws. It will be governed through the international laws. You got this point, all of you? Now, let's look at one of the best example of a data embassy which a country has set up. Some of you must have heard about a country called as Estonia. Suna hai aapne? Estonia. Now, Estonia is probably one of the country which is at the forefront of digital revolution. What it has done is it has adopted 100% paperless governance. By adopting 100% paperless governance, all the services which the Estonian government is providing, it has moved to a digital platform. And the problem is, Estonia has been affected by cyber attacks in the recent past. So its servers, its data center is highly vulnerable to the attacks. So what Estonia government has done is, it has entered into an agreement with Luxembourg government. By entering into an agreement with the Luxembourg government, Estonia has set up data centers or servers where? In Luxembourg. Now, who will protect these data centers and servers? It will be protected by Luxembourg. But whose laws will be applicable to these data centers? Not that of Luxembourg. The laws of Estonia will be applicable to data centers. So it's a kind of an agreement which these two countries have come into being, and they have set up a world's first ever data embassy. So first ever data embassy has been set up by whom? Estonia. Where has it been set up? In Luxembourg. Now, as far as India is concerned, we know we are already a IT powerhouse of the global level. On similar lines, it is being said that India has a potential to emerge as the world's hard drive. Can you look at the significance here? We are talking India emerging as world's hard drive. इसका मतलब क्या है? We can encourage other countries to come and set up their data embassies in India. We can become the next hard drive of the world. So in order to ensure that India becomes one of the world's hard drive, recently the finance minister has decided to enable setting up of data embassies by other countries in India. But right now, these data embassies are going to be set up not in the domestic territory of India, rather they are going to be set up in GIFT IFSC. I hope you must be knowing. They have set up an International Financial Service Center, GIFT City in Ahmedabad. So as of now, data embassies will be set up only at GIFT, not in the rest of Indian territory. So this is the most important development. What do you think are the benefits for India? What will we get in return? Yes. Take your time. What are the benefits? Soft power, foreign exchange, foreign earnings, investment, commission for maintaining the data, increased technological. So can I say, first and foremost, when we have come up with a framework to set up a data embassy, can I say it will encourage a large number of foreign companies to set up their data centers in India? So you have companies such as Google, you have companies such as Amazon, which are maintaining huge data servers. So they can move their data servers to the GIFT City IFSC for more amount of investment in data storage. As we are able to promote more amount of investment later over a period of time, these countries may need certain subsidiary services from Indian software companies also, subsidiary services such as analysis of the data, right? So it can help us promote the IT sector also. We can create jobs also. So it has a potential to have multifaceted benefits in terms of higher investment, creation of jobs, giving a fillip to the IT sector, and so on. So you can just have a look at this particular mind map on data embassies. So you can see meaning of data embassy: data centers or servers set up by a country outside its physical borders. Just like foreign embassies, data embassies are governed by whom? By the foreign laws. Example: world's first data embassy will be established by has been established by Estonia and Luxembourg. Rationale: it will help the countries to provide for digital continuity in event of cyber attacks, disasters. Enable countries to save their critical data across the world. Budget proposal will facilitate setting up of data embassies in GIFT City IFSC. Clear with this, all of you? Okay. Practice MCQ number 15. Answer is A. B is incorrect because it does not give guarantee on 100% of the loan amount. Practice MCQ number 16. Look at the first option. It refers to data centers set up by foreign countries in their embassies located in India Are they going to set up data centers in their embassies? They're not going to set up the data embassies in India, right? Look at the option D. It refers to data centers to be set up by foreign countries in the GIFT IFSC in India, which is actually correct. It cannot be C. We're not going to set up data centers in other countries. Rather, we are asking other countries to set up data centers in India. Okay. Now coming to next part, that is Urban Infrastructure Development Fund. Let's understand about Urban Infrastructure Development Fund. So here we know that there is a priority sector lending target for different banks, which I said for most of the banks is like 40%. For RRBs, it is 75%. For small finance banks, it is 75%. Right now, what happens is whenever there is a shortfall in priority sector lending target, for example, let's say you have ICICI Bank, it has given total 100 rupees in the form of loans, out of which it is required to give 40 rupees loans to the priority sector. Let's say here this ICICI Bank, it has not given 40 rupees, it has given just 25 rupees as priority sector loans. The shortfall in this case is how much? Rupees 15, right? Rupees 15 is the shortfall. And what happens is when a bank is unable to fulfill its lending target with respect to priority sector, the shortfall amount gets distributed across 3 different funds. One is RIDF, Rural Infrastructure Development Fund, which is managed by NABARD. As the name suggests, this particular fund will be used for development of infrastructure in rural India. A certain part of the fund will go towards Small Enterprises Development Fund, which is managed by SIDBI. As the name suggests, it will be used for development of small scale enterprises. Certain amount of fund goes towards Affordable Housing Fund. As the name suggests, this particular fund will be used by NHB for building houses. So here the RBI will decide what proportion of this shortfall will be distributed across 3 different funds. Now, taking this forward, in this year's budget, the finance minister has created an additional fund, which is called as what? Urban Infrastructure Development Fund. Look at this fund. इसका क्या नाम है? Rural Infrastructure Development Fund. इसका क्या नाम है? Urban Infrastructure Development Fund. That one we are going to use it for development of rural areas. This one we are going to develop for urban areas. And look who is going to manage this. NHB. Got this point? So itna yaad rakh lo, that should be more than sufficient as far as Urban Infrastructure Development Fund is concerned. Are we clear now? Okay. Now coming to the next topic. The next topic is about the municipal bonds. So with respect to municipal bonds here, this year's budget, the finance minister has announced that the government will facilitate the urban local bodies to issue the municipal bonds in India. So as far as your prelims and mains examination is concerned, you must know as to what are these municipal bonds and how these municipal bonds are going to work. So let's start with the discussion of municipal bonds. Okay. So you can see here, with respect to municipal bonds, as the name suggests, the municipal bonds are the bonds which are going to be issued by municipal corporations or urban local bodies in India in order to finance their expenditure. So just like how you have corporate bonds issued by corporate entities, you'll have municipal bonds issued by the urban local bodies. The municipal bonds are of 2 types: general obligation bonds and revenue bonds. What's the difference here? In case of general obligation bonds, whatever money the urban local body is raising through general obligation bond, that money it can utilize for whatever purpose it wants to. There's no restriction that the money has to be utilized for this purpose, and so on. But if an urban local body is raising money to revenue bonds, here compulsorily, mandatorily, the money raised through revenue bonds has to be used only for a specific project. So clearly, the urban local body will say before issuing a revenue bond that we are going to raise this much amount of money, and this money we are going to use it for this particular project. For example, let's say you have an urban local body which wants to fund a metro project. To fund a metro project, what will it do is it will go for issuance of a revenue bond. Clear with this? Now, if you look at the present status, the first ever municipal bond was issued by Bangalore Municipal Corporation way back in the year 1997. Subsequently, a large number of urban local bodies have issued the municipal bonds in India, some of which include Ahmedabad Municipal Corporation, Surat Municipal Corporation, and recently, that is in the year 2020, Lucknow became the first city from UP to issue the municipal bond. Already, SEBI has come up with the detailed guidelines as to what the urban local bodies should follow when it comes to issuance of the municipal bonds. Now, what are the benefits of issuing municipal bonds? Let's understand. See, earlier, the government of India had appointed a committee under the leadership of Ishwar Judge Ahluwalia Committee. This particular committee identified that urban local bodies need almost like 40 lakh crores to spend for upgrading the urban infrastructure. For upgrading urban infrastructure such as roads, flyovers, housing, sanitation, etc., we need 40 lakh crore. So some part of this particular funding, the urban local bodies can raise through the issuance of municipal bonds. Secondly, when you look at urban local bodies, right? Urban local bodies, they have two sources of revenue. One is they can generate their own revenue, and second, they get grants from both center as well as states. When it comes to their own revenue, right, they can generate revenue by collecting property tax, and they can impose various fees as well as penalties as well. But the biggest problem right now is it has been identified by second ARC report, that is Administrative Reforms Commission, that only 10% of money which the urban local bodies get, they are getting it from their own sources. 90% of money which they get is in form of grants. From where? From center and state government. So can I say that urban local bodies are even today not financially sustainable? They're still dependent upon the grants of the center and states. So in future, if we allow the urban local bodies to issue the municipal bonds, automatically their own internal revenue generation will increase. That's the second benefit. Third benefit is, if an urban local body wants to issue the municipal bond, this urban local body should be transparent. It should be accountable. When I said transparent means, before issuing the municipal bond, the urban local body should clearly communicate to the investors as to what is its financial position, how much is its revenue, how much is its profit, how much is its expenditure. Only when it is providing such kind of financial information to the investors will come forward to purchase the municipal bonds. Otherwise, they will not come forward. So can I say this need for the urban local bodies to issue municipal bonds will automatically improve their transparency and accountability? And last and most importantly, it will reduce the dependence of urban local bodies on banks for the loans. And by doing that, we'll be able to reduce the asset liability mismatch of the banks. But what are the problems and challenges with respect to municipal bonds? Let's understand. First problem is, right now, only 1% of the funds are raised through municipal bonds, just 1%. So the overall penetration of municipal bond market in India is very, very low. Why is that? Why are urban local bodies reluctant or not coming forward to issue municipal bonds? It's like a vicious cycle, basically. Their financial position is poor. Since their financial position is poor, they know for sure that even if they issue municipal bonds, no one will come forward. And if they're not issuing municipal bond, the financial position will further deteriorate. So it's like a vicious cycle. First problem. Second, when urban local bodies are getting easier grants from states as well as centers, they are grants, right? They're not loans, which means urban local bodies are not required to pay back this money. So when they're getting this easy money, why go for a route which is more difficult? Because this is a loan which they are taking for municipal bonds. They have to repay the loans. So they are always going out for the easier route. Easier route is depend upon the grants given by the center as well as states. And look at the last part, poor record keeping by urban local bodies. As I said, one of the most important criteria for issuance of municipal bonds is the urban local bodies should maintain transparency and accountability. So when they don't provide financial information, when they don't have proper records, they will not be in a position to issue the municipal bonds. So in order to encourage the development of municipal bond market in India, budget has announced that cities will be incentivized to improve the credit worthiness so as to improve the so as to issue the municipal bonds in India. Now, why is it important? You must be knowing in GS paper 2, you have a topic of urban local bodies, right? So in this particular topic of urban local bodies, which is part of your GS paper 2, you could incorporate all of these points about the urban local bodies. Look at the name of the committee which I said. Kya naam hai iska? Ishwar Judge Aluwalia. How much funding we need? 40 lakh crores. So Naman is asking as to how will the cities be incentivized to improve their credit worthiness. The finance minister has not clearly hinted as to how we will incentivize them to improve their credit worthiness. But what could be done is when we are giving them grants to urban local bodies, grants given by center and states, these grants can be tied grants. Like we can give them grants only based upon a condition that they have got good record keeping, that they improve their transparency and accountability. So when we impose such kind of conditions on urban local bodies, then automatically their credit worthiness will improve. Clear, Naman? How will it reduce asset liability mismatch? See, what will banks do? Banks mobilize short-term deposits and they give long-term loans. Deposits for the banks are liabilities, loans are assets. So it creates a asset liability mismatch. I hope we are clear, all of you, right? Okay, now coming to last component under the financial sector, it is Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav Mahila Samman Bachat Patra. So what is this Mahila Samman Bachat Patra? It's a new small savings schemes which the finance minister has announced in this year's budget. Under this small savings schemes, we can make a deposit in the name of a woman or a girl child of up to rupees 2 lakh. So you can make a deposit of up to rupees 2 lakh into this particular account, and on this particular deposit you will get a interest of 7.5% rate of interest, and this deposit will be applicable for a period of 2 years. So these are the features of the new scheme called as Mahila Samman Bachat Patra. So account would have to be compulsorily opened in the name of whom? Women or a girl child. So you must be knowing about small savings schemes like we have post office deposits, national savings certificate, Kisan Vikas Patra, and so on. So the list of all the small savings schemes, a new small savings schemes has been added, which is Mahila Samman Bachat Patra. Yeah, 2 years. Okay, let's look at the small savings schemes. So you can see here, households, they put their money in different small savings schemes. Like right now we have 12 small savings schemes. But if you add the new small savings scheme, how much it will be? 13 small savings schemes. So you can see post office deposits, national savings certificate, Kisan Vikas Patra, all of these are your small savings schemes. Now what happens is all that money which the people deposit into small savings schemes, it goes into a separate fund called as National Small Savings Fund, NSSF. This fund is right now maintained under Public Account of India. Please remember, it's not part of Consolidated Fund of India. It's part of Public Account of India. A certain amount of money from this National Small Savings Fund is in turn invested in government securities, which means, can I say the government is borrowing indirectly from where? Households. So remember the question asked in prelims 2022. There was a question in prelims 2022 that a part of government's borrowing is financed through household savings, right? This is what was the question statement asked. So you can see that certain amount of money is invested in government securities, and it is called as what? Securities against the National Small Savings Fund. This securities against National Small Savings Fund is right now second largest source for government borrowings from market. So can you tell me what's the government's largest source of borrowings from the market? What is that instrument which the government issues to borrow from the market? क्या बोलते हैं इसको? Quickly. Yes, dated security. Once again, asked in prelims 2022. Two statements in prelims 2022 directly asked from this slide. Okay. So now, how is the interest rate on I'm sorry, how is the interest rate on small savings schemes fixed? It is fixed by the government on a quarterly basis. Quarterly basis means every 3 months the interest rate is fixed, and the interest rate is in turn based upon the yield rates of the government securities of similar maturity period. What does it mean? For example, let's say you have a national savings certificate whose maturity period is, say, equal to 5 years. So its rate of interest will be similar to the yield rate on 5-year government security. If this national savings certificate maturity period is equal to 10 years, the rate of interest will be equal to what? Yield rate on 10-year government security. Understood this point? But we know that yield rate on a government security changes every day. Does it mean that interest is also changing every day? Interest does not change every day. Interest changes at a frequency of every quarter. I hope you understood this part. Okay. So please have a look at this particular practice question. We know the answer is neither one nor two. It does not get deposited into Consolidated Fund of India. It gets deposited into Public Account of India. The interest rates is completely market determined. It is not market determined. It is fixed by the government. So both the statements are incorrect. Okay. Now coming to the next theme of infrastructure development. In case of infrastructure development, these are the major themes. That is 50-year interest-free loan, review of harmonized list of infrastructure, increase in capital outlay for railways, and so on. Can we have a class for additional half an hour? Is it okay with all of you? Yes or no? Okay. Thank you so much. Thanks for your patience. I know it's a pretty long class. Can't help. Okay. Fine. Now, with respect to infrastructure development, let's look at these initiatives one by one. And like I said, in case of infrastructure sector, we do not have any major initiatives, because whatever major initiatives had to be taken, all these major initiatives have been taken in last year's budget. Like in last year's budget, we discussed important initiatives such as Gati Shakti Master Plan. We discussed 50-year interest-free loan. We discussed increase in capital outlay. So all the important initiatives have been taken in the last year's budget. So what we will do in this year is we will quickly recap the important initiatives of this year's budget, starting with 50-year interest-free loan. Okay. I hope in the last year's budget, some of you might have attended. I've discussed everything related to 50-year interest-free loan. To tell you in detail, as part of this 50-year interest-free loan, the central government is going to give loans to the state government for a period of 50 years. And the central government is not going to charge any interest. So this is the concept of 50-year interest-free loan. So it was initially unveiled as part of Atmanirbhar Bharat package. Last year, we had fixed a corpus at 1 lakh crore. And now in this year's budget, we have decided to continue with this particular scheme with an enhanced corpus of 1.3 lakh crore. We have further increased the corpus. But one thing which the finance minister has announced in this year's budget is whatever loans the center is giving to the states under this particular scheme, entire loan amount has to be used in this year itself. This is an important development which has taken place. That's the first thing. Second, last year, when we gave loans to the states under this particular scheme, we did not impose any conditions of the states for what purpose the money has to be utilized for, right? But this year, the finance minister has said that the loans availed by the states under this particular scheme, a certain part of these loans has to be used for a specific purpose. What specific purpose? For example, in this year's budget, the finance minister has said that certain part of loans would have to be used by the states for creation, for setting up Unity Mall. What's a Unity Mall? Unity Mall is a concept which was, highlighted in this year's budget. Unity Mall means it's a kind of a shopping mall. It's a kind of mall which would be constructed by the state government. This Unity Mall will showcase the one district, one products of all the districts of a particular state. Apart from that, this particular mall will also showcase GI tags of a particular state, geographical indicator products. Apart from that, the finance minister has also announced that some part of this loan amount should be compulsorily used for setting up of digital libraries. Some funds should be compulsory used for constructing houses for police personnel and so on. Now, as far as your examination is concerned, you don't have to get into the details as to for what purpose the money can be utilized for. You just have to know that certain part of this loan amount has to be specifically used for certain specific purpose. Got it? Look at this practice question, MCQ 2022. Answer is A. Apart from that, in last year's budget, I've discussed about borrowing powers of center and states, that is Article 292, Article 293, whether states can borrow from outside India or not. All of this I have already discussed in last year's budget. So please have a look at last year's budget. You'll have a complete idea about this. Okay. Next is harmonized list of infrastructure. When I say harmonized list of infrastructure, once again, this was discussed in the last year's budget. So I had clearly told you that Ministry of Finance has come out with a list of harmonized list of infrastructure. All those subsectors which are included in this particular list, these subsectors are categorized as infrastructure sector. And if a particular subsector is included in this harmonized list, such a subsector will get certain additional incentives and benefits. So last year, the budget 22-23 had announced that data storage and energy storage will be added to the list of harmonized list of infrastructure. And you can see the harmonized list of infrastructure. We include transport and logistics, energy, water and sanitation, communication, social and commercial, and so on. Now here, once a particular sector is included in the harmonized list of infrastructure, they get a number of benefits and concessions. What are the benefits and concessions? Let's have a look. Long-term credit at affordable rate of interest from banks and financial institutions. Second, they will be able to have easier access to long-term funds from insurance companies, pension fund companies. Third, they'll be able to have easier access to external commercial borrowings. And fourth, they will be able to have access to investment from sovereign wealth funds. So as far as this year's budget is concerned, in this year's budget, the finance minister has simply announced that this particular list will be reviewed, and if needed, more sectors will be included in this particular list. Which sectors are going to be included in this particular list? Finance Minister has not highlighted that part. So you can see the budget announcement, review the harmonized list of infrastructure. That's the only thing what we have done this year. I hope this part is clear. Okay. Now coming to the railway budget. Now all of you must be knowing that the railways enjoy monopoly with respect to running of passenger trains as well as freight trains. When railways is enjoying monopoly in running passenger trains and freight trains, one would assume that railways would be earning huge amount of profits. But can you guess how much profits we are earning on an annual basis? कितना हो सकता है हमारा profit? Anyone? No, we are not a loss incurring entity for sure. We are earning profit. Surprisingly, the profit is just 2,000 crores. That's it. You can see the profits कितना है हमारा? Just 2,000 crores. The reason is there is we are spending huge amount of money. Particularly if you look at this concept of operating ratio, this operating ratio in 23-24, it is expected to be like 98.45%. What does it mean? This basically means that to earn 100 rupees, we are spending 98.45 rupees. So when we are spending so much huge amount of money, obviously our net profit amount will also be very less. And it is being said that since Indian Railways is earning less amount of profits, it has less amount of money to upgrade the railway infrastructure. So what we have done in this year's budget is we have significantly increased the capital outlay for the railway budget to almost like 2.4 lakh crores. So we have increased the allocation to Ministry of Railways to 2.5 lakh crore, which is considered to be the highest in last 4 to 5 years. So the idea is to improve the overall financial position of railways in India. I hope this part is clear. Okay. So you can just use this as a fodder point. If at all you get a question in UPSC mains in GS paper 3 about the railways, you can just mention that this year the government has increased the allocation to its highest level of 2.4 lakh crore. That's it. Okay. Now coming to the social sector initiatives. In case of social sector initiatives, we'll start with the first initiative of SHGs, self-help groups. As of now, we do not have any details as to where this capital will be invested. Are we clear? Okay. Let's start with the SHGs. Organizing SHGs into large producer organizations. Okay. Sabse pehle, do you know that SHGs is part of your syllabus? Self-help groups is part of its syllabus. It's part of your GS paper 2, polity and governance, right? So you should take this as an opportunity to understand in detail about SHGs, self-help groups. I hope all of you must be knowing certain basic details about SHGs, right? What are its benefits? What are the challenges? So what I'm going to do in next 5 to 10 minutes is I'm going to discuss everything related to the SHGs from the perspective of your GS paper 2. So let's start with the SHGs. Sabse pehle, you must be knowing that in case of SHG, you have like 15 to 20 women who come together and they form a self-help group. As the name suggests, self-help. The idea of setting up of a self-help group is each and every women member will make certain amount of contribution to the SHG. And once they make contribution to the SHG, they can lend among themselves, they can borrow among themselves. And if needed, the SHG can also take up certain productive activities. Productive activities such as, say, making of papads, making of pickles, or they can become entrepreneurs of a small size industry and so on. Now, in order to support women members to form self-help groups, the government of India has a scheme. Its name is Deen Dayal Yojana, National Rural Livelihood Mission. It's a scheme which the government is presently implementing in order to support the formation of SHGs. So what we are doing under this particular scheme is, we are focusing on universalization of SHGs. When I say universalization of SHGs, means here we are trying to ensure that at least one women member belonging to a BPL family is part of the SHGs. At least one women member belonging to SHGs. Universalization. Once we are ensuring that women becomes part of SHG, the government is providing support to such SHGs. What kind of support do you think the government is providing to SHGs? Anyone? क्या support है? Credit, financial, funds. Okay. Government provides for a support in the form of what is called as a revolving fund. What is this revolving fund? Revolving fund means based upon the amount which a SHG has been able to mobilize. Let's say if there are 15 to 20 women members in SHG, they are mobilized say 1 lakh. So based upon how much money the SHGs are able to mobilize on their own, the government would also make amount of its own contribution to SHG. We call this as revolving fund. So that is the first thing. Second, government has created a linkage between SHG and bank. So we have a program called as SHG Bank Linkage Program. This particular program is right now implemented by NABARD. So NABARD ensures that each and every SHG which is formed in India has access to banks. So bank will be able to give sufficient amount of credit to the SHG. So this is the second component. The third component is government will also provide for the necessary skill set to the SHGs, so that if SHGs want to take up any entrepreneurial activities, if they want to take up any productive activities, they can take up. So government will provide the necessary skill set. And apart from that, government will also provide for interest subvention. I hope you are able to recall the concept of interest subvention. It's a subsidy on the interest, right? So all of these things, the government is providing support to SHGs under Deen Dayal Antyodaya Yojana, National Rural Livelihood Mission. So let's look at the mind map. You can see all these features I have explained. Look at the present status of SHGs in India. How many SHGs we have? 1.2 crore SHGs, and 88% of members of SHG are women. And what you must understand is, SHGs, are they purely only for women? We can have SHGs for men also, right? But majority of SHGs are women-led SHGs. Some of the best examples of SHGs that we have across India is, one is SEWA. You must have heard about a SHG called as Self-Employed Women's Association. This SEWA is very important because this was the one which started the SHG movement in India. So this SEWA SHG was headed by a person who is quite famous. Her name is Ila Bhatt. She started this SEWA, Self-Employed Women's Association. And then we have other famous SHGs such as Mairada in Karnataka, Kudumshri, I hope you must have heard of, it's from Kerala, then Jivika in Bihar. Now, why is this thing important is, when you're writing an answer in UPSC mains, you need to have certain specific case studies to substantiate the answer. So when you substantiate an answer with case studies, it's a kind of value addition. That is why I've incorporated this examples. And look at the benefits. Now, when you look at the benefits of SHGs, right, you can randomly write benefits. My brother is from Karnataka. When you look at the benefits, you can randomly write benefits, but it is always good to quote from an authentic source. And the authentic source here is a study which was conducted by Institute of Rural Management. This institute has carried out a detailed study about impact of SHG movement in India. So you can quote in the answer from this particular study. For example, we can see the multifaceted impact, economic impact, social impact, and political impact. I hope they are self-explanatory. Just have a look at the economic impact. Increase in female labor force participation rate. What's the female labor force participation rate in India right now? Any idea? Anyone? It was until last year, it was around 23-24%. But this year, as per the economic survey, it has increased to 27%. But we know there is a wide disparity between the female labor force participation rate and male labor force participation rate. On one hand, the male labor force participation rate is much higher at 75%. The female labor force participation rate is just 27%. So by increasing the penetration of SHGs, we can reduce the disparity between males and females with respect to labor force participation rate. It can help us improve the financial inclusion. And look at the third point, which is very important. According to the Institute of Rural Management, 2.5 years of membership in SHGs can help us increase the income level of women by almost like 20%. And lastly, it can help us promote social capital as well as economic democracy. So when I say economic democracy, it will help people or women to contribute to the process of development and also get benefited from the development which is taking place in the Indian economy. And look at the social impact. Social impact, you can see women empowerment has led to improvement in education, health, nutrition, decision making. I hope some of you must have heard about this Grameen experiment. Suna hai? From which country? Which is a country which is famous for Grameen experiment of SHGs, Bangladesh. The person who started this Grameen experiment, his name is Muhammad Yunus. Muhammad Yunus started this Grameen experiment in Bangladesh, which in turn has led to women empowerment, and empowerment of women in Bangladesh has led to other social benefits like improvement in education, health, and so on. Lastly, financial independence leads to higher political participation. In spite of these benefits, there are certain problems and challenges. You can see right now there is huge regional disparity with respect to penetration of SHGs. Right now it is being said that the SHG movement is more predominant in western and southern part of India. The SHG movement has so far not penetrated much the northern, eastern, and northeastern part of India. So that is one problem. Second is limited presence of SHGs in urban areas. We have not tapped the potential of SHGs in urban areas. So we can focus more upon development of SHGs in urban areas to realize its potential. Other problems is lack of credit support, limited hand-holding support, and so on. Now, recently, while addressing a conference on SHGs, self-help groups, Prime Minister Modi made a very, very significant statement. Look at the statement which he has made. SHGs can transform into nation help groups. What's the meaning of this nation help groups? क्या हो सकता है? Anyone? Growth, it's not about growth. Okay, here when I say that SHGs can transform into nation help groups, it means two things. One, when we have SHGs at the local level, at the village level, what we can do is these SHGs at the village level, let's say in village, we have like 5 to 6 SHGs. These 5 to 6 SHGs at the village level can come together to form a larger SHG at the district level. The district level SHGs can come together to form a state level SHG. State level SHGs can come together to form a national level SHG. So from bottom to top. That's the one thing. Second, look at this nation help groups, which means the development of SHGs, apart from helping the development of women themselves, don't you think it will help in nation building, help in development of nation as well? So there are two ways of interpreting this. One, whatever SHGs we have, we can aggregate them, form a district level SHG. District level SHG can become a state level SHG. State level SHG can become a national level SHG. So bottom up approach. So keeping in mind this particular statement made by Prime Minister Modi, this year's budget has announced that we will organize multiple SHGs at the village level into larger producer companies. If it's still not been able to understand, just visualize the structure of rural cooperatives. If you look at structure of rural cooperatives, at a village level, what we have is primary agriculture credit societies at the village level. All these primary agriculture credit societies at the village level, they come together to form district central cooperative banks. All the district central cooperative banks at the district level, they come together to form a apex level bank at the state level. Just like that, we want to create a kind of a pyramid of SHGs. Why it is important? Can I say the SHG at the higher level can provide credit support, financial support, hand-holding support to SHG at the bottom level? So one SHG at a higher level will be able to support the SHG at the lower level. So that is a kind of a bottom-up model which we are trying to replicate as far as SHG movement in India is concerned. It's a significant development, which is quite important as far as women empowerment is concerned. I hope you understood now the concept. So if you're writing an answer in UPSC mains, do not forget to incorporate a statement made by Prime Minister Modi. What's the statement? The statement is SHGs can turn into the nation help groups. Quite important. I hope this part is clear, all of you, right? So let's come to the other initiatives. Others are very small initiatives. I'll just take another 10-15 minutes. I hope it is okay. I've been extending by every 10-15 minutes. Sorry for that, but I have to complete it. Hope it's okay. Okay, fine. Next initiative is PM Vikas. PM Vikas is a scheme which the government has announced in order to support the artisans and craftsmen of India. See, India is a country which is always known for its arts and crafts. For example, some of the arts and crafts of India which are famous across the world are like your Worli paintings, like your Pashmina shawls, Channapatna toys, right? But we have seen that over a period of time, the artisans and craftsmen, they're not getting the necessary support, particularly in terms of support from the banks, support in terms of marketing and so on. So in order to support artisans and craftsmen, we have launched a new initiative called as PM Vikas. So you can see the objective of this is to improve quality, scale and reach of Indian arts and craftsmen. So here we are going to provide for financial support and skill-based training. We'll help the artisans and craftsmen to build their own brand, and will also link the artisans and craftsmen with the local and global markets. So just remember this scheme, PM Vikas, that should be more than sufficient. Any idea who is going to implement this scheme? कौन implement करने वाला है? It is most likely to be implemented by Ministry of Minority Affairs. Minority Affairs Ministry, please remember that. Look at this, PM, particularly vulnerable tribal group development mission. So here we are focusing on providing the necessary facilities such as education, housing, sanitation to the particularly vulnerable tribal groups. In your polity classes, you must have studied about Article 342 of the Indian Constitution, Article 342 of the Indian Constitution empowers the president to declare certain communities as tribal communities, which are called as ST, scheduled tribes. Within the scheduled tribes, there are certain primitive tribes, which we call them as particularly vulnerable tribal groups. So for the support of such particularly vulnerable tribal groups, we have launched a new mission. Next is Bharat Shri. Bharat Shri is a new scheme under which we are going to carry out digitization of 1 lakh ancient inscriptions. This particular mission is going to be implemented by the epigraphy branch of Archaeological Survey of India, which is located at Mysore. So this is the implementation agency for the Bharat Shri project. And next is we are going to set up a national digital library for children as well as adolescents. So the idea of having this national digital library is to ensure that children as well as adolescents are able to have access to books from different geographies and as well as in different languages. But it is being said that even if you set up a national digital library, people in rural India may not be having access to this national digital library because they may not have the necessary infrastructure such as internet connection to have access to the digital libraries. So in order to ensure that people have access to these digital libraries, the state governments have been asked to set up the physical infrastructure. That is, they have been asked to set up physical libraries at the panchayat level as well as ward level. And these physical libraries will in turn provide for necessary infrastructure. Necessary infrastructure means computers, internet connection, so that people are able to have access to the National Digital Library. Next is apprenticeship promotion scheme. So what is this apprenticeship promotion scheme? Sabse pehle, let's understand what do you mean by apprenticeship. When I say apprenticeship, it basically means that one particular person can work as an apprentice and in a particular company. While working as an apprentice, this person will be able to earn stipend also. Apart from earning stipend, this person will also be able to get both on-job training. On-job training could be theoretical training as well as practical training. That's the concept of apprenticeship. Now, why is it so important for India? Now, when you see the overall penetration of skills in India, it is being said that only 13% of our workforce, they are skilled. Out of that 13%, 11% of our workforce, they have got informal skills. And just 2% of our workforce, they have got the formal skills. So the overall skill penetration in India, in spite of Pradhan Mantri Kaushal Vikas Yojana, is quite lower. Whereas if you look at countries, especially the best example of a country with the high level of skill set is South Korea. In South Korea, almost 90% of workforce is skilled. So compare and contrast. So we know that India is facing demographic dividend. But what's the use of demographic dividend if the youths in India are not skilled enough? Apart from that, it is being said that only 46% of graduates who are coming out of colleges and universities, they are employable. Remaining 54% of graduates, they cannot be directly employed in industries. Why? Because the curriculum that is taught to students in universities and colleges is quite different from the job requirement. So these people would have to learn something more to get the job. So on one hand, we have less number of people who are skilled, while more number of people who are coming out of colleges, they are not employable. So because of these two reasons, what we need is we need to promote apprenticeship. Understood this point, all of you? So in India, we have an act called as Apprentice Act 1961 and Apprenticeship Rules 1992. As per this act and as per these rules, all the establishments who are employing more than 30 employees, compulsorily, they are required to hire apprentices in the range of 2.5 to 15% of their workforce. It is not it's not flexible. It is mandatory. Compulsorily, they have to hire apprentices. As far as the organizations which are employing less than 30% are concerned, it's for them on an optional basis. These people are also required to pay certain minimum stipend. Understood? So, hiring of apprentices in India, is it voluntary or is it compulsory? Please remember, it is compulsory for the establishments which are having more than 30 employees. Now, in order to encourage the industries to hire apprentices, the government of India has formulated a scheme called as National Apprenticeship Promotion Scheme. Under this particular scheme, whatever stipend the industries are required to give to the apprentices, 25% of that stipend amount is paid by the government. So only remaining 70% is paid by the industries, 25% stipend will be paid by the government. But here the government says that it will pay its 25% of stipend amount only up to rupees 1,000 per month per apprentices. So what's the new budget announcement? Budget announcement is whatever stipend the government is going to pay to the apprentices, this stipend amount, the government will transfer it directly to the beneficiary account. So if I'm hired as an apprentice in a particular industry, the industry will pay directly 75% of stipend into my bank account. The remaining 25% of stipend amount, the government will transfer it to my bank account. That's a new concept of apprenticeship. I hope this part is clear. Last one is Sickle Cell Anemia Elimination Mission. I hope some of you must be knowing about sickle cell anemia. Sickle cell anemia is a genetic disorder of the blood. In this genetic disorder of the blood, the hemoglobin, which is a critical part of the blood, this hemoglobin is in a form of C-shaped or sickle shape. Because it is in a kind of crescent or C shape, the hemoglobin, whose main role is to carry oxygen to the body, its ability to carry oxygen to the body reduces. So, in this year's budget, the finance minister has announced that we'll try to eliminate sickle cell anemia by 2047. Is there any cure for sickle cell anemia? Then how are we going to eliminate? What's the cure for sickle cell anemia? Bone marrow replacement, right? We can replace the bone marrow, or else the only thing what we can do is sickle cell anemia gets transferred from parents to children. So what we can do is, particularly what happens is, if both the father and mother, if both are having sickle cell anemia, there's a higher probability that they will be able to transfer the sickle cell anemia to the children. So what we have to do is, we have to just ensure that when people are getting married, both the persons, they should not be having sickle cell anemia. So kind of counseling can be done. Awareness has to be increased. So just to ensure that when people are having sickle cell anemia, they don't get married to each other. So that's a kind of awareness or universal screening and so on. I hope we are clear, all of you. Okay, now the last part. Look at this, practice MCQ number 24. Practice MCQ number 24. The government provides financial support to the establishments. Government provides financial support Government is not providing any direct financial support. What the government is doing, it is providing for stipend payment to whom? To the entities. The scheme is implemented, yes, by Ministry of Skill Development. PM Vikas, support artisans and craftsmen in India. Good. Okay, now coming to last part. Last part is 1, 2, 3, 4 schemes are there. I just take up these things one by one. As far as in UPSC prelims examination is concerned, you could just get a one-liner questions with respect to these initiatives. Like you will get a question, what does PM Pranam deal with? Or what does Mishti scheme deal with? Or what does Amrit Dharor scheme deals with? This thing, if you know, that should be more than sufficient. There are more two things. Like one is Green Credit Program. Under this Green Credit Program, the Finance Minister has announced that the government would provide sufficient incentives to companies, local bodies, as well as individual who would reduce their carbon footprint. So if people are bringing about changes in their lifestyle and reduce the carbon footprint, then such entities will be given incentives. This particular program is going to be introduced under Environmental Protection Act 1986. But so far, the Finance Minister has not highlighted as to how this particular scheme of Green Credit Program is going to work. The scheme is yet to be notified. Since it is yet to be notified, we'll have to just keep waiting for the final details or final contours to be released. So you can keep watching for this particular Green Credit Program. Next is lab-grown diamond. What's a lab-grown diamond? Now, we know that how naturally diamonds are formed, right? So when you look at the natural diamonds, it is being said to mine the natural diamonds, there's a lot of ecological destruction which takes place. Ecological destruction such as when I mine a natural diamond, I have to dig up the ground. By digging up the ground, I lost a lot of amount of carbon which is trapped. It gets released. It leads to emission of carbon. It also leads to ecological destruction. So in order to reduce the demand for the natural diamonds, we are trying to promote the lab-grown diamond. When you look at the lab-grown diamond, right, in terms of the appearance, in terms of chemical property, it is going to be same as your natural diamond. Only thing is that these diamonds are going to manufacture in lab. So India, over a period of time, it is slowly emerging as one of the hub of lab-grown diamond. So about which slowly over a period of time, you'll get details in the newspaper. So as far as these two things are concerned, the minute details are not yet revealed by the government. So you can keep waiting for this. We'll just focus upon the other 5 initiatives. Let's start with the renewable energy. Okay. With respect to renewable energy, right now, if you look at the total installed capacity of renewable energy, it has increased to almost like 1.5 lakh megawatt. Any idea what its share in terms of total installed power capacity in India, in terms of percentage? We have already crossed 40%. What was our NDC target? Our NDC target was 40%. We have already crossed 40%, right? And this year's economic survey has highlighted that in terms of total installed renewable energy capacity at a global level, India's ranking is 4th place. In terms of solar power, also it is 4th place. In terms of wind power, also it is 4th place. So India stands 4th in terms of total installed renewable energy capacity, in terms of solar power capacity, and in terms of wind power capacity. But if I could highlight as one of the biggest problem or concern with respect to harnessing renewable energy is integration with the grid is very difficult. When I say integration with the grid is difficult, it means whatever power that we are generating from renewable sources such as solar, wind, it is very difficult to integrate that solar, that electricity with the grid electricity. Why? When you look at solar power, does solar power generate electricity throughout the day? it does not generate electricity throughout the day. It generates electricity only when the sun rays are very strong. During night time, it cannot generate electricity. Similarly, wind power also cannot generate electricity 24/7. So what we need to do is, whenever surplus amount of electricity is generated by renewable energy sources, the surplus amount of electricity should be stored in batteries, energy storage systems, so that this electricity can be used during the peak season or during time when we need the electricity the most. So one of the biggest problem that we have in India is we do not have adequate energy storage systems, batteries. That's the first problem. Second problem is, when you look at the areas which have huge potential to set up solar power projects or wind power projects, they are located far away from consumption centers. For example, wind power, they are mostly located around the coastal areas. Solar power, they are mostly located in deserts. Or if you look at Ladakh, Ladakh is one of the regions in India where we have optimum potential to generate solar power. But the problem is they are generated they are located far away from consumption centers. So what we need is evacuation infrastructure. Evacuation infrastructure means when the power is produced at where it is generated, the power have to be evacuated and sent to the consumption centers. So in order to address these two problems, the finance minister, this year's budget has said that the government would provide for viability gap funding for setting up of power storage systems. Viability gap funding means we'll provide for funding support. We'll provide funding to the private sector to set up the power storage systems. And look at this, evacuation and grid integration of energy from where? From Ladakh. It's a new development which has taken place. I hope this part is clear, all of you. Next is PM Pranam scheme. You can see that this PM Pranam scheme has been introduced by the government in order to reduce the consumption of chemical fertilizers and promote the usage of more alternative fertilizers, which has less impact on the agricultural soil. So you can see that right now India is the second largest user of fertilizers in the world. More than 1/3 of fertilizers are imported from other countries, which is leading to higher import bill, higher subsidy bill of almost like 2.5 lakh crore. Overusage of fertilizers has affected soil fertility. Hence, we are going to incentivize states and union territories to promote alternative fertilizers and balanced use of chemical fertilizers under PM Pranam scheme. Next is Bharatiya Prakritik Kheti Bio Input Resource Centers. In the last year's budget, I had discussed a concept of natural farming. I had clearly highlighted as to in what way natural farming is different from organic farming. And I had told you that with respect to natural farming, one of the biggest concern is we won't be able to get the necessary inputs. So in order to provide for necessary inputs for natural farming, we are going to set up bio input resource centers. It will provide all the necessary inputs that we need to practice the natural farming. Okay, so that's the next part. Next is MISTI. MISTI is for promoting the cultivation of mangroves along the coastline. So you can see the name is Mangrove Initiative for Shoreline Habitats and Tangible Incomes. And then last is Amrit Dharohar, which is for conservation and development of wetlands. You must be knowing that the number of Ramsar wetlands in India has increased. How many wetlands, Ramsar sites we have in India right now? 75. Earlier we used to have like 26, 27, which has increased to 75. So in order to protect and conserve the wetlands, a new scheme has been launched called as Amrit Dharohar. Now, as far as these initiatives are concerned, as I said, you just have to know one-liner. If you know one-liner, that's more than sufficient. So look at practice MCQ number 26. It's like a question asked in previous year prelims. Previous year prelims से पहली बार question आया था. How many pairs are correctly matched? 2 pairs are correctly matched, right? Good. Look at this practice question. What do you think? Which is the largest producer of solar energy? Once again, you must have seen last year prelims, we had a question about solar energy. Okay. सबसे पहले, Tamil Nadu is not the largest producer of solar energy. Until 2 years back, Karnataka was the largest producer of solar energy. But last year it was reported that Karnataka has been overtaken by Rajasthan. So right now, Rajasthan is the largest producer of solar energy. Second is Gujarat is the largest producer of wind energy. It is incorrect because it is not Gujarat. Rather, it is Tamil Nadu. Tamil Nadu is the largest producer of wind energy. So first 2 statements are incorrect. The third statement says the share of solar energy in the total installed power capacity is higher than that of wind energy. Solar energy share in the total installed capacity is like 50,000 megawatt. Wind energy is 40,000 megawatt. So the share of solar energy is higher than that of wind energy. So the right answer to this particular question is B. That is 3 only. I hope you're clear. Fine. So finally, we are done with the discussion of the union budget. So there are some important points about the reforms in the governance, such as the important bill and some minute details. Those minute details, I will cover it as part of the economic survey discussion. And like I said, there's one important part about public finance, that is the debt, the revenue account, capital account, the fiscal deficit, and all of these things. I will take it up as part of the economic survey discussion. So we are done with the budget discussion for this particular session. Next week, same time, we will start with the discussion of economic survey 1. So wherein I will be taking up discussion of at least like 4 to 5 chapters. And then next week, we'll have another session on the economic survey. So in 3 sessions, we'll be done with both economic survey as well as budget. And like I said, once you're done with this particular session, the PPT for this entire session will be uploaded on the YouTube. That's the first thing. Second, in the YouTube also, you'll get a link on the eLearn portal. You can click on the link and attempt the quiz from the budget session. The same thing will be repeated for the next 2 weeks also. And as far as mains-based questions for practice, which I've incorporated, try to write answers on your own. Remember, I incorporated 2 to 3 mains questions for practice. Like one question was related to oil seeds. There was other question related to horticulture. So try to write answers to these questions on your own. Are we clear? Okay. In case if you need anything more from my side, please let me know. So I'm just going to unmute you all. So in case if you have any doubts, anything, you can just ask me. So in case anyone wants to ask any kind of doubt, you can simply raise your hand and start asking. PPT will be uploaded on the YouTube. Don't worry, Aishwarya. Yeah, Tanishka.
Good afternoon, sir.
Yeah, good afternoon.
Sir, I wanted to know the relevance of last year's budget for this year's prelims. Do we have to go through?
Yeah, it is important. In fact, both last year's budget as well as economic survey is quite relevant. So that's why I said it won't take much time. So if you watch the video at 2x, you'll be able to complete in 4 hours. So please complete it. Okay. Yeah, Akib.
Good afternoon, sir. It was a nice session. Thank you, first of all. Sir, in case of urban local bodies in India, they only generate 10% of their budget and 90% are grants, right?
Yeah.
So I think Mumbai is the richest municipal corporation in India and one of the richest in Asia also.
Yeah.
It is true for Mumbai also, or it is reverse?
Yeah, whatever I said, it's an average. It's not it's not specific. So this was a point which was highlighted by second ARC report on its second ARC on its report on urban governance. So it's a general, it's an average. So only 10% of the funds the urban local bodies are able to generate on their own. Remaining 90% of funds, they are dependent upon the grants.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Karim is asking what does non-institutional credit means. Non-institutional credit means the loans which the farmers take from money lenders. That we call it as non-institutional credit. Abhishek is asking what happens to the defaulting MSME under the credit guarantees. So here, if a particular MSME defaults under the credit guarantee, obviously the loan will be turned as NPA and the bank will go after the MSME to recover the loan amount. So that is different process. Okay. Ambika Ranjan is asking about evacuation and grid integration. Ambika Ranjan as I was saying that the amount of electricity generated by solar power and wind power, it is not constant. It keeps changing throughout the day. So it's very difficult to feed that electricity into the grid. So what we must do is we must first store the electricity generated by solar power and wind power into batteries, energy storage systems. And then we have to feed it into the grid. So that is the grid integration. Evacuation means once the electricity is generated, the electricity has to be transmitted through distribution lines. For example, let's say we are generating solar power in Ladakh. From the solar power which is generated in Ladakh, this solar power has to be supplied to other parts of India also. So how will you take out electricity from there? Through distribution lines. That we call it as evacuation.
Sir, good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Sir, correct me if I am wrong. Like if, for example, if my understanding is wrong, like that National Financial Credit Register, how it is different from account aggregators?
How is it different from?
Account aggregators.
In a way, it's much similar to the account aggregators. So we have discussed about account aggregators, like they'll also aggregate all the financial information. So National Information Registry is also going to be a kind of account aggregator. But here you can consider this National Financial Information Registry as a kind of pan-India organization. So when you look at account aggregator, we can have multiple account aggregators which are set up by private entities. But here, National Financial Information Registry is a single agency at the national level.
Okay, sir. Yeah. Thank you so much, sir.
Sure. How will institutional credit promotion work if agri-finance startups are also promoted? I'm not getting your question, Archit Sharma. Yeah, next. Someone has raised a hand.
Yes, sir. Good morning.
Yeah.
So under the scheme for financial assistance to the states, we said that we added a new clause that the entire loan amount must be used within the year.
Same year, yeah.
So what do you mean when we say the entire loan amount? So we have created a purpose of...
let's say you have a government of UP. So the government of UP, out of 1.3 lakh crore, which is a corpus for this year, let's say we given 10,000 crores to the government of UP. So government of UP should use the entire loan amount of 10,000 crores in the same financial year.
Okay, so they're not allowed to like use it piecemeal.
It'll not be allowed to carry it forward to the next year.
Okay. Yes, so thank you, sir.
Yeah.
Sir.
Yeah, Abhilash.
Sir, what is Agriculture Infrastructure Fund? You explained in the starting how it is different from Agriculture Accelerator Fund. A little bit diverted.
Come again?
What is Agriculture Infrastructure Fund? How it is different from Agriculture Accelerator Fund?
We discussed Agriculture Accelerator Fund is a fund which we are set up to support the agri-tech startups. That you understood?
Yes, sir.
Okay. With respect to Agriculture Infrastructure Fund, this is a fund under which the government is giving loans to startups, to primary agriculture credit societies, to farmer producer organizations, so as to improve the post-harvest infrastructure. So when I say post-harvest infrastructure means loans will be given to set up collection centers at the farm level, primary processing centers, storage, cold chain infrastructure. This one you understood?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
So only for this Agriculture Infrastructure Fund is only for post-harvest equipment, right?
Yeah. And this was unveiled much before during the Atmanirbhar Bharat package.
Okay, sir.
Okay.
Thank you, sir.
Sure. Naman is asking as to who will set up the National Financial Information Registry. It will be set up by RBI, Naman. It will be public sector owned. Okay, Naman.
100% public sector owned or combination of?
As of now, the details are not out. So what is going to happen is we are going to soon come up with a law. Through this law, we are going to set up the National Financial Information Registry. So the details are awaited.
Okay, thank you so much.
Sure. Aishwarya?
Good afternoon, sir. Sir, if the MSMEs are gonna clear their loans, so the banks, do they receive their guarantee fee back?
No. Just like how you pay health insurance, you're not entitled to get back your premium. In this case also, banks do not get the guarantee fee.
Okay. And so one more, like along with CIBIL, all other three institutions are also private, right?
Along with?
CIBIL.
Yeah, all the credit information companies are private.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Next. Yeah, Divek?
Sir, I want to know that the PM Vikas will be implemented by Ministry of Minority Affairs or Ministry of Skill Development?
What used to happen was a lot of schemes and programs such as Nai Roshni and other skill-based programs were implemented by Ministry of Minority Affairs. So it is most likely to be implemented by Ministry of Minority Affairs only. But just do check once again and think it is Minority Affairs only.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
Yeah. Next.
So like I was saying, that if any startup is lending money to the farmers, so that will be part of non-agricultural, non-institutional credit, right?
No, here it will be still considered as institutional credit, because what happens is here when institutions are lending money to the farmers, we consider it as institutional lending. Non-institutional sources is mainly the money lenders.
So, sir, will these startups be regulated by RBI?
Yeah. We have digital lending, right? RBI had come up with the digital lending norms.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Okay. Also, sir, I wanted to know that in a recent report by World Bank, it was quoted that to develop the urban cities and cities of and metropolitans of India, we require around 70 lakh crore rupees. The municipal bodies require 70 lakh crore rupees. However, in the report that you also showed in the slide, it is given rupees 40 lakh crores. So, is the difference is the difference of any value or?
No. I think what did the World Bank report, which you have, which you are quoting, did it put any time frame with respect to for how long we need that much amount of money?
Yes, sir. It was around. I think it was around 30 years or something. I'm not sure, but it had a time frame. Yes.
Okay. As far as this Issue Judge Aluwalia committee is concerned, it was appointed way back in 2013-14, and it gave a time frame from 2011 to 2031.
Okay.
So for that particular time frame, it said 40 lakh crore.
Okay.
So these things keep changing because how they estimate also keeps varying, right?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, welcome. Next.
Sir, in case of revenue municipal bonds, is there any obligation on urban local bodies to repayment should be done from specific project?
Yeah. So here, in case of revenue bonds, as per the SEBI's guidelines, when the bond comes up for redemption, right? So for the redemption of bonds, compulsorily you have to you have to repay money from the particular project which you have created. So let's say I have raised a revenue bond to create a metro project. So to repay the bond, I'll have to repay from my revenues which I earn from metro project.
Oh, yes, sir. Okay. Thank you.
Okay.
So there is no obligation.
There is no such obligation in case of general obligation bonds.
Okay.
Yeah.
Excuse me, sir.
Yeah, tell me.
So regarding data embassies, sir. So the question says data embassies in the budget announced data embassies to be established in Indian territory. That will be incorrect, sir, because GIFT City is considered out of.
I don't think they'll pinpointedly ask you that. I think the question, if at all is asked in UPSC, they'll be very careful to formulate a question where they are able to clearly distinguish between the GIFT City and the domestic territory of India.
Okay, sir.
Okay.
So this maintenance. charges and all the operations will be taken care of India or by
India. So it's like when right now we do not have any international precedents with respect to how these data embassies are going to set up and manage. The only framework that we have right now is the data embassy which Estonia has set up in Luxembourg. So what has happened is these two countries have entered into a kind of MOU, a kind of bilateral agreement. As per this agreement, they have said that Luxembourg will be completely responsible for ensuring the sovereignty of the data, as in like the data is not under attack. Luxembourg is responsible for that. And the laws as to how this data will be used, it will be governed by Estonian laws. Okay.
Thank you.
Sure. Yeah, Abhishek is asking, is MG Narega important since it is witnessing budget cuts? MG Narega is always an evergreen project of the government. It is quite important. You have to look at the important aspects of MG Narega. Clear, Abhishek?
So, quick question.
Yeah.
Do we have any data embassies abroad, or are we planning to set up any?
No, as of now, we do not have. Data embassy concept is completely new, which has entered in this year budget.
Yes, so thank you.
Okay. Fine then. I hope all of your doubts are clear. Okay. There are some people who might have asked me doubts in the YouTube, but since your doubts were not visible to me, I was not able to answer your doubts. I'm so sorry. But once we are done with the session, I'll go through your doubts in the YouTube session. And if at all, if I feel that there are some doubts which are remain unaddressed, I'll surely reply back to you on the YouTube. Don't worry. Okay. Thank you so much. It was wonderful taking your class. So I'll meet you next week and continue with the first part of the economic survey. Thank you so much. And
Thank you,
most importantly, thanks for your patience.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yes, no. So have you all seen the result? Seen the result? Got it? Not able to see the result? So what was your expectation from the paper? How much would be your score be? You might have calculated it on your own. You might have got the solutions also. See, the website is not working. It is because of the Amazon Web Service is down right now for last 3-4 hours. But we have compiled the result already. We have the result with us. The topper has scored around 148 marks in this test. And anybody who has scored more than 10%, anybody who has scored more than 60 marks in this paper is amongst the top 10% out of the overall 5,500 to 6,000 people who have appeared in this test, including the offline and the online mode.
మంచి ఆరోగ్యం కోసం శ్రమ పడుతున్నారు కానీ శక్తి కోసం ఇంత చక్కెర ఇందులో ఉంది 1 2 3 4 5 చెంచాల చక్కెర డాక్టర్ రెడ్డిస్ రీబ్యాలెన్స్ ఎనర్జీని ఇస్తుంది 38% తక్కువ చక్కెరతో హుషారుగా ఉండాలా మెరుగుగా ఆలోచించండి.
Hi friends, I'm Priyanka and I play Nadia Singh on Prime Video's new spy action thriller Citadel. Are you ready? Don't miss out on all the exciting twists and turns and get ready for April 28th on your LG Smart TV. You're gonna love it.
Okay, so welcome back. So the pre-pariksha test has been completed. I would request all of you to turn on your cameras so that we can have an interactive session here. I hope you found the paper well. You gave it your best in this paper. As soon as the eLearn starts to work, because the Amazon Web Service is down right now, that is why you might not be able to access the eLearn platform right now. But we have already compiled the result. It is already there. As soon as the web service is restored, you will be able to access your result. No need to be anxious about it. Okay. So starting with this, I would like to ask you a few questions. How was your experience of the pre-pariksha test? Some of you who have attempted this test, how was your experience of this test? Anybody? Felt a little tough comparatively. So is the prelims examination test easy? Is it? The prelims examination is also tough, isn't it? That's why the low cutoff. Right? Tougher than expected. What was tough in this examination? Environment and medieval. Okay. History was stuck. Plus, many of you might have not started your preparation as well at this point. So that is why sometimes it becomes difficult. Once you have not revised all these subjects, it becomes difficult for you to handle some of the portions, isn't it? Environment was tough. Okay. Okay, so anybody would like to share the experience of the pre-pariksha test? How was the paper? How was your attempt? What are your takeaways from this paper? Vivek Nanda has raised the hand. I would unmute you. Yes, Vivek.
Sir, very good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Sir, I have experience, sir, about paper. It was, sir, very good combination of current affair with static syllabus.
Okay.
There was some questions regarding pesticide and some economic question.
Yes.
And current affair was also very much assimilated. Yes,
how
sir.
was your attempt? Was it good?
My attempt, sir, my proper attempt was near about 76, sir. But after that, in second attempt, I did 7 to 8 question more.
Okay.
It means 80 to 83.
That's good. That's good. That's good.
Yes, sir. And sir,
yes, come again.
Sir, I would like to tell ki, sir, the test was in, I think, sir, economy. Some question was very much lengthy, as well as some question was little more depth, like FDI question. So we never know how the FDI we can define.
See, if you go through the prelims examination papers of the previous year of last 4 years or 5 years, the UPSC questions are also of that level only, isn't it?
Yes, sir. Yes.
So that is why we have to be prepared about some tough questions that are going to be asked anyways in some of the sections.
Sir, if possible, please, sir, if possible, please tell how we can approach environment.
So that is the whole idea of this class. It is not just about the solution to the questions that were asked in the paper. Anyways,
Yes,
you already got the solution. What we are going to do in this discussion is we are going to focus on an elaborate strategy. What exactly should be your strategy? for the prelims examination from now on, because only 4 months are left for the prelims examination. That was the whole idea, so that once you appear in this test, you also realize the importance of starting right away for the prelims examination of 2023, because now 4 months are left. And if you have a good enough strategy to follow from now on, that will be very, very beneficial for everybody who is appearing for the prelims examination. Now, in the coming 4 months, you will have more pre-pariksha tests, which will be all India open mock tests, which will be helpful for you to understand your level. So first, you have taken this test. You just look at your performance in this test. Then prepare well for the next pre-pariksha test. Most of the subjects from the prelims examination perspective, you try to prepare them well. And then test yourself again in the coming pre-pariksha tests, pre-pariksha 2 and pre-pariksha 3 at an all India level, right? So now, if we have to talk about the paper that was asked this time, it was not just about the paper that we have just taken in the pre-pariksha test. The overall idea is that if we understand the nature of the prelims examination properly, if we understand the way in which you have to attempt the paper, if you have a good enough strategy for preparation as well as test taking, only then you might be able to score good marks in the prelims examination. Because normally what happens is that we tend to panic and try to cover almost everything that we see. Without a proper strategy, your scores tend to not cross the cutoff examination that is there in the prelims examination, right? So that is one problem that majority of the people have: which areas to focus more upon, which areas should be taken lightly. Some of you might not find history very well. Some of you might not, geography might not be a favorite subject for some people. Polity might be easy for some people. So that is how it is not your favorite subject, but it is how you have a proper elaborate plan. That will matter more if you go with that strategy in the prelims examination. That is very, very important. Now, if you look at this paper, the idea of preparing this kind of test with a level of difficulty of the prelims examination, plus also the sections were divided on a similar line. So if you have taken this test, I think these should be your takeaways as far as the test is concerned.
Order pizza from Zomato. The deliver on time.
It's not Zomato, Satish. Zomato delivers on time.
Zo-ma-to.
Zo, teri maa, to.
Zomato. 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 Zomato.
Zomato.
Zomato. Both deliver food on time.
First is, if you are taking any prelims examination test in a test series, if you are taking any test and if you are actually attempting the real prelims examination, first thing is you need to attempt sufficient number of questions. If you just go on reading the questions and you're not able to have sufficient attempt in the examination, it would not be easy for you to crack the prelims examination. For example, there are 100 questions. The cutoff is somewhere around 98, 95 these days. In the last 4 or 5 years, it has been that way. So if you do not have a sufficient score, sufficient attempt in the paper, you might not be able to score or clear the cutoff. Let's say in a paper where we have 100 questions, if somebody attempts only, let's say 45, that would be not considered as a good attempt in the examination. So first thing that you need to focus upon while taking any test is that you need to have a sufficient number of attempt in the examination. Now, how exactly do you decide that what is the sufficient number which would be helpful for you to clear the prelims examination? That all depends upon your level of accuracy and how well you have prepared for the examination. So next takeaway can be the overall coverage. Coverage is very important. If you look at this paper, it had combination of static portions. It had current affairs, questions directly being asked from the current affairs, and not just current affairs. Even in the static portion, some of the questions were inspired from the current affairs or had either one statement or two statements which were from the current affairs. So whenever you are preparing for the prelims examination, the focus has to be on coverage, elaborate, plus balance between your static and current affairs. Now, the problem normally which happens with all of us is that we tend to over focus on only either one section of the examination. For example, some people are so much into current affairs preparation that they tend to forget that the static portion is also important for the examination. There might be other set of people who might just be focusing on the static portion only and might not be covering current affairs sufficiently. But if you look at the paper of the previous years, plus if you look at this test, which was also a simulation of the prelims examination, you needed to have a balance between your basic understanding of the static portion as well as a good enough understanding of the current affairs. Idea is to balance your overall preparation in all these subjects. Even within all these subjects, let's say let's take the example of polity, which is considered to be one of the static portion. Here, you also need to analyze the different aspects on which UPSC has been asking questions in the past years. That is how you will be able to create an elaborate strategy for cracking the prelims examination. So first is you need to focus upon your core parts or the static portion of your syllabus. Along with that, your current affairs. In the static portion, if you are good with static portion, you will be able to complement your current affairs with the static portion. Without understanding of the static portion, current affairs has no meaning, right? Now, what happens is if you try to cover the current affairs elaborately, that is, you try to cover them from different sources, you might not have the depth of understanding that is required because your focus might be just on the collection of information. That won't work in the examination. The focus of UPSC examination and the questions that are being formed these days require in-depth understanding of the topics. That is why every now and then we hear that limited sources, multiple revisions. If you look at the static portions, we have standard books that we need to study. There are standard sources. Let's say for polity, all of us refer to the standard book of Lakshmikant. For history, we have Bipan Chandra, Spectrum, right? For geography, we have the NCRTs. So for the static portion, the most important thing is to focus upon your standard textbooks, plus complement these standard sources with the current affairs from at least one source. That's it, not more than that, because otherwise you'll tend to get confused by just preparing and over focusing on the current affairs, which will be at the cost of your static subjects. Let's say polity, history, geography, basics of economy, basics of environment, isn't it? Plus, if you look at the distribution of the paper in the UPSC examination, UPSC has very well balanced the static portion with the current affairs. If you look at the static portion and its weightage in the examination, around 40 to 50 questions will be from the static portion, from history part, from polity part, from your geography part, plus static portions from economy as well as current affairs and economy. So in this, we also need to understand that which all subjects are there in which the current affairs have much more importance here. For example, all of you might have attempted the test, and in the economic questions, majority of the questions were from current affairs. You go to the section of science and technology, some of the questions or majority of the questions, besides the static questions from your NCRTs, they might be inspired from the current affairs. However, when you go to polity, although some of the questions were inspired from the current affairs, but it required only your basic understanding of the subject, which you would anyways do from the Lakshmikant or the basic book. Let's take the example of history. What is current affairs in history? No current affairs. History, the questions can be inspired from the current events, but mostly the questions will be from your static portion only. That is the whole idea I want to convey. And while this discussion, we'll be looking at what are the ways you can prepare these subjects well, the basic subjects. What are the sources you need to refer to, right? That is a very important thing for an elaborate strategy if somebody is serious about this year's prelims examination. That is the whole point of this discussion, not just the solutions to the questions that were asked in this test. Okay? This is one very important thing that you should note. Third important thing here is your accuracy in the test. First is sufficient number of attempts. That is, your attempts have to be at such a level that after deducting your negative marks, the cutoff is clear. For example, you have attempted, let's say, 70 questions in the paper. Out of these 70 questions, you are marking 15 questions incorrectly, right? Because 1/3 is the negative marking. This score would somewhere be around 100 marks. But if you attempt only, let's say, 50 questions, and even out of these 50 questions, you attempt 15 questions incorrectly, then your score would decrease considerably. Fine. So first is sufficient attempt. Second is balance between the preparation or during the preparation time, balance between your core subjects, static portions, as well as current affairs. Third important aspect that I want to highlight here is the accuracy. If you have good enough accuracy, good enough preparation of some of these portions in the prelims examination, your accuracy is going to improve. Normally, all of us are concerned about the negative marking. That is why sometimes we tend to attempt very less. Sometimes we tend to attempt over more number of questions than what is required for the examination. For example, some of you might have the tendency of attempting 100 questions, let's say sometimes. But in these 100 questions, if you attempt 40 questions incorrectly, let's say, and 60 questions correctly, your score would decrease drastically. It will be somewhere below 90 marks. So accuracy is very, very important. In this, the accuracy means negative marks should be reduced considerably, and that will happen only when you have a clear-cut focus to focus upon for the preparation. Let's say you are focusing on current affairs and core subjects. In these areas, if you do not have command, if you do not have understanding, you are just mugging up the facts, you are just trying to gather information, that won't work in this exam. You will require the understanding. Whatever you are studying, you need to have a focus that you are focusing on the understanding of the things that are being discussed in the current affairs. It is not just a collection of the information. And that is only what is going to improve your accuracy. You might have looked at the questions from the current affairs. They required understanding. They were not just in the nature of information that you see in the current affairs. If you did not have understanding of these current affairs, you would not have been able to solve the questions in the examination. Agree or not? Yes? So second thing I want to highlight is, to improve your accuracy, you need to focus and you should have a good enough understanding of all the portions of the syllabus. And that would happen only when you have limited resources and you have revised them multiple times. That is what is going to improve your accuracy. So this is one important takeaway that we should have here. Now, coming back to the performance of people in this test, I would like to draw your attention to a very important I would draw your attention to the performance of the aspirants. You can see it on your screen, how well you have scored in this test. On the screen, the first are the marks of the topper. These are people who have high level of accuracy, because despite a very high attempt of 98 questions in the examination, 80 questions were correct. That is why the topper was able to get around 148 marks, right? Plus this number that you see here, the percentile, 62. This basically is highlighting that if you have scored more than 60 marks in this paper, you are amongst the top 10% in the pre-parikshan test. If you look at the prelims examination also, there are around 5 lakh people who are appearing. In that, only 10,000 to 12,000 people are going to clear the examination. So idea is to remain in the top 4-5% so that you are able to be very close to the cutoff and you are able to clear the cutoff also. This is how the performance looks like. If I would scroll down, this is how the score table looks like. I'm not going to reveal the names here. It will be uploaded on the eLearn. Right now, you might not be able to access the results because there is some issue. The Amazon web server is down right now. Once it is restored, you will be able to access it through the eLearn platform, right? I just wanted to highlight that your result has been compiled. Don't be anxious. You'll be able to access it. Fine. This is how the result looks like. So if you have scored more than 60, 65, a very good score would be if somebody has scored more than 75, that would be considered as a decent score in this preparation, in this paper. Plus, the idea is because you are just starting with your preparation, and even then you have scored more than 75. That is a pretty good score. Here, the problem is all of us want to be the topper in this paper. Yes, all of us want to be the topper. But some of us might be lying somewhere around 80 marks, 90 marks, 60 marks, 65 marks. The idea is to improve upon from this performance that we have done in this pre-parikshan test. So coming back to our discussion, the takeaways that we have just seen. If you try to understand your attempt, and if you are scoring somewhere between this range, scoring 50 or less, scoring 51 to 75, scoring 76 to 100, or scoring 100 plus. If you are scoring 100 plus, there is no problem. You are doing well if you have not taken the help of internet while solving this paper. If you are able to score 100 marks without the help of internet, you are doing pretty well as far as the prelims examination preparation is concerned. And there are people who have good command over the prelims examination, nature of the prelims examination, and they have an elaborate strategy for the prelims examination. That is how they are able to score more. It is not just about reading or studying or gathering knowledge. Of course, it is important, but that has to be associated with a very good strategy to score such high range of marks in the examination. Here, if you look at the people who have scored less than 50 marks, some of you might have scored less than 50 marks. There might be instances of maybe lack of preparation till now. Some of you might not have started the preparation. Others, even after an elaborate preparation for last 6 months for the prelims examination, they might still be struggling. The problem that some of you might be facing is low attempt and low accuracy. That is one of the scenarios which highlights that we have scored less marks because there is an issue of low attempt and low accuracy. For example, some of you might have attempted only 40 questions. Out of that, even out of those 40 questions, there are 10 questions that are incorrect. Your score is inevitably going to be very less. This is one case or one scenario. Preparation is fine. Preparation is a different aspect. But if you look at your attempt, your strategy of attempting the paper, that looks a bit problematic here. Because first is your attempts are low. And secondly, even in this low attempt, you have low accuracy. That is what can get you below 50 marks. A person who is attempting decently and with a decent level of accuracy will, of course, be able to score around 70 marks or 65 marks. That is above your 50 marks. The second scenario here is somebody with high attempts and low accuracy. Normal scenario would be somebody has done decent attempts with a decent amount of accuracy, but the attempt is not sufficient to cross your cutoff. But if you are attempting too much and have low accuracy, let's say you attempt 90 questions and 40 questions are incorrect. That is what I want to highlight as high attempt and low accuracy. Plus, the nature of the prelims examination is changing tremendously in the past 4 or 5 years. The focus of UPSC has been on making questions that only when you are confident you should attempt the questions. The guesswork and the strategies or the tips and tricks that have been developed over a period of time, all of them have been tested by the UPSC. These do not work in normal circumstances. So only a very good understanding is what is your best friend for the prelims examination. Fine. Third scenario might be high attempt and moderate accuracy. That is when you will be having score between 76 to 100. And the people who are scoring more than your 100 marks are the people who have high attempt as well as high accuracy. Idea is if you are lying somewhere in this range where you are attempting high but your accuracy is lacking, you can improve that by regular test taking. You can improve that by improving your understanding. You can improve that by having an elaborate strategy, and that you can create only when you have taken enough number of tests. You understand the nature of the questions. You understand the way in which you have to balance your preparation across the subjects plus between the static portion and the current affairs. These people have good enough chances to get into this range of scoring more than 100 marks and also clearing the prelims examination. People who are lying below 75 or between 50 to 75, they will have to work more upon their content. At the same time, you also need to focus upon your test taking strategy. So the most important thing from now on, because now just 4 months are left. We have February, we have March, we have April and May. Prelims examination is scheduled on 28th of May this year. So what should be your strategy in these remaining 4 months? That is very important for everybody and that everybody is concerned about right now. So what would be a good strategy to follow from now on? What would be the good strategy to follow from now on? A good strategy would be you start revising all of your subjects properly. Complement that with elaborate test taking. Study, take test. Revise, take test. Complete a portion, take the sectional test. Once you have completed the full syllabus, take the full length tests. That is the whole idea, because that is how you'll be able to understand your mistakes. Once you have taken a test, how do you analyze the paper is also very important. Normally what happens is we just look at the score, get disheartened, and that paper aside. That is not what works in the prelims examination. You should use test series as a tool to improve your scores from here upon. Let's say you are taking a test of history sectional tests. Once you have taken that test, and you might be scoring, let's say the test was of 100 marks. It had 50 questions. And out of these 50 questions and out of the 100 marks, you're able to score, let's say 35 marks or 40 marks. In that scenario, if you try to analyze the paper, your idea is, once you've taken the test, go back to your basic books and look at the questions which you marked incorrectly, even from the sources which you referred to, and the questions were from those sources. Let's say in the history section, in the 100 questions, in the 50 questions that are asked in a sectional test in history, out of these 50 questions, if the 35 questions in this test were from Spectrum, were from Bipan Chandra, even in these 35 questions, which are from standard sources that you are referring to, that everybody is referring to, and once you attempt this test and you find that even out of these 35 questions, you have scored 10 marks incorrectly. You have attempted these 10 questions incorrectly. Idea is to check that, why was I not able to recall? Maybe there is a need for revision. Maybe you did not understand the question properly. Maybe you just attempted the question on gut feeling, or you did not read the question properly. That is, did it require us to answer the correct statements or to identify the incorrect statements? That is what happens in the examination. Sometimes when the question is of negative nature, when it requires us to analyze the incorrect statements, we are able to find the incorrect statements. But when we are taking the question answer, we tend to mark the correct answer, correct statement there. That is what fetches us negative marks, isn't it? So the analysis of the paper is really, really important. Once you have taken a test in a test series, idea is go back to the books from which you have studied. Of course, look at the explanations, but that is not the only way you analyze the paper. You analyze the paper by going back to your books, going back to the Spectrum and Bipan Chandra in history, Lakshmikant in polity, NCERT in geography, if the questions were from there. Beyond that, anything that is beyond your sources, standard sources that you're referring, that is in the form of knowledge gathering that you can do from some of these tests, which is what we understand that these are more areas that you should cover. They might be important beyond the standard sources that you're following. Got it, everybody? Most important thing is how you're analyzing the test series. Don't just look at your performance in the test series, because performance is fine. You might get perturbed that, okay, I'm scoring less marks, I should stop taking more number of tests. But that is not how you improve your test, improve your score in the prelims examination. Only when you have taken a test, only when you have gone through the analysis of it, you have analyzed it properly, looked at these books again. For example, you're taking a test in polity, let's say, and a question was asked in the polity from the fundamental rights, about the basic understanding of the fundamental rights. In that section, if you were not able to attempt that question correctly in the test series, go back to the book, study that this question was asked from which section, and then revise it properly. That way you will have photographic memory of some of the sections that you have studied. Otherwise, if you just look at the explanation, the language will be different. It might not be the same as what you have studied in the Lakshmikant, and then there will be inconsistency in your thought process. So it is better that the questions which are asked from the standard sources in the test series and you have attempted the test, always go back to the standard sources which you have referred to. That is the best way of doing this analysis of the paper, rather than just looking at the solutions. Look at the solutions for those questions which were beyond the sources that you're covering, and gather it as a form of, in the form of knowledge. Fine. This is how you improve your test taking skills with every test after this point of time, from February to May. So if you look at this time, now, because we have 4 months left, of course, this is going to be a continuous process of revising static portions, revising current affairs, as well as taking the tests. But if you want to plan it even further, if you want to plan it properly, you can divide this period into 3 parts. 3 parts is till mid-March, you can try to complete your first revision, at least of the most important subjects, and a few current affairs. Not everything that is there in the current affairs, and not just over focusing on the current affairs. You try to complete your static subjects: history, ancient, medieval, modern, art and culture, polity, Lakshmikant, your geography from NCERTs, do the map work, analyze the previous questions properly. That is also important. That is what helps us in understanding the nature of the questions that UPSC is going to ask. Do this thing. in the coming 1.5 months, try to cover as many subjects as possible and try to attempt as many sectional tests as possible. After mid-March, around 20th of March, what you can do is, once you have covered your first leg of preparation, once you have revised your basic subjects, complement that with the prelims revision classes in the second leg of the preparation. First, you have done your preparation on your own till your March period. You have taken some sectional tests that are left in the test series. After that, the second revision has to be from mid-March onwards till April end, when we have the prelims revision classes, or the QIP prelims classes as we call them sometimes. Till the mid-April or around 20th, 25th April, the prelims QIP classes, prelims revision classes will be over. In these classes, you will be revising the subjects once again, static portions as well as the current affairs. And this will be a very good time to update on the current affairs. Plus, whatever is being discussed in the QIP will be there in the form of content in your Compass magazines. I think somebody who is serious about current affairs should not go beyond these sources, because you do not have much time. You have to also improve upon your static subjects, focus on the static subjects in this period, improve upon your static subject and your understanding by the QIP classes, plus also complement your preparation of current affairs through the QIP classes. QIP classes will have a revision of static as well as current affairs in the question answer format only. That will further improve your test taking strategy. Once these QIP classes or the prelims revision classes are over, in the remaining 1 month, revise elaborately, because that will be in the form of third and the fourth revision for you. That is how a good strategy would look like. First part of the strategy is focusing and balancing between both the sections of the syllabus, static as well as current affairs. Secondly, analyze the sections properly. Look at the previous year question papers. Analyze the areas of focus for UPSC. That is how you're going to understand the nature of different subjects and the way in which you need to prepare. That will be done elaborately in the QIP classes also. So best is you try to divide this time properly, have a target of covering almost 80% of the syllabus till mid-March, then complement it with the QIP classes, revise elaborately with the QIP classes. You'll be able to solve so many questions in the class, the current affairs, and what aspects to focus upon in the current affairs. That too in the QIP prelims revision classes. Followed by a revision on your own, revision one or revising once or twice before the prelims examination. That is how you'll be able to cover the syllabus in a complete manner 3-4 times. So limited resources, multiple revisions, even in that in-depth understanding, by having a good amount of focus, if you try to multiply your sources, you'll be stuck in these remaining 4 months. Idea is not to increase the sources, but to understand the sources that you already have. And you might have felt in this paper that you took in the pre-prediction test, some of the questions were from the standard textbooks only. Some of the questions, even in the ancient medieval part, were from NCRTs, were from Bipan Chandra in the modern history. Right? They were from old NCRTs. They were from new NCRTs. In geography, some of them were from basic mapping work. If you looked at the maps properly, if you have done your mapping practice, you could have solved some of these questions. Okay? Plus, if you look at the nature of the prelims examination, if you look at the way in which UPSC has been asking the questions, this is the distribution of the questions of different sections in the prelims examination. These are our subjects which we have to prepare from the prelims examination. This is how your questions are being asked from the sections differently. First is your polity and governance, in which almost 12% questions were asked this time. That is around 12 questions, because we have 100 questions. This is how the questions were asked this year. In the economy section, there were around 18 questions. In the geography, there were around 9 questions. Environment section, there were around 18 questions again, followed by 14 questions in science and technology, followed by 13 questions from international organizations, and 16 questions from history section. Now here, if you look at the static portions in the UPSC syllabus, polity and governance, many of the questions are only from the static portion only. In the geography sections, mostly the questions are from physical geography, basic understanding of the geography through NCRTs, plus mapping work on different areas of mapping on which UPSC has asked questions. Fine. Thirdly, if you look at environment section, this is supposed to be the toughest section in the paper, environment and science and technology. And the weightage of both of these sections is somewhere around 18 questions and 14 questions, which means somewhere around 32 questions in the paper are asked from this section. Now, idea is you maximize your score in the portions which are from the static portion of your syllabus, where you have standard sources to refer to. For example, for polity, we have a standard source in the form of Lakshmikant. For geography, we have NCRTs, and you complement it with mapping, your scores would increase. Economy, you focus on basic understanding of the logical concepts and of course your current affairs, about which Baswa sir will talk about in the second half of the discussion. Fine. Then if you look at science and technology, in this also, now in the economy, you have to complete your logical parts, understanding of the concepts, complemented with the current affairs. Leave aside environment and science and technology for a minute. Then next important section is your history. This time there were around 16 questions. Normally the distribution keeps on varying, plus minus 4 or 5 questions in all the sections. Sometimes the UPSC might ask 20 questions in history section. It might increase the number of questions in polity from 12 to 17, 18. That is going to happen. In history also, we have standard sources in the form of old and new NCRTs, plus Spectrum and Bipan Chandra. And many a times the question in the modern history section will be from your standard sources only, except for a few 1 or 2 questions which are difficult, which are beyond these standard sources. Idea is, if you collectively count the number of questions which are asked from the static portions, polity plus economy, which is fairly predictable in the examination if you have done your preparation properly, geography as well as history, you might be able to attempt, let's say, 50 to 55 questions properly. In these subjects, why I am focusing on these subjects is because they have standard sources to refer to. Beyond that, in the environment section, in the science and technology section, sometimes these are the most difficult questions. Even if you to look at the conceptual questions that are asked in the environment section, they are difficult at times. And if you look at the current affairs that are asked, they are also difficult in the science and technology and the environment section. In this, what we got to do is we have to understand the nature of questions that are asked in both these sections, your environment and science and technology. Once you understand the nature of the questions, you'll be able to understand that there are few questions which are going to be on easier side, which you might be able to solve from a bare minimum preparation of the static portion of the environment section, conceptual understanding, basic science through NCRTs, and some of the current affairs that you see in the Compass magazine and the QIP classes. So try to have a decent number of score in the environment and science and technology. Try to attempt the most easiest questions in this section. Focus more on the sections which are fairly predictable, which have fairly decent standard sources. That is the whole idea. If you look at the questions that were asked from international organizations, UPSC skipped this portion for past 2 years. This year they have come up with almost 13 questions in this section. So even in this, you can divide and look at the previous questions, the areas from which UPSC has asked the questions. If you analyze the current affairs in all these sections, you'll be able to understand that there are few areas which UPSC inevitably is focusing upon. That is how you're going to improve your scores, even in these some unpredictable sections, right? This is how your elaborate strategy is going to look like. That is what we kept in mind while designing this pre-parikshan test. That was the whole idea. So we are going to discuss the questions from different sections: polity, history, environment, science and technology. Some of the questions that I have picked up, because I wanted to highlight that these are some of the areas which is a regular focus of UPSC. Keep a track of them in different subjects, in your polity, in history, in geography. Okay. Plus, we are going to look at some of the important topics which are repeatedly asked by UPSC. Fine.
यूपीएससी ने सेंट्रल आर्म्ड पुलिस फोर्सेस में असिस्टेंट कमांडेंट की 322 वैकेंसीज आउट करी हैं और इसका पेपर 6 अगस्त को कंडक्ट करवा लिया जाएगा। ये एक बहुत प्रेस्टिजियस जॉब्स है और इसको कम समय में अगर सटीक तरीके से तैयार किया जाए तो ये पेपर आसानी से क्वालिफाई किया जा सकता है। सिविल स्टैफ ने एक नया ऑनलाइन फ्री कोर्स लॉन्च किया है अपने YouTube चैनल पे, जिसके द्वारा आप 75 डेज में इस एग्जामिनेशन को प्रिपेयर कर सकते हैं, नोट्स को पढ़ सकते हैं और रेगुलर क्लास टेस्ट भी दे सकते हैं। इस कोर्स को ज्वाइन करने के लिए नीचे दिए गए लिंक पे क्लिक कीजिए और सब्सक्राइब कीजिए सिविल स्टेप।
So, in the polity section, if you look at the polity section properly, the type of questions that are asked by UPSC, one type of question that UPSC is continuously focusing upon is understanding of the basic concepts in the polity part, which is sometimes you can prepare it from the political theory NCERT, a basic understanding of that. UPSC has asked questions regarding understanding of the concept of equality, understanding of the concept of liberty, understanding of the concept of secularism, definition of state, nationalism, rights versus duties. This basic understanding is required in the polity section. That is one type of question that is asked by UPSC. That is why this question that you see in this particular portion in the paper was related to essential features of nationalism. Plus another thing that we needed to focus upon while solving this question is that it requires us to identify which of the following is not an essential feature. Problem is, if you are not reading the questions carefully in the examination, your tendency would be of marking the first option itself because it talks about belief in a common territory. This is one of the features of nationalism. Second is a community based on shared ideas. A nation is at best an imagined community. An imagined community in an imagined territory, right? Sometimes some countries which have control of this territory, they have created a community. That is when they have a clear-cut nation that is developed. Plus, sometimes there are countries which are aspiring to become a nation. Fine. So that is how, if you look at this third portion, a community having shared values based on the constitution, it does not clearly define that it is an essential feature of nationalism. Constitution is an outcome of the formation of nations sometimes. Not all the nations that are there have constitutions. Some of them might be monarchies there in the present times. They might not have constitution, isn't it? Plus some of the countries which are some of the people who are aspiring to become a nation, they have not created their constitution till now. Even in our Indian nationalist movement, till we became independent, we did not have a constitution. It was framed only once we became a nation, which clearly highlights that even before the formal formation of the India as a nation after 1947, the concept was there. It was an imagined community, right? Based on certain values and principles. That is why constitution is not necessary for the concept of nationalism, right? For example, we are seeing the nationalistic movements in some of the Middle Eastern countries, like there is Kurdistan movement, right? Palestinians are aspiring for a state, right? So their nationalism is as alive as the nationalism that is alive in different regions. So politically, how you understand nationalism is this understanding. Constitution might be an outcome of this national aspiration that the people have. Okay? This is the kind of understanding that is required for solving questions which will be asked about the basic concepts related to polity. You can prepare it well from the NCERT of political theory of class 11th of political science. Fine. That is bare minimum that you can do to improve upon your understanding of some of these concepts. Secondly, the next question that we had, the next type of question that we are having in the polity section in the prelims examination are basically related to some of the important features of our constitution. Preamble, fundamental rights, directive principles, fundamental duties, and understanding of the concepts of these sections in the polity and the constitution, isn't it? That is one area of focus for the UPSC. Fundamental rights, every year you might find a question related to fundamental rights. Understanding the different fundamental rights, understanding the characteristics and the features of these fundamental rights. Who is the responsible authority for enforcing these fundamental rights? Different interpretations, different judgments that have been there. You are all preparing them. Have a clear-cut focus. UPSC is inevitably going to ask questions related to understanding of the fundamental rights, etc. That is why we had a question related to fundamental rights in this section. In this, the first statement is they are always individual and independent of the society. Are they always individual? Of course not. Article 29 and 30 related to the cultural rights, they are communitarian. not a right to freedom of religion. Sometimes it is at an individual level, but it is also at a community level. So they are not individual. Then secondly, they are independent of society. Not always. If you look at the Article 19, freedom of speech, it has reasonable restrictions because it also impacts your society at large. You cannot exercise your freedom of speech absolutely because it might hamper your functioning of the society. That is why we have reasonable restrictions sometimes. Take the best example of right against untouchability. In this, the society will have to be molded in such a manner that untouchability is not practiced. Fine. So definitely in this section, they are always individual and independent of the society. It does not stand true here. Second is they are always directed against the authority of the state. Sometimes they are also directed against individuals who are practicing untouchability. That is why they are not going to be directly or always directed against the state. Third is their application to the armed forces decided by the government, which is also incorrect because if you look at the provisions, it is the parliament who decides by law how these fundamental rights are going to be implemented for the armed forces. So now the correct answer would be none of the above are correct. The idea was to highlight the nature of the questions that can be framed. A good enough understanding is required while solving some of these questions. Even in the polity section, plus they can be prepared well if you have gone through your basic sources, Lakshmikant and political theory. Coming to the next question. Appointments of the judges has continuously been in the news. Although it is a question from the static portion, right? Normally, if you are preparing polity, you will of course prepare judiciary, how the judges are appointed, how they are removed, what are the powers of the Supreme Court, original jurisdiction, overlapping jurisdiction, advisory jurisdiction, all these jurisdictions you are already studying. But what is there as far as the current affairs are concerned in this question? If you look at the first part of this question, Collegium for Judicial Appointments consists of Chief Justice of India and the 4 senior most judges of the Supreme Court. Fine. Second is, if the successor CGI is not amongst the 5 senior most judges of the Supreme Court, he is made a part of the collegium. What is happening right now is the current CGI is going to have a long term this time for almost 2 years. During this period, some of the senior most judges would retire then. They would not become the CGI. So when this CGI is going to retire, who is going to be the next CGI? He might not be amongst the 4 senior most judges. That is why he or she has to be included amongst this. That is why the 5th senior most judge is also being involved in the collegium. That is how you understand. That is what is the requirement of the current affairs in this particular question. Because this is going an ongoing issue, the appointments, there is a lot of debate regarding the process of appointment of the judges collegium. There are statements by the government. There are statements by the Chief Justice of India. That is why this is one portion which we can expect in the examination also. That is why appointments of the judges, different aspects of it, plus what is there in the current affairs. If you do it well, if you prepare it well, you could solve it easily in the examination if a question comes up from this section. That is how UPSC has also asked questions in the past years also, right? Then the idea of right to shelter. UPSC has been asking questions related to some of the fundamental rights like right to privacy, right? Right to marry. There was a question related to that. And we need to understand it is related to which all things. First is your Article 19 under fundamental rights. Second is Universal Declaration of Human Rights. These two are pretty simple. The third one, theory of eminent domain. It is basically the power of state to acquire private property for public purposes, which is nowhere related to or you can say the state has the power to acquire the private property during when it is required for a public purpose. That is why the theory of eminent domain is not related to or cannot be found with the right to shelter, right? So the correct answer here would be A, 1 and 2 only. The theory of eminent domain is a bit different from when we try to understand the right to shelter. Then next, consider the following statements about minorities. Now, this is a question related to minorities as far as the National Commission for Minorities is concerned. According to this, who all are to be considered as minorities? So as far as the National Commission for Minorities is concerned, the first statement is both religious and linguistic minorities. No, only religious minorities are the ones which are included here. Secondly, minorities are notified under the National Commission for Minorities Act 1992 at the state level. This was a keyword here. No, it is identified at a national level. This includes some of the minority religions like Jains, Sikh, Buddhist, right? All these religions have been recognized as minorities according to this, and Jains have been identified as minority. So answer would be A3 only. Fine. This was about polity. In the polity section, you might have found many more questions related to such kind of topics that are regularly asked by UPSC. Isn't it? If you try to analyze the previous year questions properly, you will find the areas of focus of UPSC. Plus, in polity, you can't say that this section is important and this section is not important. All the sections in the Lakshmikant, prepare them elaborately. That is the whole idea. By taking the help of few questions, I have highlighted the most important areas that we need to focus upon. A basic understanding of the logical concepts sometimes is required to have an elaborate understanding of the polity section. Next is, we are going to look at the questions that can be asked from the ancient and the medieval section, which most of you might have found difficult in this paper. And there are also difficult sections in your prelims examination. So normally when you try to prepare these sections, you might be having a tendency of just going through the books, reading them multiple times. How to improve your understanding of these sections, especially from the prelims examination perspective? What are the areas to focus upon in these sections? So if you have analyzed the previous year questions, these are few areas from which UPSC is continuously asking the questions. Ancient cities and ports, scholars and exponents of Indian philosophies, ancient travelers, literature, Buddhism and Jainism, religion, terms used in ancient and medieval kingdoms, especially in their economy, especially in the administration of these ancient and medieval kingdoms, on which you might have found various questions. Architecture under these questions, under these kingdoms, Bhakti and Sufi movements, as well as different facets of art and culture, painting, craft, music, dance forms, etc. Now once you have studied the subjects, ancient, medieval, you've gone through the art and culture. Look out for these things whenever you are studying any chapter in the ancient medieval part. Whatever you find from these perspectives might be important for us from the examination. Plus, if you go through the History Compass magazine, it has been curated inspired from these questions from the previous years only. Some of the focus areas in the Compass magazine of history are basically on these portions only. So supplement your basic books with your prelims compass. That is going to be fruitful for solving some of the questions. That is how you can have command over the ancient and medieval portion, which majority of us find difficult. Isn't it? They are the ones which we find difficult. So if, let's say, the questions from the ancient medieval, they are somewhere around 10 questions if they are asked in the examination. These 10 questions would, of course, be difficult for almost everybody. In this, out of the 10 questions, there will be around, let's say, 3 questions which nobody might have heard of. That is what happens in the prelims examination also in the UPSC. Isn't it? There are few questions which are beyond the sources that you have covered from. In the remaining 6-7 questions, they are from your standard textbooks only, NCRTs only, old ones, new ones, your art and culture NCRT. Idea is to maximize our score in the remaining 7 questions. If out of these 7 questions, you are able to decently attempt, let's say, 4 questions confidently, that is an added advantage rather than not preparing ancient and medieval properly and leaving or skipping all these 10 questions in the examination. If you will look at some of the questions that we have asked in the pre-parikshan, if you look at the questions that have been asked in the previous years, you will find that few questions could have been solved in the ancient medieval part also, even though it is considered to be one of the most difficult sections. So as far as history is concerned, ancient medieval art and culture, I've talked about an elaborate strategy, how you can prepare these sections. Basic books, complement that with prelims compass, focusing on some of these areas, and of course, take tests to improve your understanding of the topics that are important for us. Fine. Let's look at a few questions that were asked which are from the standard sources only, which are there in your prelims compass, which are there in your standard textbooks. If you look at the ancient history, questions have been asked regularly from the Indus Valley civilization. Why not elaborately prepare the Indus Valley civilization? That has to be one of the clear focus areas while you're preparing ancient and medieval history, ancient history. Indus Valley civilization, inevitably, almost every alternate year, a question has been asked related to Indus Valley civilization. Focus on that. You should have been aware of this kind of question if it is asked. First is, food processing equipment has been discovered from the Indus Valley civilization. Now, Indus Valley civilization was famous for the technology that they had developed at a distant past. That is why it was important. So all the aspects of the technology, food processing, their architecture, their city planning, the artifacts that have been found, we should have an understanding of sites from which they have been found, which were the important sites, what were the characteristics of them. Fine. That is why bronze toy cart, which was not found in Banwali and it was found in Chunhodaro. Fine. That is why this particular statement is wrong here. Third is, terracotta models of plow have been found at Cholistan, which lies presently in Pakistan. It's a correct statement. So the answer would be A1 and 3. With an in-depth understanding of Indus Valley civilization, you'll be able to solve this question in the examination. If you just study it lightly, just go by skimming, just going through very lightly, you'll not be able to solve such questions in the examination. Next is this question. UPSC has been asking questions related to the contemporaries, which is a very important aspect for us from the examination perspective. If you look at this question, first statement reads, Ajatashatru was a contemporary of Buddha. He was the one who ruled Magad Empire, which was almost at the same time of Buddha only. Fine. Second is, Kalidasa was a contemporary of Kanishka. It is wrong. He was the contemporary of Chandragupta too. Fahian visited during the reigns of Guptas. Yes. Yun Sang visited the kingdom of Bhaskar Barman. Yun Sang had visited India during the Harsha's reign, around 6th century. And during this visit, he had also visited the Bhaskar Barman, who was a king, which was a kingdom in the Assam plains. So he had visited that also. So if you look at this particular question, Kalidasa was not a contemporary of Kanishka. And the answer here would be B, that is 1, 3, and 4. These statements are correct here. Then this is a question from art and culture. This is a question that you can solve from the understanding of Introduction to Indian Art NCERT. You might have found it difficult, but it is not a difficult question. It is from your NCERTs only. Plus, some of these things have also been asked in the previous year questions. Descent of Ganga, or sometimes that is called as Arjuna's penance, is located in Mahabalipuram. It is a correct statement. Trimurti Sadashiv, it is located not in Alora, but it is located in Elephanta Caves. Third is monumental rock cut elephant along with the Ashokan edict. It is a statement which has been asked by UPSC in the previous years. It is not located in Sopora, it is located in Dholi. And your Dumar Lena caves, they are located in Ellora, not in Ajanta. Ellora, Ajanta, and Elephanta caves, some of the cave rock cut architecture is important from the prelims examination perspective in the art and culture section. Plus, a basic understanding of the NCERT would have helped you in understanding and solving this kind of questions. You might have found it difficult, but it's not a difficult question. It's pretty solvable. Idea is, I wanted to highlight that with a basic understanding, you could have solved some of the questions in these sections also. Not very difficult sections from the exam perspective. That is how UPSC also asks you some logical questions. There might be some questions which are difficult, but they are difficult for everybody. They should have been the ones which you skip in the examination. Even in this paper, if you found that some of the questions were difficult, you should have skipped them. Coming to the next one. Questions have been asked regularly from the medieval India related to some of the important terms. Now, these terms have been related to either their administration, either related to their economic system, or their legal machinery. We should be aware of them. And if you read about the Mughal Empire, which has been one of the important empires in the medieval history, its administrative system has been a part of the medieval India when we study. So if you look at this particular question, these are the terms which have been taken from the NCRTs only. It has been asked from the new NCRT, which means if you could not solve this question, you have not gone through the NCRTs also properly. So try to cover them now in the remaining period. Here, all the pairs have been correctly matched. Amil Guzar was basically a revenue collector. Chachar land was a land that has been lain fallow for almost 3 or 4 years. An office of Diwan was the one which used to supervise the financial system. Moving forward, modern history. In the ancient medieval, we've seen some questions being asked from your NCRT, some questions being asked based on the previous year questions analysis. Fine. In the modern history part, if you come to modern history, we have standard sources in the form of Spectrum, Bipan Chandra. These are the standard sources, right? All of us study from these standard sources only. In these sections, if you look at the previous year questions, these are few areas to focus upon. Some of the important movements during the Indian nationalist movement, like the non-cooperation movement, civil disobedience movement, Swadeshi movement, Quit India movement, etc. And you require to understand the nature of these movements in good amount of detail. Without a detailed understanding of these movements, you might not be able to solve some of these questions. They have been elaborately discussed in your Bipan Chandra, in your Spectrum, in your NCRT of Bipan Chandra, old NCRT. Some of them have been discussed. Look at the important Charter Acts, British governance before 1857, how the East India Company had ruled India. And then constitutional administrative machineries as well as important personalities are also important for us from the prelims examination perspective. That is how UPSC has been asking the questions, right? So if you look at some of the questions that were asked this time, in the modern history, the idea is if there are around 10 questions that are asked in the modern history, definitely there will be 7 to 8 questions from the standard sources. You will be able to solve some of them because the questions in this section are inevitably from the standard sources. 7 to 8 questions could be solved here. Idea is if we prepare these predictable sections properly, we can score good marks in the examination. We are not here to top the examination. Anyways, clearing the cutoff is important for the prelims examination. Then if you look at this question related to the Indigo Commission that was set up in 1860s. Normally when we study about the Indigo Commission, we study about a play that has been written by Deenbandhu Mitra. He was not the one who had represented the Zamindars in the Indigo Commission, but he was the one who had highlighted this in detail in his play Neel Darpan related to the Indigo revolts that happened during the 1859s. And the Indigo Commission accepted and found that the indigo cultivation system was oppressive in nature, and especially because of system of advances by the European cultivators to the farmers and the zamindars in the region. That was a problem area. Okay. So first statement was incorrect, second was correct. Secondly, if you look at the next question, it is about the CR formula. In the 1940s to 1945, 1947 period, there were so many attempts at resolution on the question of independence of India. Various missions had been sent by the British government, like Cripps mission, Cabinet mission, Wavell plan. So there were different attempts at how the transfer of power would happen by the British government to an Indian government. In this some of these you are studying in the history section, Cripps mission, Cabinet mission. One of the attempts was your CR formula. In that, he had tried to come up with a elaborate way in which the transfer of power could take place. Plus, this question requires you to identify which were not included in it. So if you look at the first, the question and the issue was between Muslim League and Congress at that time. So first statement which reads that the League would endorse the demand for independence and cooperate with the Congress in forming a provisional government for the transitional period, which was correct. At the end of the war, which is the end of the Second War, a plebiscite of all the inhabitants in the Muslim majority areas in the northwest and the northeast would decide whether or not they should form a separate state, which is also correct. Third statement is, until the new constitution could be framed, the British government would remain responsible for the defense of India, which was not acceptable under the CR formula. Because it was not a part of the CR formula, it is an incorrect statement related to the CR formula, but the question requires us to identify only the incorrect statements. That is why this would be our correct answer here. So whenever you are studying a question, be aware of the demand of the question. If it is asking you to identify incorrect statement, if it is asking you to identify which of the statements are not correct related to a particular section. Then non-cooperation movement, as I've already highlighted, UPSC will ask you questions from some of these movements, standard movements that have taken place. So if you look at the first statement, the council elections were boycotted in most provinces, including Madras. It was not the case, because in Madras, the Justice Party was not in favor of the non-cooperation movement. Secondly, during the non-cooperation movement, the feudal zamindari system was also challenged by some of the castes. That is why in this period, in the Awadh region, the Nai Dhobi Bandhs were organized by the panchayats to deprive the landlords of the services of even the barbers as well as washermen, which is a correct statement. That is why the answer here would be B. Then about Sir T. Madhav Rao, a book has been written. It has been in the news in the recent times. Sometimes some of these personalities of the Indian nationalist movement, they are asked by the UPSC because they are in news sometimes and they have been given primacy in the recent times, because they are the forgotten heroes of the Indian nationalist movement, which could not find mention in some of the standard descriptions of the Indian nationalist movement. So here, if you read about Sir T. Madhav Rao, he was the one who played a very active role in the princely states, and he also served as the prime minister of 3 princely states, namely Travancore, Indore and Baroda. He even crafted a model constitution for the princely states of India, where he was an important player. Even in the princely states, he tried to draft constitution also. Thirdly, he despied Indian National Congress, which is incorrect, because he played a crucial role under the framework of the Indian National Congress. And he had also authored a book, Hints on the Art and Science of Government. Fine. Because third statement is incorrect here, the answer that comes out is A, that is 1, 2 and 4 only. This is about T. Madhav Rao. Then Quit India movement. Quit India movement is another important movement in the modern history. We should be able to understand this elaborately. Here we have to identify the incorrect statements here. If you look at the incorrect statements in this question related to the Quit India movement, you'll find that first is under Gandhi's general instruction. Before the Quit India movement, he gave out general instructions. In this, the statement says that the government servants were asked to resign from the government officer, which was not the case. This statement was incorrect. The Quit India resolution declared Indian commitment to defend itself against all types of fascism and imperialism, which is fine. Jati Sarkar was established under the leadership of Y.V. Chavan and Nana Patil, which is wrong. It was a parallel government during the Quit India movement in the Satara. That is why in this question, when we are required to identify the incorrect statements, here incorrect statements are first and third. Answer would be B here. First and third answer would be C here, 1 and 3 only. Fine. Then next section was geography. Looked at polity, looked at ancient history, looked at modern history. Coming to geography. In geography, physical geography and phenomena in the physical geography are important for us from prelims examination perspective. Plus, geographical phenomena in the Indian physical geography, the location, how the physiography of India looks like, important rivers, their tributaries, they are part of our syllabus, and UPSC has also asked questions related to this particular section. So mapping becomes a very important part. Rivers, mountains, All these are important. So that is how the questions have been asked also in this particular section. For example, we are required to arrange these peaks or hills from north to south. If somebody has looked at the map properly of the Indian physical geography, might be able to solve some of these questions. Right? That understanding is required here. So then if you look at this particular question, in this, the Kaimur Hills are part of the Vindhyas, which might be the northernmost, and Nalla Malla Hills, which are part of the Eastern Ghats. If you look at the relative locations, they would be the southernmost. So 4 and 2 are, of course, your northernmost and the southernmost, which is clear. Then Garjat Hills, which are in Odisha, and Mahendragiri Peak is to the south of it. So the correct answer here would be C4132, a typical question related to mapping, which can be asked in your prelims examination. Prepare these sections elaborately. Right? Then this is one thing that has been in news related to fair and remunerative price related to sugarcane. Here, this has been continuously in news because sometimes the farmers are not able to get fair and remunerative prices. The problem is, as far as the procurement from the farmers of the sugarcane by some of the sugar mills is concerned, it has been highlighted that a fair and remunerative price has been finalized. So the mill owners have to buy the sugarcane at this fair and remunerative price. However, when they are converting the sugarcane into sugar and when they are selling it into the market, they had to sell it in an open market. So sometimes when there was oversupply of sugar, the prices of the sugar would drop considerably. And in such a scenario, they would not be able to pay back to the farmers their arrears according to the fair and remunerative prices. That is why now they have introduced a concept, the government has introduced a concept of minimum support price for the minimum selling price for the sugar and not the sugarcane. It is basically the price at which the mill owners are going to sell their sugar in the market. Even if the government is procuring or the private sector is procuring, they will have to buy it above the minimum selling price here. So if you look at this first statement, the government of India has introduced the concept of minimum selling price of sugarcane to prevent accumulation of cane arrears. It is not sugarcane, it is sugar. For sugarcane, it is the fair and remunerative price. When the mill owners are buying, it is the fair and remunerative price at which they are going to buy the sugarcane from the farmers. And when they are selling the sugar, after converting sugarcane into sugar, that is when the minimum selling price comes into play. That is just the detail that you require, an understanding of the FRP regime and the MSP which has been introduced here. Correct answer then would be B, that is 2 only. Fine. Then this is a question of your physical geography about salinity, how it varies. If you understood physical geography or in the oceanography part, you'll be able to understand this. First is temperature, salinity and temperature. Temperature decreases with increasing depth in the ocean, which is a correct statement. Normally, it's a correct statement. Salinity of the water in the surface layers of the ocean depends mainly on evaporation and precipitation. In the tropical areas, where evaporation is high, the salinity is high in the oceans. In the equatorial region, where the precipitation is high, the salinity is low. So definitely, it is impacted by the evaporation and precipitation on the surface layers. And then trade winds drive the saline waters from the western coast of the continent and pile them up near the eastern coast. Normally, how the ocean currents, how they drive the waters in the oceans because of the trade winds, this is what happens. So all the statements given here are correct, D, 1, 2, and 3. An example of physical phenomena in the geography section, this which was asked in this paper also. Which means you should have had an elaborate understanding of the physical geography questions here. Right? Again, this question related to temperature inversion, which is the reversal of normal lapse rate. Normally, when you go up into the atmosphere, the temperature should decrease. But this situation is reversed. That is what is called as inversion of temperature. So look at the first statement. During the inversion of temperature, as the elevation increases, the temperature will increase. Yes. Otherwise, in normal circumstances, if you go up into the atmosphere, the temperature should decrease, which is reversed during the phenomena of inversion of temperature. Secondly, temperature inversion takes place due to air drainage in the valleys of the mountains. Cold air flows like water and deposits or collects itself into the valleys. So here the cold temperature, the temperature decreases in the valleys, and when you go up, it increases, which is like your inversion of temperature only. Second statement is also correct. Thirdly, this phenomena is absent in polar areas. In fact, it is prevalent throughout the year in the polar areas. So correct answer here would be 1 and 2 only. Then regarding international relations, in the international relations, the questions which will be asked, which have been asked by the UPSC in the previous years, are related to your places in news. Any new place in news related to conflict zones, civil war, famine, international conventions or agreements in news, arms agreements, etc., and international groupings and meetings, international organizations, international projects like CPEC, TAPI, etc., or some important terms that you see sometimes in the news. For example, in the last year's paper, there was a question related to UN General Assembly and how it provides observer status. Similarly, there is a news that is going on related to Israel, where the UNGA has sought the advisory opinion of the International Court of Justice. So we should be aware of how this advisory opinion of the International Court of Justice happens. First is, only the General Assembly and the Security Council may request the advisory opinion on any legal matter, which is not the case, because specialized agencies and organizations, some of them, they can also seek advisory jurisdiction of the International Court of Justice. Secondly, the advisory opinions are not binding on the matter requested. Yes, the advisory opinion is provided for in the UN Charter. It is provided directly in the UN Charter itself. 2 and 3 are correct here. An understanding of advisory jurisdiction of your ICJ is required. Coming to the science and technology section, this is supposed to be a difficult section by most of you. In this section, if you look at the way in which UPSC is focusing on some of these areas, are these. If you try to analyze the previous questions, this is what will come. It will inevitably focus on some of the emerging technologies or some of the famous technologies that we are using in our daily lives. Some of the emerging technologies like blockchain, 3D, artificial intelligence, famous technologies like virtual reality, artificial reality, Internet of Things, developments in the field of genetics, space technology and developments there, plus any path-breaking scientific discovery, if it is going to change the way in which we understand science right now, is going to be asked by UPSC. For example, when gravitational waves were detected, a question was asked. CRISPR-Cas9 would change the genetic engineering itself, so, which is a molecular scissor, it was asked. And of course, scientific field in which India has made achievements like Mangalyaan, GSLV, PSLV, AstroSat, all these have been asked in the past. Similarly, some of the questions that you could see in the paper were related to this only. For example, this question is related to bioorthogonal chemistry. Now, normally it would be very difficult for us to understand what exactly is this bioorthogonal chemistry. But the Nobel Prize of this year was given on this. So at least when the UPSC asks the question in the examination, it is not going to ask you about the science of such emerging technologies. Mainly, it is going to ask you about the applications. If you look at the previous question, it has asked questions related to the application of artificial intelligence, application of 3D printing, right? So it will have applications in all these fields. Just know about it, right? Look at the next question then. Vikram S, because it is one thing that has been developed by India. It increases India's stature. That is why it becomes really important for us. So if you look at this question, which has been put up here, it is developed by the New Space India Limited, a public sector undertaking of the Government of India, which is incorrect. It is not the NSIL, but it is a startup by the name Skyroot Aerospace. Regarding the other features, these features are correct. 2 and 3 are correct here. So the correct answer would be D here. Then basic understanding of the biology, NCRTs, how the hormones work in the development of the plants, that is important. If you have a basic understanding of the biology, you will find that the cytokinin are the one which promote cell division. They are not the inhibitor hormones. However, abscisic acid is the one which is an inhibitor hormone. Thirdly, when the growing plants detect light, a hormone called auxin is synthesized at the shoot and it aids cell growth. which is a correct statement. So first and second, which have been reversed here, where cytokinin is the one which is the one which promotes cell division, while the abscisic acid is the one which is an inhibitor hormone. The both statements are incorrect. Correct answer would be B in such case. Because we are required to identify incorrect statements here. So here is the correct answer that we can see here. Then regarding environment, which is also one of the important and the most difficult sections, look at the focus areas of UPSC. What are the areas on which UPSC has asked questions related to this particular section? For example, if you look at this portion, national parks, biosphere reserves, wetlands, tiger reserves, they have been the most important focus area. Important species, chemical pollutants, theoretical concepts, all of them have been asked. So elaborately prepare these sections, plus you can prepare them from your prelims compass and your 12th biology NCERT, basic concepts and things like that. Okay. So if you try to look at some of the questions, we are going to quickly wrap up because the next section will be followed by the economy. So you're going to understand the economy related questions there. This is the question related to greater adjutant stock. First statement is about its common name. Second is about its distribution or habitat. It is found in Brahmaputra plains and Gangetic plains. Third is about its characteristic in the overall ecosystem. It is the one which is a scavenger and feeds on animal carcasses. That is why all the statements are correct, because it is distributed in the Brahmaputra plains and Gangetic plains and it is a scavenger. Next is glyphosate. It has been in news. It is a one question which has been asked from your current affairs. Here we are required to identify the incorrect statements. First is, it is a selective herbicide that is particularly effective against the broadleaf weeds. It is not a selective herbicide, but it's a broad spectrum herbicide which is used against weeds. Selective would be when it is used against only specific weeds. Broad-based is when it can be used against many kinds of weeds or almost all kinds of weeds. That is why the first statement here is incorrect. Second statement is that it has been approved for controlling weeds in food crops and plantation, which is incorrect because of its harmful effects. It has not been approved for food crops, but it has been approved for plantation crops. It is again incorrect. Third is, the Ministry of Agriculture and Farmers Welfare has issued notification for restricting the use of glyphosate. It is a correct statement because we are required to identify incorrect. Read the questions requirement properly. Both the first and two are incorrect. A, 1 and 2 would be the answer here. Then concepts in the ecology section. Questions will be asked from these sections. Primary producers. Regularly UPSC has focused on the different primary producers, secondary producers. You should be aware of them. If you look at the solutions, you will find a table related to primary producers and secondary producers. Just remember the names of them. UPSC has asked questions related to them regularly. Here, if you look at the options that are available, foraminifera and radiolarians, they are heterotrophs. That is, they do not produce food on their own. These are not the first ones to produce food. They feed on other organisms. While diatoms, dinoflagellates, and coccolithophorids are the ones which are the primary producers. 1, 2, and 5 are correct. That is, B is correct here. So this is how overall the paper has been distributed. Different areas on which questions have been asked by UPSC also. And we have also tried to come up with a similar pattern, because inevitably the questions that have been asked in the previous years, they are important. Plus the way in which the questions have been asked, the focus areas on which the questions have been asked, they are important for all of us. Now, after this, Baswa sir will take the discussion of economy related questions. And after that, we are going to take up your general queries that you have related to this paper and any kind of issue that you have faced during this paper and how to go about your preparation. We are going to discuss these things after the Baswa sir's discussion.
Yes, good afternoon, everyone. Am I audible? Yeah. So how did you find the questions from the Indian economy? Tough, easy? What's your perception? Please let me know in the chat box. Easy? Solvable, moderate? So in general, it was moderate to easy, right? Fine. So here, what we'll do is, first and foremost, we'll look at the relative weightage of Indian economy in the UPSC prelims in the last 5 to 6 years. Then based upon that, we can get to know as to how many questions can you expect from the Indian economy in the upcoming prelims examination. And then we'll discuss as to what extent we have been able to match up to UPSC standard, both in terms of weightage as well as pattern of questions from the Indian economy. So let's start with this part. So सबसे पहले, just have a look at the overall weightage of Indian economy in the last 5 to 6 year UPSC prelims. So as you can see, in the last 5 to 6 year UPSC prelims, the overall weightage of Indian economy has been around 15 to 20 questions. This has been the overall weightage. So last year, you can see we had like 18 questions from Indian economy. So when you appear for the next year prelims 2023, the minimum number of marks which you can expect is 15, and maximum number of marks questions which you can expect is 20. So that is what you must keep in mind while preparing for the Indian economy. Apart from that, we can just look at the relative weightage of different themes in the Indian economy. And as you can very well see, the theme which gets a maximum weightage is the theme of banking and finance. Consistently on an average, we are getting 5 to 6 questions from the theme of banking and finance. So while preparing for UPSC prelims from the perspective of Indian economy, you have to give more emphasis on the theme of banking and finance. Almost like 1/3 of the questions in the Indian economy would be from the theme of banking and finance. At the same time, you have to give adequate importance to other themes also, because from other themes, we can expect like 1 or 2 questions minimum. So when it comes to our pre-parikshan test, from the Indian economy, we had asked 15 questions in the pre-parikshan test. And with respect to the relative weightage of different themes, we had kept in mind the relative weightage of different themes while making the questions on the pre-parikshan test as well. So what we'll do is we'll start the discussion of questions one by one. So let's start with the first question. Okay. Please have a look at the question asked in prelims 2022. The question is, with reference to the Indian economy, what are the advantages of inflation indexed bonds? Now, based upon this question, which was asked in prelims 2022, you should see as to what is the pattern of questions that UPSC has been asking. So repeatedly, we have seen that UPSC has been asking questions related to different types of bonds. Like in prelims 2022, we had a question related to inflation index bonds. In the same year prelims, we had a question related to convertible bonds. And prior to this, we had a question related to masala bonds. So that is why the topic of bonds becomes quite important. And you must be seeing that repeatedly some bonds are appearing in news. Like one of the most important bond, which is in news right now, is your sovereign green bond, which the government is going to issue for the first time. Sovereign gold bonds, they're also in news. And most importantly, there's another category of bond which is in news, and these bonds are called as zero coupon, zero principal bonds. And since this topic of bonds, that is zero coupon, zero principal bond, was in news, and that is why we had asked the question in the pre-parikshan test. So here, when you look at the zero coupon, zero principal bonds, these bonds, as you can see, they are going to be issued on the social stock exchanges. So what are social stock exchanges? So basically the NGOs and civil society organizations, if they want to raise capital, then they can raise capital through social stock exchanges. So these social stock exchanges have been recently set up by the government. based upon a recommendation of a committee called as Ishat Hussain Committee. These social stock exchanges, they are not going to be standalone stock exchanges like BSE or NSE, but they are going to be part of your existing stock exchanges, that is BSE and NSE. So as far as your prelims examination is concerned, this topic becomes quite important. So you should know various things, such as who all can raise capital from the social stock exchanges. How can they raise capital through social stock exchanges? That is, what kind of financial instruments can be issued on social stock exchanges? So let's quickly have a look at that part. So you can see on the social stock exchanges, we can have two categories of entities raising capital. That is non-profit organizations and for-profit organizations. When you see non-profit organizations, it includes societies, it includes trust, and a specific type of companies which are registered under the Companies Act, which are called as Section 8 companies. Unlike your normal companies, Section 8 companies are the companies which have been set up for a social cause. That is just like your NGOs. So we call these companies as Section 8 companies. So as you can see, one way by which the non-profit organizations can raise capital is zero coupon, zero principal bonds. So what exactly are these bonds? You must have heard about normal bonds, right? On the normal bonds, you get coupon interest. And once the normal bond matures, you're entitled to get the face value back, that is principal. But in case of zero coupon, zero principal bond, if you buy this bond, first and foremost, since it is zero coupon, you are not going to get any interest. And second, since it is zero principal, you are not going to get back your money as well. So here, if you want to donate money to an NGO, you can donate money to NGO directly, or you can buy a zero coupon, zero principal bond on a social stock exchange. As simple as that. So here, if you go back to the question, you can see the question. These bonds do not carry any interest and the principal amount need not be repaid, which is correct. These bonds can be issued by both not-for-profit entities as well as for-profit companies. They cannot be issued by for-profit companies. So here, this is incorrect. The right answer is 1. Let's look at the next question. Okay. Look at the question asked in prelims 2019. The question is, which among the following is not the most likely measure the government or the RBI takes to stop the slide of Indian rupee? Now, when you look at this question, right, we have seen that repeatedly UPSC has been asking questions related to exchange rate management. For example, questions have been asked such as, what factors cause rupee depreciation? What is the effect of rupee depreciation? Or like this question, how to counter rupee depreciation? So this is why this topic of exchange rate becomes important. So based upon this, we have asked this question about the reverse currency war. Now, what is currency war? We'll understand the currency war first, and then we'll go to the concept of reverse currency war. When you look at the word currency war, it was in news somewhere around 2014-15. As part of currency war, countries, they deliberately devalue their currencies. Devalue the currencies means deliberately decrease the value of their currencies. By decreasing the value of currencies, the countries as such can boost their exports. So you all must be knowing that if the value of rupee reduces, automatically exports from India will increase, right? So similarly, countries are competing with each other to deliberately decrease the value of their currencies and boost exports. One of the best examples of such a country is China. You all must be knowing China is a country known for export-led model, right? So if China is devaluing its currency to boost exports, won't it not encourage other countries also to devalue their currency to boost exports? So this is the concept of currency war. But are we talking about currency war? No. We are talking about the word reverse currency war. So यहाँ पे क्या हो रहा है reverse currency war में? See, in case of reverse currency war, what is happening is, let's go to US. You must be knowing that the rate of inflation in US is at 4-decade high, 40-year high rate of inflation. And we all know, to counter the rising inflation, the central bank of a country, which is in this case the US Fed Bank, should increase the policy rates. So this policy of US Fed Bank, where it is increasing the rates, we call this as Fed tapering. I hope you must be knowing this. So US Fed Bank has started increasing the rates, policy rates. By increasing the policy rates, it's trying to suck out the money. So dollar supply in US is reducing. As the dollar supply is reducing, can I say that the dollar value is increasing? Which is, in other words, dollar value is appreciating because of this Fed tapering. Look at India. In case of India, just because the dollar value is increasing, the rupee value is actually depreciating. Now we know that the rupee value could depreciate because of two reasons. That is when the imports increase or exports reduce. Because of this reason, the rupee value could depreciate. But in this case, the rupee value is undergoing depreciation, not because of this reason. It is undergoing depreciation because there is increase in value of dollar. So you must have heard of a statement made by finance minister. The statement made by finance minister was, there is nothing wrong in the Indian economy. The rupee is depreciating not because of us. The rupee is depreciating because of US Fed Bank policies. And we know, if rupee value depreciates, how does it adversely affect the Indian economy? Imports into India will become costly. We are a majorly importing country. If imports become costly, this will have an adverse impact on the Indian economy, right? So it's like we will get into a kind of vicious economic cycle. How do we come out of this vicious economic cycle? Counter rupee depreciation. To counter rupee depreciation, can I say that RBI has to inject dollars into the economy? By injecting dollars, what will happen to value of dollar? Dollar value will reduce and rupee value will increase. So look, what is US doing? US is trying to increase the value of dollar, whereas developing countries such as India, they are trying to reduce the value of dollar. So this itself, we call it as a concept of reverse currency war. So in case of reverse currency war, what is happening is countries are competing with each other in order to increase the value of their currencies. This aspect, we call it as revaluation, which is the opposite of devaluation. So this is the concept of reverse currency war. So you can see the first statement, under the reverse currency war, the countries devalue the domestic currency. Are they devaluing or revaluing? They are revaluing. So this is obviously incorrect. The reverse currency war comes into being due to the adoption of quantitative easing or Fed tapering. I told you, it's an adoption of Fed tapering. The reverse currency war may lead to decrease in the dollar value. I told you, RBI will inject dollars, dollar value will decrease. So right answer in this case is 3 only. I hope this part is clear, all of you, right? Okay. Look at this question, asked in prelims 2021. The question is about which among the following can be included in foreign direct investment into India. So FDI is one topic which is considered to be one of the most favorite topic of UPSC, because repeatedly UPSC has been asking questions related to foreign direct investment. So this year in prelims 2021, there was a question as to which all financial instruments are part of FDI. Before that, there was a question about which among the following is not a characteristic of foreign direct investment. So that is why we had asked this question in the pre-parikshan test as to which of the following can be considered as FDI into India. Now, all of you probably by now you must understood the difference between FDI and FPI, right? You all know, must be knowing the recommendations of Arvind Mayaram committee, if a foreign company is making an investment of 10% or more in a listed Indian company, it is treated as FDI. If a foreign company is making an investment in an unlisted Indian company, irrespective of how much money it is investing, it is always treated as FDI. You must be knowing about this. Apart from that, if an Indian company is raising share capital from US through the issuance of ADR, American Depository Receipt, it is treated as FDI. Apart from that, there are two instruments. Foreign currency convertible bonds and foreign currency exchangeable bonds. If these bonds are issued by an Indian company in overseas market, like the name suggests, convertible bonds, the money raised through these bonds get converted into shares upon their maturity. So even this is considered to be a FDI. So you can see this is what it was asked before also. So here, when you look at this, it says a foreign entity buying shares and bonds. We know if it is buying bond, in this case, it is not a FDI. It is a FPI, foreign portfolio investment. Investment in ADR is correct. And look at this. Investment in India by an Indian company which is majorly owned by a foreign entity. And this is what we call it as indirect foreign direct investment. And it is also considered as FDI into India. So let's understand this through a flowchart. Concentrate on this part. You have a foreign entity. This foreign entity is making an FDI into an Indian company. And let's say this Indian company is majorly owned by the foreign entity. When I'm saying majorly owned by foreign entity, it means that the foreign entity owns more than 51% of this Indian company. Or if this Indian company is controlled by a foreign entity, when I say controlled, it means that this foreign entity has a power to appoint board of directors on this Indian company. So can I say here that even though this is an Indian company, it is majorly owned by a foreign company. The board of directors of this company are appointed by a foreign company. So if this Indian company makes another investment, this FDI, we call it as what? Indirect foreign investment, or it is also considered to be part of my foreign direct investment as well. So last time, when you see this question in prelims 2021, that time most of the students were confused as to whether GDR, will it be part of FDI or not? So that is why on similar lines, we have focused on this. And we said that the investment, indirect investment is also considered to a FDI. So right answer in this case would be 2 and 3 only. Okay, look at the question asked in prelims 2018. This question is about which of the following statements correctly describes the meaning of legal tender money. This question was asked in the aftermath of demonetization. So when the demonetization took place, the government declared that certain high denomination notes, especially 1,000 rupees notes, will no longer be considered as legal tender. So we can expect questions about the current developments with respect to the money, which is a static topic. So on similar lines, we have asked a question about CBDC, RBI's central bank digital currency. I hope all of you must be knowing about this CBDC, and I have discussed this topic of CBDC in much greater detail in the last year's economic survey and budget discussion. So if you had gone through that budget or economic survey discussion, you would have got the answer easily. The RBI Act 1934 has been amended to facilitate the introduction of CBDC. Yes. The reason is right now, when you look at the RBI Act 1934, it empowers the RBI to issue only the physical banknotes. So we had to amend the RBI Act to say that when RBI is issuing note, it can issue both physical notes as well as electronic money. So that is why this first statement is correct. The CBDC would not be considered as fungible legal tender. When I say fungible, it means can you convert CBDC into cash and vice versa? It is. So the statement says it will not be a fungible legal tender, which is actually incorrect. The introduction of CBDC is likely to decrease RBI's seigniorage. What is seigniorage? Seigniorage is simply calculated as total profits earned by the RBI minus cost of printing notes. So that is how one could calculate seigniorage. So here it says that if we introduce CBDC, it is likely to decrease the seigniorage. Now, can I say that if RBI introduces the CBDC, there will be no cost incurred by the RBI on printing notes. If RBI is not incurring any cost on printing notes, automatically the RBI's seigniorage would increase. But the statement says that it is decreasing, which is actually incorrect. Now we can very well argue that instead of printing physical notes, RBI would have to set up a IT infrastructure to start issuing CBDC. But still, in that case, RBI's seigniorage would be higher because the infrastructure would RBI will set up. It's a one-time investment, one-time money, right? So that is why even in that case also, the seigniorage is likely to increase. The CBDC is freely convertible against commercial bank money and cash. Yes, this is correct. So right answer is 1 and 4 only. I hope you are clear, right? Okay. Look at this. Which among the following are the functions of National Land Monetization Corporation? Why did we ask this question? Now you must have heard about monetization of assets by the government. Why is government undertaking the monetization? You must have heard about NIP, National Infrastructure Pipeline, through which the government is going to raise 111 lakh crores. It is going to spend 111 lakh crores for the creation of infrastructure projects. From where the government is going to get so much amount of money? It is through monetization of assets. So when I say monetization of assets, there are two ways of monetizing. Just look at this part. One is monetization of core assets. When I say core assets, it includes roads, railways, ports, airports, stadiums, telecom towers, and so on. They are the core assets. So when it comes to monetization of core assets, we are simply going to lease out these core assets to the private sector for next 20 to 25 years. From there, we are going to get money, and using that money, we are going to create new infrastructure. So this is a kind of asset recycling initiative, and this is part of NMP. I hope you must have heard about this, National Monetization Pipeline. But we did not ask a question about this. We asked a question about this part. When I say non-core assets would include only two things, land and buildings. So when it comes to monetization of non-core assets, here we are going to either sell or lease out the non-core assets. And please compare and contrast with this monetization of core assets. Here we are only going to lease. We are not selling the core assets. So for monetization of non-core assets, we have set up National Land Monetization Corporation. So from this part, we have asked a question. So you can see which among the following are the functions of NLMC. And the right answer is all of the above. All of these three things are done by National Land Monetization Corporation. Look at this question asked in prelims 2019. The question is, which among the following is not included in the assets of commercial banks in India? So here, UPSC was trying to test as to whether the students know as to what are assets and what are liabilities of a normal bank. So on similar lines, what we have asked in the pre-prediction is, what are the assets of the Reserve Bank of India? So here the question was with respect to the assets and liabilities of normal commercial banks. And here the question is about assets and liabilities of RBI. So you can see here, foreign currency assets, it's an asset. Loans to center and states, it's an asset. CRR deposits of the banks with the RBI. It is not the RBS money, right? It's a bank's money with the RBI. Since it's a bank's money with the RBI, RBI is liable to give it back. So it becomes a liability, not an asset. Cash in circulation, it's always a liability, because on the bank notes which RBI issues us, RBI says, I promise to pay the bearer the sum of the value of notes, right? So it's always a liability. So the right answer in this case should be 1 and 3. Okay. This is another question. Banks Board Bureau. See, this question was asked in prelims 2022. By now, most of you must be knowing the history about Banks Board Bureau. The Banks Board Bureau was set up based upon the recommendations of P.J. Nayak Committee way back in the year 2016. The mandate of Banks Board Bureau was to recommend the names of heads of public sector banks. Later, in the year 2019, the mandate of Banks Board Bureau was expanded to even recommend the names of heads of public sector insurance companies as well. But recently, that is last year, the Delhi High Court asked the government to do away with the Banks Board Bureau and create a new body. So government has decided to do away with the Banks Board Bureau, and in its place, we have set up a new body, which is called as Financial Services Institution Bureau, FSIB. So we all know that FSIB is it has replaced the Banks Board Bureau, and the FSIB is also a non-statutory body like Banks Board Bureau. It is not a statutory body. It has not been set up through an act of parliament. And the mandate of Financial Services Institution Bureau is to recommend the names of heads of public sector banks, recommend the names of heads of public sector insurance companies like LIC, and also to recommend names of heads of all India financial institutions. What are all India financial institutions? You must have heard of institutions such as NABARD, NHB, SIDBI. These are all India financial institutions. So that's a mandate of Financial Services Institution Bureau. So you can see here, the FSIB has been set up to recommend names of heads of nationalized banks, public sector insurance companies, and selected financial institutions. It's correct. Unlike the Banks Board Bureau, FSIB has been set up as a statutory body. It is not a statutory body. It is a non-statutory body. FSIB functions under RBI. It does not function under RBI. It functions under the Department of Financial Services, the Ministry of Finance. So the right answer in this case is 1. Okay, look at this question. This question is, which among the following taxes imposed by the center on the petroleum products is or are distributable among the center and the states? Why did we ask a question about this? Because it was in news last year. So most of you must have heard that almost 60% of the price that you pay on purchase of petrol and diesel, that 60% is actually a tax which is collected by both center as well as states. And here last time it was in news because the state governments were saying that most of the tax which the center is collecting on petrol and diesel, it is going entirely to the center. Only a small chunk of the central taxes is shared with the state government. So it was in news last year, and that is why we had asked this particular question. So broadly, if you see, this is a breakup of the taxes which are imposed on petrol and diesel. This is as far as almost like 8 to 9 months back. You can see that central taxes, kitna hai? Almost 27 rupees per liter. So whenever you are purchasing 1 liter of petrol, almost like 8 to 9 months back, you used to pay 27 rupees only as central taxes. And look at the composition of central taxes. Sabse zyada, it is coming from central road and infrastructure cess. You can see it's like 13 rupees. Is cess distributable between center and state? It is not. It goes entirely only to the central government. Then we have agriculture, infrastructure and development cess, which also goes entirely to the center. Special additional excise duty also goes entirely to the center. So you can see here, this part is going entirely to the center. This part is also going entirely to the center. This part is also going entirely to the center. So kaun sa share ho raha hai? Only this amount. So this was in news last year. So don't you think central government is earning a lot of revenue from petrol and diesel? And major part of that is going only to the center and it is not distributable. So this had become a bone of contention last year. So if you go back to the question here, which among the following taxes are distributable? Basic excise duty is distributable. These three are not distributable. So right answer is one only. Okay, let's look at the next question. The next question is about, with reference to BOP, balance of payment, which of the following constitutes a current account? What is this question? I hope all of you know about BOP, balance of payment. It's an account which keeps a record of all the economic transaction between the residents and the non-residents for a period of 1 year. So whenever money comes in or goes out of India, whenever transactions take place between residents and non-residents, all the transactions get recorded in the BOP. And BOP, as you know, has two accounts, current account and capital account. So in previous year prelims, repeatedly questions have been asked with respect to components of BOP, that is components of current account or capital account. So based upon this, we had asked this question about India's net international investment position, NIIP. So what is this NIIP? Here you must understand that when we talk about BOP, it's an annual flow. When I say annual flow, means how much money has come in or gone out of India for a period of 1 year. And it might so happen that whenever money goes out or comes into the India, we have built a stock of external financial assets or external financial liabilities. So the stock itself, we call it as NIIP, net international investment position. For example, you can see here, we as Indians, right? We make investment in other countries. We might invest in other countries through FDI. It will be called as outflow of FDI, outward FDI. We might invest in other countries through FPI, or we might maintain deposits in the banks based in other countries. So all of this for us will become our external assets. So what is my cumulative external assets? When you look at BOP, I just take into account flow for ek saal, how much money has gone out and how much money has come in. But when I'm taking into account NIIP, total stock of my external assets. Similarly, when foreign residents are making investment into India, it is an inflow of FDI, it is an inflow of FPI, or it is a NRI deposits into India. Now, even though it's a kind of investment into the Indian economy, we call it as external liabilities. So if you want to just understand NIIP, it is my total stock of external financial assets and liabilities. So you can see how will you calculate NIIP? Assets owned by residents in other countries minus assets owned by non-residents within India. So here, what we are trying to do is how much assets we as Indians own in other countries minus how much assets the foreign residents own in India becomes my NIIP. If we own more assets in other countries as compared to the assets owned by foreign residents in India, it means India is actually a net creditor country, positive NIIP. Negative NIIP means India is a net debtor country. And we all know that India is a net debtor country because NIIP for India is actually negative. So if you go back to the question that we had asked, the question was very simple. The question was, which among the following can worsen India's NIIP? Worsen. Now think of it. If I say worsen, what should happen? My total external assets, it should reduce. And my total external liabilities should increase. Then I can say that my NIIP has worsened. So look at this. Increase in external commercial borrowing. We are borrowing more. If we're borrowing more, my liabilities would have increased, right? So this is correct. Increase FDI outflows from India. If we are making more amount of investment through FDI in other countries, it means my external assets are increasing, right? So actually to worsen NIIP, my total assets should reduce. So this is incorrect. NRI deposits into India. What are NRI deposits into India? It's my liability. And it says decrease in my liabilities. So obviously this is incorrect. So right answer is 1 only. Clear? Look at this question asked in prelims 2020. It says weightage of food in CPI is higher than that in WPI. The WPI does not capture changes in prices of services, which CPI does. So this question is basically testing as to whether the students know the difference between WPI and CPI, wholesale price index and consumer price index. But question is, why was it asked in prelims 2020? This was asked in prelims 2020 because there was a greater divergence between WPI and CPI. So even though both WPI and CPI are used to measure inflation, it might so happen that WPI is very low and CPI is very high. And this is because both WPI and CPI give weightage to different commodities, and that weightage is not same. So on similar lines, what we have asked a question is, we have asked a question about CPI rural and CPI urban. So we know that National Statistical Office, NSO, it publishes an index called as CPI, which is targeted by RBI and which is required to remain at 4%, right? So this CPI has two variants, CPI rural and CPI urban. So this is what we had asked. So if you see here, the weightage of food and beverages is highest in both CPI rural and CPI urban, which is actually correct. If you look at the second statement, unlike CPI urban, CPI rural gives zero weightage to inflation housing. This is correct. So when we are measuring CPI rural, we are not taking into account inflation and housing. Any idea why? Why are we not taking into account inflation and housing? क्या reason हो सकता है? Anyone? Yes, because most of the people in rural India, they own their own houses. Rather than renting out houses, they own houses, and that is why we don't take into account inflation housing in the rural India. Good. So the right answer is both 1 and 2. Okay, now coming to last question, and also a very interesting question about inflation. Look at the question asked in prelims 2020. With reference to Indian economy, demand pull inflation can be caused or increased by which among the following? So here UPSC had asked a question as to which factors lead to increase in inflation. Especially it had asked specifically about demand pull inflation. So on similar lines, in pre-parikshan test, we have asked a question as to which among the following will necessarily be the impacts of inflation on the Indian economy. The key word which is important here is the word necessarily. If you don't catch this word necessarily, you'll go wrong. So let's solve this particular question by keeping in mind the word necessarily.